Welcome back to Novel Explanation. Before we dive in, if you're new here, we bring you full story explanations, audiobook style, one part at a time. Let's get into it. Chapter 1101 Lunar River. Chapter 1101 Lunar River 3. The greatest achievement Damien had made on his own in the Severed World was his first meditation session. Back then, when he was desperately trying to maintain his memory, he'd shattered a portion of the sub-universe restriction, which made a certain force available to him again. The void showed itself when he used Devour. The breath of nothingness that remained hidden until now came out in full force, consuming Damien's target with all its power. What was that target? Naturally, it was Sia's comprehension. If he couldn't attain it himself, he could just steal it. This was the split-second decision he came to upon realizing the limits of his strength. To steal someone else's comprehension was usually impossible without injuring them. After all, it was essentially crippling their strength, ridding them of any memory of those comprehensions. But it was different in the Severed World. Here, the comprehension one had was, in simple terms, held in a backup. The restriction was able to read one's past and revert their strength, which meant it needed to keep a memory of what to return to them when they left. In that instance, one's original strength would be added back onto what they gained in the Severed World, and any superfluous data would naturally override itself. Basically, the comprehensions one maintained from their original second-class state would be returned, while things they achieved within the realm would be maintained. Damien didn't know anything about Sia, but he could guarantee that her comprehension didn't come from this realm. If she only recently understood her laws, she wouldn't be able to use them with such precision and subtlety. Truthfully, Damien had been testing Sia for a while. She didn't act unless she needed to, but whenever he gave her a task, she was able to accomplish it perfectly. For instance, when she placed a target on the Wind Spirit King's back. That precise mana control was already impressive, but when her unique law was taken into account, all the facts showed that she was an expert in the outside world. Even if Damien harmed her comprehension right now, nothing would happen to her in the long run. But at the end of the day, we're on good terms, so I'll have to make sure something like that doesn't happen. It was just a matter of control. Damien was very careful in handling the breath of nothingness with his current strength, and though he couldn't sense where Sia was, he made sure not to send his mana past the bounds of the wisps she left for him. I can start with these to get a feel for it and then get bolder later. Since she released these into reality, they must be low-level comprehensions. Giving him high-level material from the start was foolish. He didn't believe Sia would make such a scammer-like move. The breath of nothingness did its job perfectly when it was given the opportunity. The wisps of strange mana were swallowed one after another, and several thoughts filled Damien's mind, colliding and merging as if they had physical presence. This law isn't quite universal law. He didn't expect it to be so easy to grasp when it was presented like this. He rapidly understood what the nature of Sia's law was. Just like the Severed World, she holds an incomplete universal law in her hands. Its rules were different, and it had developed in a direction fit for an individual rather than a plane, but it was undoubtedly a partial universal law. Did she come here for the same purpose as me? To steal the Severed World's achievements for herself? If so, she was definitely impressive. Rather than doing the work herself, she came to this point utilizing the strength of others and using every waking moment to study the realm's laws. The dedication was admirable, and it's my ticket to success. Damien was now in an amazing position. Sia's incomplete law was entering his head piece by piece through the breath of nothingness, while the Severed World's incomplete law was displayed above for him to read whenever he desired. The only problem was time. KHH. Damien gritted his teeth as he felt something entering his body. Tendrils of the Severed Worlds will enter his body through the Lunar River's water, gripping his heart and giving him a severe warning. It was fine to learn what he wanted, but only within the bounds of what he was allowed. This was the message it sent. It's fucking annoying. The damn universe started attacking me the moment I went under. Aren't your bounds a little too strict? Damien frowned, but he knew in his heart that he didn't have the power to refute. I have at most a minute in here. I have to take everything I can in the time I have. Damien once again stopped his idle thoughts and concentrated. His mana spread past the tiny wisps of cosmic mana and towards where he assumed their source was. He swirled his mana around the river, even devouring some of its waters, but he was never able to touch Sia's physical body. Nevertheless, the fluctuations of cosmic mana became denser the further he traveled into its midst, and the comprehension he received wasn't slight at all. The situation continued for precisely a minute. Damien constantly compared the laws above him with those in his head, forming a more complete picture of how these two entities understood universal law. But that wasn't enough for him. The information he was currently receiving was extremely helpful, but he wanted to seek the truth. He wanted to test the true universal law itself. Splash! Fua! His head resurfaced from the deep blackness, the water dripping down his face illuminated by the pale, white light from below. I guess that's all I can do for now. He had to be satisfied with what he had. He climbed out of the river and used mana to dry his body, glancing around in the meantime. He muttered awkwardly. I guess I'm the first one out. He didn't look down on the girls, but this was the first time such a situation occurred, not just with them, but in general. Damien sat down, a look of confusion on his face. What am I supposed to do now? For once, he was put in the waiting room, forced to entertain himself until the test finished. But how did he do that here? He could just relax, but he had enough of that in the Blessing Shrine's blank space. His eyes turned to the other side of the riverbank. Should I go feel out the competition? It was a known fact that the beasts higher up would be incredibly powerful. Preparations to deal with their strength had already been made. Their number was still a problem, though. If there were too many of them, preparation became meaningless. Damien stood up and stretched his body, flickering as he teleported across the river. It's already been a minute, but it's rare for normal practitioners to last even 30 seconds in there. I'm on a time crunch. Sure, he was doing something important, but he had to be back before the girls emerged from the river. After all, he knew it personally. The feeling of seeing someone one cared about patiently waiting for them to finish was too heartwarming for him to deny his women that privilege. Chapter 11, O2 Lunar River. Chapter 11, O2 Lunar River 4. Splash. 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 3 people surfaced from the water at the same time, taking deep breaths and stabilizing their minds. Rose, Ryue, and Elena completed their time in the lunar river after 5 minutes. It was an astounding amount of time when compared to the average. Still, this time came with consequences. It took them several moments to reorient themselves. After all, they also saw the severed world's universal law. Damien could only handle it because he was familiar with the concept. When the girls were shown the same sight, their spiritual worlds were shaken terrifically. It made sense why people were crippled. Even they were almost crippled in the first few seconds. The pressure of the grand truth influenced their minds almost to the point of breaking them, but they'd managed to survive. Their gains were matched by an equal amount of disorientation that made them unable to distinguish whether reality was truly real or not. Whoosh! A light wind blew past their faces, and a calming flow of mana surrounded them, warming their bodies. Their eyes opened slowly as their minds cleared, and Damien's figure was the first thing they saw. He smiled warmly and looked between them. "How was it?" he asked. The girls smiled back happily and took his help to pull themselves out of the river. "It was great. That woman really has a habit of downplaying these areas," Ryue said first. "I didn't expect to make so much progress on a path I just discovered. This place is really spectacular," Rose added. Elena nodded as well. Damien's gains couldn't be used as a basis for what one could do in the lunar river. It was his fault for attempting to grasp the most extreme possible concept he could. For these 3 women who focused on what they were best at and tried diligently to move themselves towards divinity, the results were marvelous. Ryue and Elena were already at a point where they nearly embodied their elements. But this effect was even more pronounced now. And Rose, well, Rose's achievement was more subtle, but the connotations were far greater than anyone could imagine. "Zara is still in my shadow, and Isla went back into Elena's companion space. So the only one left is... Her body silently arrived at the riverside as Damien had the thought, and she calmly stepped out, already dry. "This is the end of our cooperation," Sia said, not wasting a single second. Damien smiled wryly. "I don't know why you'd hire us if you're so happy to get away from us, but it is what it is," he responded with a shrug. Sia glanced at him expressionlessly before shaking her head. It was a pleasant experience. "I would not have made such progress with such efficiency if not for your aid." Yeah. Your flattery skill is just as interesting as your laws. I'm almost curious about who you are outside of this place. After taking so much from me, you're still curious? Please watch your phrasing. I'm a married man, you know? Yes, I think it's quite obvious. Damien grinned slightly. It was the most interaction they had since they met, so he was a bit surprised by her willingness to talk. "Well, I guess we both got what we wanted, so I'll call this a successful cooperation as well," he said, reaching his hand out. Sia glanced at it and frowned slightly, turning away without shaking it. There are only 3 opponents remaining, but each of them has extreme strength. Do not disappoint me and die in your journey. With those words, she vanished entirely, as if she never existed in the first place. She came and went like a passing wind, and her presence held the same fragility. Yet, the vagueness of her existence only made her more interesting. It was a brief interaction that was almost non-existent in the hearts of those who experienced it, but for some reason, it managed to find a small place for itself. Just like that strange woman named Sia. Damien turned to the girls and smiled. "I guess she actually did care about us." "Us? Or you?" Elena asked suspiciously. Us, probably." Rose suppressed a giggle and rolled her eyes. "It's never us, and you know it." Damien shook his head in defeat. At least in this situation, he could be sure that wasn't the case. Plus, he was a loyal man. "I'm suddenly remembering Rose's claim from all those years ago that I could have 8 wives. He shuddered at the thought. Being young was nice. Now that I've experienced it, I'd definitely die if I had 8 women. The group continued bantering, with Damien doing his best to divert the topic as they started their journey up the mountain. As Sia said, there were 3 beasts remaining. Damien already went and checked each one of them, assessing the best course of action. And truthfully, there wasn't one. The Thunder Demon Crow, the Imperious Flame Eagle, and the Pegasus. Every single one of them had the strength of a 4th-class being, and while 2 of them were defined by their elements, unlike the lesser beasts of the realm, they'd managed to understand the importance of these traits. The Severed World's universal law edges closer to completeness from this point forth. It's almost as if Damien's eyes narrowed. "I'm looking forward to our meeting." Refocusing on the current situation, he told the girls what he knew about their coming opponents, so they could choose which one to fight first. Regardless, they'd have to pass through the territory of one of these beasts. The next 200 kilometers of the mountain's height was divided horizontally rather than vertically. The 3 kings lived on 3 different sides of the peak, occupying equal space. The problem is that Sia said we still have 3 to face. It won't be as easy as it looks. The Pegasus was not an option from the start. Its power was too mysterious. And since it came down to start the Ascension ceremony, its relationship with the Cloud Emperor couldn't be shallow. From the other 2, the choices were flames and lightning, 2 of the most popular elements in the universe. If we have to pick between the 2, the answer is obviously flames. At least Ryue had an elemental advantage against the eagle. Against the raven, their group would only find pain. But can we even do it? At the 4th-class being. Even if we were the best geniuses in the universe, taking down a 4th class at 2nd class would be impossible, Rose said. It was an undeniable truth that they were in over their heads. Or was it? Damien grinned. "Don't worry about it. We have to pass through its territory to reach the peak. But who said we had to fight it?" he said. The girls made expressions of confusion, making his grin widen. Haha, let's just say that we have a lot more options than we used to. 5 minutes was a long time. While the girls stayed in the Lunar River, a genuinely insane plan came to Damien's mind. "I really don't try to make enemies, but once again, He was going to make the severed world very, very angry. Chapter 11:03 Lightning. Chapter 11:03 Lightning. 1. The Imperious Flame Eagle's true size was unknown, but the gate it maintained was similar in size to a one-story building. It had a huge wingspan, and like the swordhawk had blade-like feathers. Each of this bird's feathers was laced with flames. Its pure existence was enough to heat up the atmosphere, and the fluctuations of its element raged chaotically around its body, a condition caused by the incomplete world laws. It sat perched in its nest, not quite in the center of its territory, but not far away from it, and got ready to spend another peaceful day. Challengers rarely came to this part of the mountain. Those who did were usually far too weak, and only fought him because they underestimated his power. Therefore, it had been a quiet life since the creature earned its place at the top of the mountain. Still, it wasn't the strongest. Both it and the Thunder Demon Crow became kings through the Ascension ceremony, but the Pegasus had existed for as long as the mountain. It subtly oppressed the two of them, making sure they knew they would never match up to it or the Cloud Emperor it served. There wasn't much to do as a ruler in this place, so the Imperious Flame Eagle spent most of its time understanding the flames that surfaced on its body when it reached 4th class. However, today was once again a day of challenge. He felt the presence of outsiders in his territory. He sighed to himself and flapped his wings, shooting into the air. His expansive shadow tracked along the ground, putting fear into the hearts of the animals living in this territory. Even from far away, this shadow was visible. Damien and the girls had only just entered the area, but they already saw the visage of its lord moving in their direction. Damien's eyes narrowed. "There's only one thing you need to remember," he said to the girls. "No matter what happens, don't stop running." They nodded in response, their expressions hardening. It was clear that the moment of battle was approaching, and it wasn't going to give them any more time to prepare. Whoosh! Furious winds kicked through the air as the Imperious Flame Eagle arrived above the group. It looked down on them like ants. Without a single word of greeting, it flapped its wings again, sending a rain of flaming feathers to the ground. "Damn!" Damien exclaimed and picked up the pace, making sure the girls were following him. He grabbed Freya and fired a single shot into the air, perfectly aimed at one of the feathers. Bang! The feather exploded into a fiery wave that consumed those around it and burned the air. "It's just a probe. Get out of range and make a break for the peak." Damien slammed his feet into the ground, skidding to a stop and facing the eagle. Mirage appeared in his grip, and he slashed it without mercy, sending hundreds of crescent-shaped spatial ruptures into the sky. Bang! 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 Feathers continued to explode, and the atmosphere was instantly filled with chaotic waves of battle. The girls followed Damien's instructions and continued running without waiting for him. If there was one thing Damien excelled at, it was running away. Damien kept using Freya and Mirage to block the Imperious Flame Eagle's projectiles, watching it seriously. "It's not changing its attack patterns? Is it looking down on me that much?" Well, it wasn't unwarranted considering the strength difference, but Damien still didn't appreciate it. "It looks like they're out of range. Let's get started." The girls were moving with haste and cleared several dozen kilometers in just a few seconds, which gave Damien space to enact his insane plan. He jumped into the air and teleported, flashing higher and higher until he was at the same altitude as the eagle. The beast looked at him with a spark of anger in its eyes, and he grinned in response. "Now!" He flicked his arm out. A vortex of pitch-black mana appeared before him. He felt a certain connection that remained restricted until now opening up due to the influence of void mana. And HAAA! A fierce battle cry rang. Through the air, a green blur split sound itself and approached the Imperious Flame Eagle in a single instant. Boom! The blur's fist slammed into its head with the crushing power of a 4th-class being, and its figure became visible at the same time. It was none other than Elvira, who'd come to assist from the sanctuary. "Elvira, there's no time. Do as much damage as possible," Damien yelled. "Understood," she responded, chasing the eagle she'd just thrown. Bay-boom! The sky clouded over instantaneously. Damien gaining access to the void meant he could force open the pathway to the sanctuary, which was maintained by the void itself. Since those he summoned didn't enter the severed world naturally, the subuniverse restrictions couldn't be applied to them. However, the severed world wouldn't just accept their existence. If it couldn't be controlled, it had to be eradicated. Elvira pushed through the air, controlling her mana to bring massive vines bursting out of the ground. They entwined around the imperious flame eagle, and just as she moved to attack, time to go. Damien swept his arm out and wrapped her in his mana, sending her back to the sanctuary. Kaboom! A tree trunk-like bolt of lightning fell from the clouds and obliterated the space it tore through, striking down on Elvira's past location. The imperious flame eagle was just unfortunate enough to get caught in the blast radius. Kawu! It croaked in absolute anguish. It was only hit by the residue of the lightning, but that was still lightning strong enough to incinerate a fourth-class being. Damien grinned to himself. As expected, it works. Damien flicked his hand out again and repeated the process. Lucius, the demon emperor, appeared in reality and used his shadow-like abilities to stab tendrils of darkness into the eagle's body. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck once more, much faster than the last. Damien was barely able to bring the man back to the sanctuary before it hit. The world really isn't happy, but I need to do a lot more than this if I want to kill it. Damien's face turned solemn, his mind reaching pinpoint focus. He had to react faster than the world laws no matter what. White Dragon King. Haha, you're still a crazy brat. The White Dragon King came third, and by this point, Elvira and Lucius already filled the rest in on the exact situation, something Damien forgot to do. Since he came prepared, Bai Longxian had his fourth-class aura hidden as he moved. He didn't attack like the previous two, but instead let his entire draconic aura loose once he was in range of the bird. Ruo-Air. A guttural dragon roar reverberated through space. The pressure of a pure dragon bloodline crashed down on the eagle, forcing it into the ground. Once again, lightning fell from the sky as Damien transported his helper to safety. Once again, the imperious flame eagle was struck. The strategy was utter insanity that risked the lives of Damien and every subordinate he called. But for the sake of the mission, it had to be done. Chapter 11:04 Lightning. Chapter 11:04 Lightning 2. Currently, the imperious flame eagle was feeling more grieved than it had ever been. What did it do wrong? No, what the hell was even happening right now? Strange beings kept appearing from thin air and attacking him. And what was worse, nature seemed to have become his enemy as well. He'd been struck with all kinds of elements from water to darkness, from life to death. He'd been stabbed, hacked, and beaten with every possible weapon imaginable, even fists. Bai Longxian was followed by Feng Yuxiang and Bianca Snow. They were followed by Tefet and Galantis. Each of these individuals had reached the 9 revolutions already, but they weren't the only fourth-class beings under Damien's control. Lineria Snow and Feng Qinger were both nearing the middle stages of fourth class and showed their faces to help. The elite corps Damien ordered Elvira to train was filled with fourth-class soldiers he could utilize. The Cloud Giants and Undersea races had their own fourth-class forces. Damien finally let loose the force of the sanctuary that he'd kept hidden for so long. And even now, he was only revealing a portion of it. If he took those below fourth class into account, hell, even if he took the fourth-class beings too weak to use in this battle into account, his force became something terrifying. It could be said that Damien had his own holy land in the sanctuary. That was the kind of force he'd been hiding. It'll be a bit longer before I can bring them into the universe full force. But for now, it's great to see how the sanctuary has grown. Damien happily reveled in the achievements of himself and his underlings as he tormented the imperious flame eagle, which still hadn't been able to approach him. After the assault of so many fourth-class beings along with the heavenly lightning that unintentionally struck him every time, he was already nearing the verge of death after a few minutes. Its flaming wings were clipped, there were scorch marks all over its body, and gashes and holes caused by its living enemies rained blood onto the ground below. It couldn't even move anymore. It tried to attack, but the summoning nature of these enemies' presence made it impossible for him to guess where they came from. And if it attacked Damien, well, didn't need to be said. Teleportation made him a ghost that couldn't be touched. He was a dignified king. He was someone who surpassed all other beasts in the severed world to achieve his position. He was a beast among beasts, a powerhouse that was feared by all. Yet in his own territory, it was being beaten like a pig. The imperious flame eagle was unresigned to its fate, but what could it do? Damien's seemingly endless supply of single-use fourth-class beings would otherwise be manageable. The heavenly lightning was the true instigator of its fate. If it wasn't for that lightning, it wouldn't have lost the ability to fight back so easily. If not for the lightning, it wouldn't have lost its wings. A bird without its wings was nothing but prey. This fact didn't change when talking about powerful creatures. Damien descended onto the eagle's head as it pitifully bled out, his eyes focused on the storm above. "I think something worse is coming for me, so I'll let you off easy this time," he said, withdrawing Mirage. Shick! The sword stabbed in between the bird's eyes, slicing straight through its broken skull and impaling its brain. He wasn't supposed to kill this king, because his challenge was yet to end. But he had no choice. He was about to pass out from a mental fatigue of his heavy concentration and battle against the universal law. Right now, he required sustenance. Devour, Damien let the pitch-black maw of mana chomp into the eagle's body and consume it. He felt his own body changing due to it, and he felt its memories streaming into his head. No, this isn't what I need right now. The power of a fourth-class being could do wonders for his current second-class self, but its influence would be minuscule in the long run. Therefore, Damien saved its essence and disallowed it from sinking into his body. He once again turned his attention to the sky. "Thanks for waiting. Let's get this over with." Rumble. The clouds thundered as if responding to his words. As the perpetrator of the offenses that called this storm and angered the heavens in the first place, Damien couldn't escape its punishment. Lightning coiled in the sky, sparking as it combined into a single bolt that rested in the center of the thundercloud. The bolt was more like a pillar at this point, sitting in the sky and waiting for its chance to descend. It waited for Damien to see it and feel its power, so it could strike fear into his heart. But fear had no place in his life. "If you want to come, then come. I'm too busy to play your little games." Rumble. The clouds roared angrily and responded to his provocation. In a single instant, a 5-meter-wide pillar of lightning descended to the ground below. The world seemed to go dark. From every corner of the mountain, one could see this lightning pillar and feel the world's hatred. Rose, Riue, and Elena looked back at the area with worried expressions on their faces. "He'll be fine, right?" Elena muttered. It was quiet for a second. "He'll be fine," Rose responded firmly. "His strength might be weakened, but don't you know our husband by now? He is not someone who will die so easily." Elena nodded. The spectacular fluctuations emanating from the point of impact were rushing through the air in pulses. It felt like a rushing wind made of mana, a scenario none of them had ever experienced even in their wildest moments. Because this kind of phenomenon could only be manifested by an entity at the level of a partial universal law. Far, far away from the girls, on the other side of the mountain, a woman watched the event with indifference in her eyes. Her expression didn't change, but her thoughts were running wild. "I knew it. This man." She suddenly remembered a certain moment and shook her head. "I can't. I cannot." Closing her eyes, Sia stabilized her mind and patted the being beside her. "Go. That one will probably head over soon. Your help is needed." "Oomph." The being snorted proudly. "My master has the same desire. You do not need to command me. Since when did I command you? Plus, don't I count for anything? You are a special case. See? So just be obedient and head over." The being frowned and shook its head. Despite her strange methods, she'd still managed to come here, so it didn't have the choice to go against her. Its wings flapped gracefully, and it took to the air. "Let us see if it is worth the effort." Sia was left alone as the being left in the direction of the heavenly lightning beam. Countless eyes were focused on the scene Damien had made. Such pure wrath couldn't be elicited from an unbiased entity like the universal law. After all, they were curious about why it reacted in such a way and what could possibly cause it. Their questions would likely never be answered, and the man at the center of their confusion. Chapter 11:05 Lightning. Chapter 11:05 Lightning 3 H. Damien's scream was contained within the pillar of lightning striking down on his body, unable to escape. Yet, the agony he felt was very real. Getting hit by a pillar of heavenly lightning naturally had the effects one would expect it to have. The only thing in Damien's heart and mind was pain, and no matter what he tried, he could do nothing but endure. The imperious flame eagle's essence formed a film around him and protected him from a large portion of the lightning's effects, which was why he wasn't burned to a crisp already. But it didn't seem like his torture would end anytime soon. And the worst part, what a petty universal law. Despite being entrenched in its fluctuations, Damien couldn't feel an ounce of the universal law. This attack had the potential to be a massive blessing that made his pain worth it, but the severed world wasn't so kind. It hid the truths of its law behind barriers upon barriers of lightning and formless protection. Damien's perception was trapped within a certain region and unable to trace those hidden truths, and he was in far too much pain to consciously summon the void to assist him. The current form his body held was still powerful, but his physical defense was far too weak to handle an attack of the scale. His regeneration was also stalled, and heal was unavailable, so enduring silently and internalizing the pain was impossible. When will this end? To keep his mind stable, Damien counted every second he spent in torment. More than a minute passed already, yet the heavenly lightning showed no signs of dispersing. Absolute anguish spread through his nervous system. The lightning was laced with the world's intent. It didn't merely strike his physical body and attempt to end him. No, it made sure he knew he was being punished. The only defenses he currently had were the imperious flame eagle's essence and his own flimsy second-class mana. These two layers dispersed and diverted the power of the heavens, and with the last shred of consciousness remaining in his mind, he manipulated his mana to use vector control as much as he possibly could. Pain is power. Pain is power. Pain is KHHHH. Damien gritted his teeth and repeated his motto over and over again in his mind. All he had to do was stay alive. The world was angry, but it was also unbiased. Damien's subordinates who illegally entered the realm were targeted with lethal power, but Damien himself still had a way out. Because not only did he enter and accept the realm's restrictions, but he didn't break the rules with his actions. After all, the power he was able to utilize in here was power he gained here. The previous shattering of the Void's prison was done without abusing loopholes, so the actions he took using his newly gained abilities were also not restricted. Still, he assisted others in breaking the rules, so he needed to be put in his place. If he died, it was his fault for being too arrogant. He knew this in his heart and held on with every ounce of power he could utilize. With the passing of time, as he got more acclimated to the pain, he was able to use his lucidity to increase his defense, which thereby reduced the pain he felt. 5 minutes. It took an entire 5 minutes before the heavenly lightning pillar started to reduce in size until it completely vanished. The storm above also disappeared in a flash, as if it never existed. Thud! Damien's body fell to the ground limply, his skin charred in many places and his eyes unfocused. He took in the fresh air around him and gradually brought his mind back to reality. However, I can't move. There were still strands of lightning coursing through his nerves. He was unable to control his body or even summon his mana. Transcendent regeneration is doing this job, but I guess I'll be stuck here for the next 2 or so minutes. He smirked, or at least he tried to, with an expression of pride shining in his eyes. I survived a direct attack from the heavenly law. How many people can say that? It wasn't his first time doing it, but every time was an unprecedented achievement. It wasn't wrong for him to feel proud. Only, the current situation was not the ideal place to drop one's guard. Whoosh! A light wind brushed against Damien's face, and a large shadow shaded him from the sunlight cascading down from above. Damien's strange, smirk-like expression lost its joy in an instant. Feck! Standing over him was none other than the Thunder Demon Crow with a strange glint in its eyes. KHH. Hey, if you want to fight, wait a bit. I'm a little incapacitated right now. Damien used mana to transmit his voice, putting just a slight bit of faith in the challenge system this mountain held. But of course, it was false hope at best. Now that you have killed Haka, you are a new king. There is no rule that restricts fighting between kings. Damien smiled wryly. Worst case scenario, I get hit by more heavenly lightning. That's a worst case scenario I really don't want to experience. Was there no other choice? He knew the girls were probably somewhere nearby, but he didn't want them to get involved with this. After all, the foe was a fourth-class being. Damien looked into the raven's eyes as it raised its claw into the air. I guess I'm going to experience what it feels like to be eaten Ollie. Damien's eyes widened. A figure appeared in the skies above without revealing an ounce of its presence. Crow, do not. The being said only 3 words. But 3 words were enough to freeze the crow in its tracks. Its head turned hesitantly, and it lowered its posture submissively the second he confirmed the newcomer's identity. Pegasus, this is my prey. Haven't we agreed to not interfere with each other's affairs? The crow spat through gritted beak. The Pegasus was powerful, but the crow was a king as well. He was unresigned to simply following this being's will, and he was humiliated by himself for instinctively lowering himself in front of it. Our agreement holds no weight in this instance. I'm not acting on my will, but my master's. The Pegasus responded indifferently. The Thunder Demon Crow's eyes narrowed in frustration, but there was nothing it could do. He could still muster up his courage to confront the Pegasus, but the Cloud Emperor could not be disobeyed. The emperor of this entire world. If he offended such an entity, death would be the least of his worries. Top! The Pegasus gently landed on the ground and walked past the Thunder Demon Crow, not paying any mind to his presence. He approached Damien and looked down at him with a frown on his face. Foolish human, come with me. My master wishes to see you. Damien returned the creature's gaze blankly. What is it, fool? I'm a little paralyzed right now, so I could really use some help. The Pegasus sighed and used mana to lift Damien's body onto his back. No matter how he looked at it, he just couldn't understand what his master saw in this foolish outsider. Chapter 11:06 Lightning. Chapter 11:06 Lightning 4. Over half a year passed in Grand Heaven's boundary. The Hephaestus raid was in full swing, and the universe's forces remained focused on the goal ahead. They were a fourth of the way through the ceasefire already, but they hadn't made much progress. The Hephaestus raid was far more difficult than their projections suggested. Most of the universe's willing experts were sent to the Nox base camp after months of preparation. Yet they found that the Nox had long been prepared for it. Millions were lost, and despite another 3 months passing, the raid was still ongoing. Realizing the true extent of the effort they'd have to put into securing Hephaestus, Heaven's army made the decision to split their efforts. Millions of fourth-class and lower experts were sent to the infected source worlds in the Beast Domain and the Giant Domain, since those two were judged as the weakest of the remaining targets. Contrary to the main raid, these sub-operations went surprisingly well. The Giant Domain was clear by the end of the 3-month period, while the Beast Domain fell within weeks. It was a truly unexpected turn of events. For the first time, the denizens had forces on the inside to assist them in attaining victory. These forces were the remnants of the Black Dragon clan. While the Golden Dragon Emperor attended the Grand Assembly, he assigned a portion of his forces to follow a trail Damien gave them to find the remains of the Black Dragon clan. Their main world remained hidden for generations, but once the majority of their force was subdued and enslaved, their secret could no longer stay in the shadows. Events matched up perfectly. The Golden Dragon clan found the world hidden in the folds of space, and the Golden Dragon Emperor was able to make contact with his Black Dragon counterpart. As it turned out, the Black Dragon Emperor learned of what happened to his clan, and he'd come to a decision. Rather than fighting a being who held the lives of most of his clansmen in his hands, he decided to surrender. Perhaps it was a humiliating choice, but it was the best path to take for the survival of the clan. After all, the Nox didn't carry an overwhelming advantage in Grand Heaven's boundary anymore. At least, not on the surface. Nevertheless, the Black Dragon Emperor revealed that his clan had long been in a cooperative relationship with the Nox. Now that he'd switched sides, he gave up a load of information that led the Beast Domain's raid to inevitable success in the shortest amount of time possible. Another two wriggling black, corrupted world cores were left guarded in their own sections of the universe. And everyone kept moving. The divine and infernal realms were likely far more dangerous, so they couldn't be touched so easily. Therefore, most forces were placed in reserve and given the order to increase their strength as fast as possible. Hephaestus once again became the focus, and a question appeared in the minds of more perceptive experts. Why was there such a vast difference in strength between these infected source worlds? One could argue that the strength of the Nox base reflected the strength of the domain it inhabited, but that reasoning could only be used to a certain extent. When things became too easy, concerns arose. The Beast Domain was one thing, but both the Giant Domain and Soul World's raids started to look incredibly suspicious with the passing of time. So, if the Nox truly were concentrating their forces in certain locations, could it be explained away as fortification, or was there some underlying purpose Heaven's army failed to understand? Rose, Ryue, and Elena found themselves in a strange set of circumstances. Just a second ago, they were rushing to Damien's location after seeing the lightning pillar dying down. They realized the consequences that could occur if Damien was heavily injured and left on the mountainside alone. However, before they could reach him, their bodies were swept away in a spatial storm. They landed in a beautifully vibrant hidden cove. It was a place where space and time had no meaning, and the fluctuations of law were extreme to the point of this place being a holy land for training. Yet, they did not want to be here. In a time when Damien could die at any moment, how could they be resigned to staying in this strange space? The first thing they did was try to find a way out, but once they realized that their search was fruitless, a voice boomed down from the heavens. I have some matters to discuss with your companion. Stay here and reap the benefits of this place until our matters have concluded. It was deep and dark, and its words were a demand, not a suggestion. Rest assured, he and you will be safe. If you are unresigned to this fate, become stronger and challenge me. That is all. The voice answered their most pressing question and forced them to accept its words before they could reply at all. And its presence disappeared immediately after. The three looked at each other with deep frowns on their faces. No matter what we think, it's right, Elena said solemnly. Are any of us strong enough to withstand that heavenly lightning attack? Can any of us even last a second in front of its power? The answer was no. Damien had to borrow the life achievements of a fourth-class creature to survive. But no matter his means, he managed to live. They couldn't say they had any means to do the same. We're all geniuses, Elena continued. We're all people who can be regarded as the peak of a younger generation, to the point where an influence like Prismatic Sun Holy Land would want to nurture us without asking anything in return. But that isn't enough. They wanted to train us, but they tasked him with a task as difficult as this without a hint of distrust for his abilities. She deeply exhaled, her expression filled with unwillingness, and voiced the thought running through all their minds. If we want to stand by him forever, being supreme geniuses isn't enough. The only option is to become existences that defy reality, just like him. Rose sighed. An entity that can transport us to a location like this can't be weak. It has no reason to lie about our safety when it can kill us with a single thought, she said, looking out into the hidden cove. As you said, we've been boxing ourselves in too much. The logic that we've come to know and rely on needs to be thrown away. We need to start acting outside the bounds of logic. Ryuen nodded in agreement. We have gained the qualifications to have such ambition in the past weeks, and now we have been given an opportunity to turn potential into power. Since there is no other choice, we should do as the voice said and utilize it. Damien had always been a step ahead of his peers, including them, but now that they'd reunited, this disparity was extremely pronounced. They refused to be bogged down by their comparative weakness. But who is it that did this? Ryua asked hesitantly. Rose frowned. She looked at the sky with furrowed brows and spoke. Considering everything, it can only be one person. All of their expressions were the same as they internalized this truth. The only one in this realm that could pull a stunt like this was the second primal sovereign. Chapter 1107 Dreams/Reality. Chapter 1107 Dreams/Reality. One Damien was able to move again not too long after the Pegasus picked him up, but he didn't have to let that be known. He acted paralyzed and enjoyed his free ride to the peak of the mountain, grinning happily to himself. This beast is arrogant, but its fur is damn soft, he thought. But more importantly, this means a fast track to the mission target. I only had a strategy to deal with one of them. It would have been bad if we had to continue so suddenly without finding other means. Damien and the girls absolutely would have died if they couldn't take time to prepare for a Thunder Demon Crow or Pegasus raid. And my guess was right. It looks like that Pegasus is much stronger than the other two. Idle thoughts swam through his mind for several minutes as the journey continued. Before he knew it, the Pegasus had touched ground again. Dismount me this instant. Do not think you can keep pretending, the beast said with disdain. Damien rolled his eyes and hopped off its back. Don't act so hard while admitting that you let me ride you all the way here while knowing I could have walked. That was merely to save time. Humans are excruciatingly slow creatures. I can literally teleport, and I do not care. Cease your meaningless words and wait for my master's arrival. Damien smirked at the Pegasus' frustrated expression. It was clear he'd won this bout. Your master is the Cloud Emperor? He asked. You do not have the right to refer to the Great Lord by his title. Stop being so edgy and just answer the question. If you maintain this attitude when facing my master, you will undoubtedly die. Your master is a demigod. He doesn't have the right to kill me. The Pegasus' gaze turned hostile. This is not your outer world. In this world, your laws cannot rule. It stated heavily, making sure its words bore into Damien's soul. But the man only shook his head. It seems you don't know enough about your master. You. Damien turned his eyes to the sky, ignoring the fuming creature to his side. You've been here this whole time, haven't you? Why don't you come out and talk? His words were directed at nothing in particular, but they received a response all the same. I'm surprised you could detect me. It didn't come from the sky. Rather, it came from the mountain itself. The very peak they were standing on rumbled and shifted, revealing itself as the massive body of slumbering beast. It was a truly massive earth dragon, yet it had wings uncharacteristic of its species. Its long neck protruded from the mountainside, no longer hidden away, and it turned its eyes towards Damien and the Pegasus. Child, I have long known you were special, but it now appears I have underestimated you, it said, its voice deep and rumbling through the air like a true mountain's voice. Damien frowned. The creature was definitely impressive. Its strength was greater than any enemy he'd seen in this place, and even stronger than his original level. Yet, it's not you. This dragon was not the one he was looking for. The beast's eyes narrowed, glaring at Damien. It is not me. I didn't come here to talk to the Cloud Emperor. Human, you dare? The Pegasus flared up in rage at his words, flourishing its aura to suppress the disrespectful outsider. Damien responded with the void, wrapping his body in a film of its aura and dissipating the surrounding suppression. The Earth Dragon's eyes widened. The Pegasus gritted its teeth and tried to push harder, but Damien ignored it. I didn't come here to say anything the Cloud Emperor needs to hear. Face me as your true self. This should be enough convincing, right? The dragon's maw curved into a strange smile. I wonder, can you handle the consequences of your words? If I couldn't handle it, I wouldn't have come. The dragon's smile widened. Pegasus enough. Its words carried mana of their own, completely dispelling the Pegasus aura. I will give you the chance to achieve your wish. However, whether or not you can survive is up to you. Damien's expression turned dignified. He nodded, his gaze directly clashing against the dragon's. Cool. Very well. The dragon slowly raised its head to the heavens above and opened its giant maw. A thunderous roar, more domineering than even the heavenly law itself, resonated through the severed world. It was deafening, and the dragon pressure spread through it was enough to directly blow lesser creatures to shreds. But there was a clear line of reason within it. An archaic language, almost extinct to the modern world, was being spoken. Traverser, chase the stars, Vumum. A massive flux of mana erupted. Everything went white. The world around Damien faded away. He felt the familiar sensation of spatial turbulence enveloping his figure. And clang, clang, clang. It was audible, the sound of shackles shattering in the storm. Everything once lost was returned. Strength filled Damien's body and soul. He felt like he could rank up right here and now, but there was something still holding him back. A feeling deep in his chest to not act rashly. He reveled in the feeling of self he felt, but he realized one thing. This is the state I was in before I came to the severed world, not the state I'll be in when I leave. The blessing of foundation, universal law, and many other gains he made in the sub-universe were hidden behind a new set of shackles. It was evident that he hadn't been transported out of the hidden realm. Boom! A massive explosion broke him out of his thoughts. Wind brushed against his face. Bright sunlight blinded his eyes. When his senses came to reality, he was high in the sky of a new world, above a layer of clouds that separated him from the world's surface. Naturally, he was falling, but he wasn't in a hurry to stabilize himself. That explosion, it came from very far away, but the air around Damien was shaking. The shockwave hasn't died down, and he frowned, circulating spatial mana through his body. One with dimension activated, and Damien sunk into the folds of reality, deeper than the surface layer of space that maintained the realm's stability. In the next second, everything started quaking. Hush! A heavy rush of wind laced with apocalyptic mana tore through the atmosphere and destroyed everything, from the clouds to the earth, from the air to space itself. Damien rapidly set up layers upon layers of dimensional cages and built an isolated plane, separating himself just in time to avoid the mana wave ripping through the fabric of reality itself. His expression was blank as he gazed into the scene outside. Everything was destroyed. The world he'd been transported to less than 5 seconds ago was nothing more than an empty hole in the void. But a miracle unfolded next. From top to bottom, from the very building blocks of reality to the vitality of the earth, everything in the realm was restored to normalcy within the span of 10 seconds. A certain term came to Damien's mind when he saw it. Impulsive wave. Chapter 1108 Dreams/Reality. Chapter 1108 Dreams/Reality 2. It passed just like that. Damien carefully returned to reality and fell through the clouds, entering the reformed world below. It's an exact replica of the severed world, he thought to himself. Even the creatures living in this realm were directly copied from the severed world. The only difference was that they had no spirituality. They were, at best, mindless husks imitating the creatures of the sub-universe. The Cloud Emperor called it a world of dreams, but it can't just be that. The feeling of the void is vaguely present flowing through this realm. So, it is a true existence without question, instead of a dream world. Is this the true nature of the severed world? Damien realized the connection instantly. The severed world was an almost impossible existence. Regarding its laws, its ecosystems, and all else, there was always an inconsistency, though it didn't exist in the severed world Damien entered. The impulse wave, the strangest phenomenon of the sub-universe, and the most glaring consequence of its incomplete law. The impulse wave utterly tore apart the realm and reset it to a previous save. Now, this kind of thing was absolutely possible as a result of a broken universal law. If life and death weren't properly defined, their effects of the cycle of samsara would be affected too. However, it wasn't something that could happen continuously. At some point, the world would experience too much strain and collapse in on itself. This was what made the severed world's existence strange, and it was a fact Damien didn't realize until he deepened his comprehension in the sub-universe itself. The severed world was a true dream world, a dream world with such presence that it affected reality. But its true face was this place, a place constantly destroyed and reconstructed, as if to lessen the burden on the world that could be seen. I can't completely understand how it functions right now, but it feels similar to a damage transfer type skill, but it's the main body that's taking damage from the subsidiary. If this was the main body, then the second primal sovereign was likely to be at the top of this world's Skyrim mountain. And the Earth Dragon was certain I wouldn't survive because I have to make it there while avoiding the impulse waves on my own. It was a seemingly impossible task. Yet, as Damien already stated, he was undeterred. I've already done it once, so what's the big deal about doing it again? He let that arrogant thought flow through his mind as he stepped forward and embraced the darkness around him. His first step was Ghost King's crevice. There was no Bertram to guide him through the netherworld fog this time, but he remembered the path. Plus, the lack of spirituality in this place meant everything functioned systematically. There wouldn't be any strange eruptions or surprises in this second journey. Boom! Damien was halfway through Ghost King's Valley when the second explosion rang out. The winds came first, roaring with sound that traveled tens or even hundreds of thousands of kilometers in an instant. Damien once again hid himself in a fortress dimension of his creation, far sturdier this time, since he was expecting the blast. The world was destroyed and reformed around him. The wave's strength doesn't vary, and the interval is... Damien shook off his thoughts and continued moving. He fought through the undead armies and, thankfully, avoided the Ghost King this time. By the time he made it to the perilous sanctuary, the third wave struck. Boom! 10 minutes. It'll be annoying to cross the third layer in these conditions. Damien zoomed through the relatively harmless perilous sanctuary and entered the third layer within 5 minutes. For the next 5 minutes, rather than moving towards the central region, he made his way to the great tree where the Overseer made its nest. He reached before the fourth wave could hit, and from within the confines of his defense, he observed the destruction of the world around him carefully. Boom! The all-seeing eyes swirled into action, just in time to catch sight of teleportation should be fine from until I reach the peak. He avoided it thus far, so he could judge the impulse wave, but also because he wasn't alone in this realm. This was obviously a test. If he cheated his way through with teleportation, the test giver naturally wouldn't be pleased. But the central region is average. It has the most variety of beasts and a lot of strong creatures, but it's nothing more than an average beast ecosystem to the current me. There's no point in slowly traversing it. The feeling of moving 1,000,000 miles in a single step, he'd dearly missed it. Reaching the foot of Skyrim Mountain in less than an instant, he stared up at its heaven-piercing gate. It's time to flex a little. The crux of the challenge was here, and Damien had no plans of holding back. Bang! He dug his foot into the ground and pushed with every ounce of his strength, shooting into the air like a comet. Space-time mana flowed around him in a beautiful river. His steps became erratic, and though time didn't pass, he moved higher and higher up the mountainside. No, was it better to say time was repeating? Damien only used this technique a single time before and never reattempted it because of how much strain it put on his body, but this realm had no laws to confine him. He abused the theory in his mind and used the environment to actualize them to his heart's content. The impulse wave wanted to come. It wanted to destroy everything again, but how could it? Damien was altering his position in space-time directly. With time as the x-axis and space as the y-axis, Damien was moving on that graph in a perfectly straight vertical line, changing his spatial position within the same node of time. It was an egregiously involved action to attempt, but it was powerful beyond belief if done properly. The impulse wave could destroy reality itself, so it obviously wasn't bound by space or time, but this loophole that kept its effects isolated to a specific area didn't allow the impulse wave to be affected by the repeating second. It was a great deal of explanation for an equally grand feat, and with his strategy, Damien was able to pass through the cloud layer and stand on Skyrim Mountain's upper half proudly, with only a single second having passed. I want to check the Blessing Shrine and Lunar River, but now is not the time. Our meeting is long overdue. He made a quick dash to the peak, evading the impulse waves and mindless clones of the Pegasus and the other two kings. And in an astonishingly short amount of time, he reached his destination. In the center of this land, perched atop the tallest mountain, was a being so large its shadow was painted in the clouds. That being was coiled up around itself and breathing calmly, hibernating. However, there was a massive bloody wound on the side of its body that created a stark contrast from its otherwise peaceful appearance. Every time a drop of blood fell from that wound, the mana it carried burst into the realm and destroyed it in full. This being was clearly dying, and that being is who I came to see. Chapter 1109 Dreams/Reality. Chapter 1109 Dreams/Reality 3. The Second Primal Sovereign. Just like the fifth in his species, he was a chimera of several kinds of beasts with a draconic undertone. His head was that of an eagle, proud and domineering. His body was both feathered and furred, a twisted mix between a wolf and an unknown short-feathered bird species. He had the tail of a phoenix and the expansive wings of a dragon, which completed his truly unmeasurable figure. Despite the unnerving nature of his chimeric body, he gave off a feeling of absolute might. It was an unconscious aura exuded by beings of extreme strength, a phenomenon that was generally rare to see outside peak experts. Yet, he was clearly at the end of his life. There was hardly any vitality coming from him, almost to the point where Damien wasn't sure if he'd be able to have a conversation with this creature before it passed. But his worries were unwarranted. He wouldn't have been tasked to come all this way to find a corpse. The second primal sovereign's eyes slowly opened. Damien's brows furrowed, his expression morphing in confusion. This tone wasn't what he expected. I don't sense any hostility, so... He carefully made his way forward until he was only a few feet away from the dying being, face to face with its eye. "It's a pleasure to meet you, second primal sovereign," he said, bowing his head slightly. The primal sovereign's eyes softened. It slowly shook its head. "There is no need for such courtesies between us. I am sorry. Haha. It is okay for you to be confused. You came to me because you require something? No? Do not be shy." Damien frowned at the undeserved hospitality. This was a stranger, and a beast as old as the universe itself, so why was it treating him like this? An uncle. Damien shook off his thoughts and glanced at the hole in the primal sovereign's side. "I don't think it'll be possible to talk when you're in this condition, though. Worry not. You mean..." "Indeed. This injury was inflicted by a great being from the past and cannot be patched through ordinary means." Damien smiled wryly. As expected, the beast wanted something from him. As he recently confirmed, primal sovereigns were born in tandem with the universe, so their origin was naturally the void. Damien didn't have a problem with using void mana to help the creature, but the situation itself was strange. Is there a being in existence who can do that? I can't easily believe someone out there can deal damage that can only be fixed by the origin of all things, especially not in this lower universe. He questioned it, but moved faithfully to the other side of the primal sovereign's body and started injecting the energy of the void into his wound. He devoured a primal sovereign before, but he didn't have much memory of it due to the abyssal corridor. All he remembered was the nonsensical spatial dimensions that existed inside of the fifth primal sovereign, which made him extremely confused about the beast's anatomy. From the looks of it, the hole would heal itself as long as the void was present. But Damien wanted to know the bodily functions of one of these beasts, the closest beings to the law of space in existence. He observed from up close and took in every detail. It was a crater-like wound that dug deep into the creature's flesh and just barely pierced into its internal. The layers of skin and muscle that made up the crater itself were decayed and infected to the point where any surgeon would recommend amputation. And it was laced with coursing lightning, inky black, yet occasionally flashing with a myriad of colors. Damien's frown deepened before the sovereign could voice his answer. Saint Emperor, I do, but that's not what I want to talk about right now. I have a feeling that the information you have won't provide me any answers. I see. If it had to do with history, Damien saw everything he needed to see from Iris. The questions he came here to answer had nothing to do with the Nox, or at least he hoped. How did you create the severed world? He wanted to start simple and get his personal questions out of the way before asking anything that could topple his worldview. His original interest in the severed world was its very existence as a sub-universe, and there was no better person to explain its function than the creator itself. The primal sovereign answered, sighing lightly as he felt the pain of his wound subsiding slightly. As you may have realized, this sub-universe is a product of my dreams. I have remained in slumber for an eternity because in my current state, opening my eyes would cause utter calamity. Damien's eyes narrowed. Then, right now, we're inside a pocket space within my body. Damien sighed. So, in the end, it was formed through a shortcut. The primal sovereign smirked almost indiscernibly. Child, are you underestimating me? A trace of mana flowed through the air and immediately caught Damien's eye. It looks like nothing, but the amount of information packed in that stream of energy is so immense I can't even perceive it unless I devour it. I shall show you my process after our conversation ends. Damien nodded, his expression eternally negative. In what little was already said, there was too much to process. Disregarding everything about the sub-universe, its nature alluded to the unimaginable size of the primal sovereign's true body. If the body Damien saw now was an avatar, then the fact that even a portion of the wound's existence was reflected meant the damage the Saint Emperor was able to cause was terrifying. I didn't want to think about the Nox again, but I guess it's good to know the true height of my enemies. The thoughts he'd been entertaining about a smooth journey to power were tossed out. He knew they were fruitless from the start, but they were nice while they lasted. Since it's this pressing, I'll get to it after one more. He was definitely unhappy that he had to throw out some smaller questions, but important matters came first. Tell me, Damien said firmly. Tell me everything you know about the Void. Chapter 1110 Dreams/Reality. Chapter 1110 Dreams/Reality 4. The Void. Damien knew it as the origin of everything. He knew that he could reach it by continuing on his path of conquering the foundational laws, but he still didn't have a true, inscrutable definition of the concept. It was similar to his situation with universal law, but far vaguer, to the point where he didn't believe he'd ever be able to perfectly describe its existence. We call the Void our origin, but it is not our direct ancestor. The second primal sovereign's first words already shook Damien's perception. When this creature said, "our," he wasn't merely referring to space beasts or even primal sovereigns, but all of his siblings, including the universe itself. A new form of existence was forced into Damien's worldview, separating him further from the Void. Damien's eyes sharpened. The way he worded that sentence. It's a concept, not an entity. Damien's mind whirled from these brief two sentences. He rapidly sifted through his memories and comprehensions to find the hidden piece of the puzzle. There's no way I haven't come in contact with it yet. At this point, I've approached almost every primordial existence. Somewhere, somehow, I've learned of these concepts. I just have to find them and define them. What could precede the universe? The Void gave birth to something else before the universe came to be, which meant the entity that was born needed to exist before the universe. I thought my path would lead me to the Void, but I was wrong. I made a crucial mistake from the start. His current path led him not to the final goal, but to the gate he needed to open to reach it. The 5 elements: life and death, space and time, creation and destruction, and rumored to stand above them, nihility. The concept that represented the nothingness before the universe's birth. Such was the identity of the concept, just barely mentioned to him, during his very first class change. Damien, to this day, viewed it as a synonym for the void, nothing more than an alternate name. But there was something that existed before the universe, yet was lesser than the void. The nothingness itself was birthed along with the cycle as a defined entity. Even though the existence of absolute nothingness was impossible to imagine, it had somehow been defined. Wait, the existence of nothingness isn't that, right? Every force had an equal and opposite. The law of yin and yang, the concept of duality, suggested that even nihility couldn't be defined without the presence of existence. The primal sovereign smiled. Do not think further, child. Follow your heart until the road no longer exists before you, and then use the experience I gained along the way to carve my own path. Damien nodded in agreement. The primal sovereign can be considered a grandson of the void, and since I'm its chosen, it isn't wrong to consider him an uncle of sorts. With his status and research on heavenly law, his decision to intervene here says something. Some things were meant to be understood with one's senses rather than their thoughts, and forming a prior perception of them might instead negatively impact one's comprehension. Damien wasn't willing to risk such a mistake, especially not on his main path. Phew! He deeply exhaled and gathered his thoughts. I thought I was getting further away, but instead, I feel closer than ever to that hidden truth. Still, to think information like that showed up so early. Damien suddenly became curious about the system. It used to hold such importance, but he rarely utilized or even saw traces of it recently. Is it like this for everyone, or have I just been moving further and further from its control? The system relied on the heavenly law. The growth path it made available was constricted within the universe's standards. Yet, for a while now, Damien had not been acting within the bounds of what the universe would allow. It's surprising that I don't get hit by heavenly retribution often in Grand Heaven's boundary. The sub-universe, based on its laws, punished me when I tested its limits, but every time I abuse the void outside is directly provoking the universal law, and it's never confronted me. His expression turned solemn. The question had to be asked. Is it a result of my power, or did the universe become weak to the point where it can't do anything even while knowing its rules are being broken? The primal sovereign, who had been calmly enjoying Damien's treatment as the man submerged himself in thought, raised his head curiously. What I gained before was more than enough. His positive expression gradually vanished. I have to. The sovereign sighed in acceptance. It is as you said. The universe of today has shriveled to the point where your actions cannot be interfered with. How did it become like this? How expansive was it at the start? How fast would the decay have been without them? Hardly noticeable. Were there different forces, or just the one I know? I really don't like that answer. Damien sighed and sat down, manipulating his mana to prevent blood from falling from the wound and causing more impulse waves. Throughout the entire history of the universe, the Nox had been present to oppose it. Damien almost laughed at the absurdity of it all. Just what kind of monstrous race were they? And just what could possibly drive them to dismantle and destroy the universe from the beginning of time? Your second question is something even I cannot describe. Damien's face remained firm and unchanging, yet something in his heart hardened. A Nox race targeting Grand Heaven's boundary was not out of Damien's plans. Even a Nox race that targeted a larger universe that became Grand Heaven's boundary was something he accounted for. But the primal sovereign told of a universe whose size, even a being born alongside it, could not explain, the truths of which lay in a place he'd long realized his connection with. He could no longer put it off. He needed to explore the abyss. It couldn't be done before the ceasefire ended, but he couldn't waste any time after his rematch with Bayuma to set out. This year might be the last year of freedom I'll have for a very long time. He mentally prepared himself and prepared the final confirmation he needed. This universe, the hope remaining in his heart, is it going to die? Was that spark just a delusion? Chapter 11:11 Dreams/Reality. Chapter 11:11 Dreams/Reality. 5. It was silent. Even the impulse waves became non-existent once the second primal sovereign's wound healed more. The dream world was still, the lifeless organisms inhabiting it frozen in time. The function of this place was weakening, because its entire purpose was to contain the destructive energy of the Saint Emperor's mana and expel it in waves. Damien quietly injected void mana into the creature's body. At this point, he'd been doing this for hours. The prior conversation came to an end after roughly 30 minutes, and Damien hadn't spoken a word since. He had to take time for himself right now. Dreams and reality, just why did they have to be so different? Dreams could reflect reality. They could create imaginative depictions of one's desires based on reality, an ephemeral reflection of the world of dreams. Yet, reality didn't easily accommodate one's dreams. The severed world's existence was magical for a reason. Damien had dreams. He had dreams he never voiced to this day because he didn't want reality to know what he was planning. For whenever he voiced his dreams, that very reality crushed him. His question was loaded. Was the universe dying? What he meant to ask was if it was inevitable, and the primal sovereign didn't answer helpfully at all. What may be considered an end can also be a beginning. He thought back to those words. So in the end, was it inevitable? For the end to be considered a beginning, the end first had to come. Damien and everyone else worked hard to protect what they had now. Regardless of new beginnings or anything of the sort, wouldn't the end that marked it take everything from them? The second primal sovereign once had a dream of happily living with a family of his creation, separated from the troubles of the world. But that dream was taken from him by an inevitable reality. The same thing happened to Hassan. The same thing happened to the Azure Dragon. The same thing happened to Alaric. At every stage of power, Damien met a figure far more powerful than him who he took as inspiration. These beings fought for their dreams until their last breaths, but reality still claimed them. Most of them were dead, and the second primal sovereign. Damien sighed. The creature's attitude was different from the rest due to the nature of his existence. But Damien wasn't optimistic about the future of their relationship. After all, his original mission was not to just find the second primal sovereign, but to enlist his help. Yet, not only did the beast not mention the fifth primal sovereign, Damien's original talking point, even once, but he also evaded the topic of the current situation throughout their conversation. Damien was stumped. My predecessors all either gave up or died. In pursuit of their ideals, they wasted their lives. It was a cruel view, but the truth nonetheless. If any of them decided to escape and live quietly, they would have survived and likely lived happily while accepting reality. This included Hassan. If he never used his talent, he could have lived safely after being abandoned on the Dead Star. I hate this line of reasoning. They were his thoughts, but Damien knew better than anyone. He would never take the safe route either. He would never give up on his ambitions because external forces said it was impossible. Because in his mind, it wasn't impossible until he decided it was or died. Still, the weight of reality bore down on his shoulders. It tried to crush his dreams into nothingness and push him into a path of security. He had one. He had the sanctuary. If he retired to Thevel and never returned to the real plane, he could live the simple and fulfilling life he suggested for the rest. All these thoughts culminated in a single conclusion. Is it possible? Was he dreaming outside his capabilities, or should he trust his talent and determination? Should he try to save the universe, or should he walk his own path? Am I strong enough? A question Damien never asked himself before today. He was finally forced to consider it. And his answer? It doesn't matter. It was too late. If he turned back now, he'd turn his back on everything he'd built until now. He wasn't willing to do that. The empire he'd created within his own body and the connections he'd formed by walking this path, he didn't want to give them up. Reality is harsh. The truth is harsh. But if I was going to let that stop me, I would have just killed myself in the dungeon. He had to change the way he viewed the situation. He had to be colder. His expression calmed. His eyes became focused. If it's not possible, I just have to force it. It took him a bit to remember. He was no longer this version of himself. The version of him that would re-enter grand heaven's boundary. That version of me can do it. The Damien who no longer had weight dragging him down and could exert the full extent of his power. The Damien who understood the truths of the universe better than almost everybody. That Damien could do it. All right, it took some time to calm down, but his mind was stable now. He almost felt like he was worrying needlessly, but his concerns were entirely valid. Since when was it logical for a single man to carry the fate of an entire universe? Especially when that universe had so many other talents. Why did it seem like he was the only one who could make a difference? He never felt the weight of the world because he never stopped to think about what he was carrying. Understanding reality and establishing the dreams he wanted to influence it were both important, because after going through both of these steps, after understanding both the consequences and benefits of his actions, he could accept the responsibility he had. It no longer mattered what other options he had, nor did it matter what he wanted to do. I have a role to play. He was special, but he wasn't that special. Even he had a place in this universe. Therefore, unless he wanted to topple it all, he had to play that role. Damien smirked to himself. I could always be the villain in situations like this, but that really goes against my identity. Acting villainous is too cringe, what with all the reminders of my dark past. He laughed a bit and shook his head. The Primal Sovereign's avatar body was almost healed, and though Damien didn't know its situation in reality, his job was almost done. His mind felt refreshed after that bout of introspection. The things that were shackling him from the shadows had been wholly accepted into the light. He stood up and stretched his body. Shall we get to the main task, then? He opened his mouth to speak, yet, whoosh, a being materialized on the peak. She looked between Damien and the second Primal Sovereign with a smile on her face as she spoke. Hello. Is it my turn to enter now? Chapter 11:12 Dreams/Reality. Chapter 11:12 Dreams/Reality 6. Hello. Is it my turn to enter now? Damien's eyes widened slightly when he saw her, but he shook his head with a smile soon enough. How did you get here? I walked. When? Just now. Damien did his best to hide his snort. The timing was too perfect. This woman had definitely been watching for a very long time and chose the time when Damien and the Primal Sovereign were back in good condition to appear. Except, you must be quite disappointed right now. Very. Who sets up a barrier like that without a single word? Shouldn't you at least acknowledge it? Why should I? Isn't this just basic etiquette? But this is a place nobody else can enter. Yet here you are. TCH. The woman shot a hateful glare at Damien and turned away with a pout. It was an expression one would never expect from the individual in question. After all, she'd been deadpan the entire time Damien knew her. Right, the woman who mysteriously appeared in the dream world acting like a completely different person was none other than Sia. Or was her identity really that simple? When did you find out? She asked, glancing back. Damien shrugged. Which part? Both. I found out you were here when I set up my barrier. As for the other part, probably when we first met. Ow, I'm a cheat character, you know. What kind of cheat is that? Haha, it's not that easy. Sia rampft in frustration. I don't like how good you are at this. At what? Keep pretending. Damien smiled. From the way she was acting, even she knew he'd found out her identity by now, but it looked like she still couldn't accept it. How could she? Even if this was just an avatar body, it was the avatar of a peak expert. The abilities she showcased were supposed to be infallible. Yet, it was nothing to Damien. By the time they met, he'd already unshackled the void, which allowed him to utilize many abilities that were previously restricted, one of which was his perception. Since you're already here, help with the next part. I'm not very good at this. Is that something you should say, as the person who made the decision to do this? Isn't it something you should have considered as the one who hired me? Sia. No. Irisia Luminous, the holy master of prismatic sun holy land, snorted without the ability to retort. Damien figured out her identity almost instantly, not to his own merit, but because of her own mistake. The mana she showed him, her partial universal law, he'd sensed it when he first met her. It was exactly what fluctuation that drew him into her aura and infatuated him. There was probably no other person in the universe who could recognize it, especially when she concealed it, but Damien was not like the rest. That much was obvious. It's fun to watch her expressions. I guess she's acting more freely, since it isn't her main body. He sensed that Iris was a warm person from the start. After all, her perfunctory and slightly patronizing way of addressing him as child when they first met changed drastically when he saw her face. She didn't talk like an elder anymore, but as an equal. It was even a little comedic that she showed up here. Did she want to personally bring the second primal sovereign in from the start? Or had she just come for him? Stop that, brain. We are not entertaining the lower head's thoughts anymore. It's more fun when Rose does it. Damien shook off his idle thoughts and refocused on the situation. Talking to Iris was one thing, but they first had a task to accomplish. In fact, there is no need to speak. The second primal sovereign finally inserted himself into the conversation upon finding an opening between the bantering pair. Their eyes turned to him in surprise. Iris nodded, bowing her body respectfully. That is correct, Senior. I am Irisio Luminous, the current leader of Prismatic Sun Holy Land. The primal sovereign's eyes closed slightly, reminiscing over old memories. Iris immediately shook her head. Not at all, Senior. I had no knowledge of your injury before entering this place, but even without that justification, I and my predecessors have understood your decision and respected it. We harbor no ill will against our benefactor. The sovereign nodded slightly. His gaze turned to Damien. I have a weird feeling about this. Even now, I am afraid. The primal sovereign sighed. Damien and Iris silently listened to his speech. They didn't know where he was going with it. They had no way to make out whether his words were positive or negative. Did he give in to fear, or was he planning to overcome it? The primal sovereign didn't force them to endure their thoughts for too long. His wings stretched and his tail twitched slightly. I have not overcome my fear, and I have no plan to, he began with unnerving words. Yet his conclusion was anything but. Damien and Iris held their expressions still, making sure not to celebrate early. The primal sovereign wasn't done yet. His eyes sharpened. His massive body began to shrink, freeing up more and more of the peak. A shimmering veil of space covered the area, and out of it walked a handsome man with snow-white hair and virtual blue eyes. His feet touched the ground, and his eyes turned once more to Damien's figure. Instead, I will follow him. The words he spoke flowed more naturally with his new form, and for this reason, they hit far, far harder. What? Damien and Iris exclaimed together to express their shock, but the primal sovereign did not budge from his position. Rather, he enunciated it further. Thud! When he hit the ground, the great being who could quite literally stand equal to the universe was kneeling to Damien. Iris stared at him dumbfounded, while Damien backed away, utterly discombobulated. Was he right? Is there really a screw loose in his head? He couldn't think of a single reason why this great being would choose to follow him. He had no idea what goal he could possibly help this man achieve. Yet, even after he and Iris tried desperately for several minutes to change his mind, he didn't budge. For the first time, an ancient entity was willing to return to the secular world, and Damien had no choice but to accept it. This event marked the moment he gained his first fifth-class subordinate. Chapter 11-13 Return. Chapter 11-13 Return. 1. The shock of the situation was definitely long-lasting. As the minutes passed, Iris' barrage of questions became fiercer and fiercer. She was adamant in finding out just why the benefactor of their sect made such an unorthodox decision. She couldn't ask Damien, because from his reaction, even he had no idea what was going on. So she could only try her best to get a single word out of the stubborn primal sovereign who'd transformed himself into a man. Contrary to her confusion, the situation was being explained in full to Damien through mental transmission. The reason was simple. It was a matter of the void. The void is an entity surpassing anything we, as primordial beings, can comprehend despite our status. Therefore, it has always been a subject of controversy among our race. Some, like the youngling you met, crave it for themselves, some abhor it and deny its existence. while some others worship it as their ancestor. I am part of the last category. I have always sought the void for myself, but not out of a place of desire, but one of faith. I wish to become closer to the great ancestor, and following you is the only path I've found to do so in my eons of existence. It was a reason not too complicated, yet entirely justified. Damien also chased the void with everything he had. The reason he came to meet the second primal sovereign in the first place. Wasn't it the exact same? The only difference was their motivation. Damien entertained conversation with the beast to try and understand him better. The two of them practically forgot about Iris' presence as they went in-depth on what they knew about their common goal. I can't understand the emotional complexity of a being as old as the universe, so I can't understand the foundation of his faith. But I can only feel sincerity from him. Damien considered himself quite good at judging people, and the second primal sovereign gave him the feeling of a reliable ally. But because he's following the void instead of me, he won't listen to orders absolutely. Is this something like gaining a demigod protector? Is there any use in that? The restrictions on divinities in the lower universe. Likely the rule it directed most of its energy towards practically dispersed all the fighting power a demigod could possess. Unless they were battling someone of their same caliber or attacking the environment itself, their interference usually happened either from the back lines or through an avatar. I won't attract trouble from a demigod outside the bounds of what I can deal with myself unless I have another demigod by my side. It's actually worse for me to keep him close right now. If he wanted to move freely, he needed to get rid of this new subordinate. I'm sure you understand my reasoning, Damien said through transmission, explaining his thoughts to the man. Help the universe first, and come to me when it's time to explore the abyss. I don't think you want to abandon your wife's influence either, right? The primal sovereign took a moment to consider it with a frown. When are you planning to leave? He asked. I have a fated battle of sorts in the near future. Once that's over, we'll set out immediately. The primal sovereign's eyes narrowed, but he nodded in understanding. Very well, then we will do as such. Good. Now you should probably deal with her before she kills us. Must I? That's your descendant, after all. Huh. Damien smirked and turned away. I'll head out now. I have some people I want to see, he said out loud. Do you think you can leave so easily? Iris' frustrated voice boomed in his ears. Damien winced slightly and glanced at her with a wry expression. Figure that out with him. Don't worry, he's willing to talk now. Iris turned her eyes to the primal sovereign, who nodded somewhat unwillingly. Your women are not in the severed world right now. I will send you to them, he sighed. Damien grinned. Then, I'll accept your help. You are a cruel man. Haha, I am who I am. The primal sovereign shook his head and put his hand out, calling forth the mana of the world. As Damien felt himself leaving the realm, he suddenly remembered something crucial. Oh, what's your name? It was difficult to just keep calling him second primal sovereign, after all. The primal sovereign who fell in love with a human, a unique existence among his kind. Perhaps he was the only one who had something like a name. His eyes widened. My name? It was something he'd forgotten a long time ago. Back then, when she died, he died with her. The name that carried the vestiges of their love. The name she gave him. Was it finally time to revive its spark? He looked up with a warm smile. Change is indeed inevitable. You may call me Orion, he said. Orion Luminous. Damien's lips curved up. All right then, Orion. I look forward to our next meeting. As do I. Damien glanced at Iris with a smile and gave her a little wave goodbye, just in time for the spatial fluctuations to sweep him away. What else happened in the dream world? Well, for the first time in countless years, Orion Luminous was going to experience the nagging of a furious woman, and from the mouth of his own descendant. At that, Damien was transported directly to the hidden dimension Rose, and the rest were transferred when he first met the Pegasus. I guess he was serious about studying universal law. Just how many pocket dimensions did he develop into independent worlds in his research? Damien was almost jealous of his body for holding such unique properties that even he couldn't replicate. And Damien sent his awareness into the world, and it didn't take long to find the girls. They weren't together, but all of them were working hard. In fact, they were so absorbed in their training that they didn't even realize his presence. Haha, everyone's motivated, huh? Damien thought to himself with a smile. Then, shall I also get to work? In his spiritual world was a stream of weak-looking mana, the same stream Orion showed him near the beginning of their conversation. The first step to the plan, fuck it, we ball, becoming strong enough to confidently say, fuck it, we ball. He sat down and took a meditative posture, prodding the mana in his mind. The second I open it, I'm going to lose track of reality. He thought to himself, I really hope I wake up in time. He smiled wryly and stopped wasting time. His mana completely fused with the thread, turning it into a part of him, and his mind almost shattered from the amount of information that rapidly attached itself to his memory. Everything went black. A small black dot formed in Damien's spiritual world. It was the start of something massive, something never seen before, something indescribable. Everyone submerged themselves in thoughts of improvement and left no room for anything else. They tortured themselves, broke themselves, and put themselves back together, uncaring of the pain they went through in the process. In this way, another week passed. It had been almost a month since they entered the severed world. Chapter 11:14 Return. Chapter 11:14 Return 2. The raid on Hephaestus' infected source world ended after 9 grueling months of war. The number of lives lost already reached the tens of millions. And yet, no new information was revealed. Near the end, when the Supremes gathered in the stronghold were confronted and defeated, they chose to end themselves rather than submit. This kind of fanatic faith was terrifying on its own, a level of morale a regular army couldn't reach, but it was worse from Inox. There remained the Divine Realm, an infernal realm now, the last of the infected source worlds, and neither was going to be an easy raid. After much deliberation, the Divine Realm was set as the next target. Heaven's army learned from the mistakes they made in Hephaestus and didn't rush to make themselves known. For the past 3 months, they had been running surveillance and gathering intel on both remaining Nox strongholds in hopes of forming a foolproof raid strategy before rushing in. It had now been a year since the ceasefire began. Judging by the progress until this point, despite the small number of remaining targets, it was unknown whether Grand Heaven's boundary would reach the level of security its inhabitants desired before universal war broke out again. From her throne in prismatic Sun Holy Land, Iris slowly opened her eyes. The avatar she set up was a bit special. She infused it with her ego and power, but gave it the ability to act independently, so she didn't have to focus on it. Instead, every day she received its memories in bulk, allowing her to understand the situation on the other side. Currently, she was fuming. It could be counted as a win overall, but I still feel cheated, she muttered hatefully to herself. In the end, the second primal sovereign promised to follow her to prismatic Sun Holy Land and lend his efforts as he was needed. But did he need to sound so unwilling? It was clear that he and Damien made some sort of secret agreement that he would much rather be attending to. This is the problem with geniuses that are too talented. Even if they don't do anything, everyone else's achievements will end up benefiting them instead. Her words were envious, but her thoughts were not. Damien was a friend, after all. She didn't have any qualms with him getting the benefits he did. It had just been a very long time since she'd been disadvantaged like this, and the feeling was not fun at all. She almost felt like a little girl again, able to do nothing but pout and complain. Nevertheless, since he is coming, it is almost time to start that plan. She glanced at a nearby wall, behind which was a hidden room even her closest subordinates had no knowledge of. She walked through it, as if it were immaterial, and set her eyes on the compilation of documents and miscellaneous books strewn about the place. The Motherworld Discovery Plan. For thousands of years, she'd been researching about the Abyss and trying to define it as much as she could in theory, but she never had a method to test her theory in the slightest. Because even she could not survive the Abyss for too long. Even she could easily get eternally lost in its blackness. A primal sovereign was different. Orion's body was composed of fundamental energies that no longer existed in the universe, which gave him capabilities that earned him the primal sovereign title in the first place. With his help, we can finally extend our reach past the borders of Ion. We can finally try our luck at attacking. The Nox's greatest advantage was their ability to attack from the abyss, while the denizens of the universe remained clueless about their depths. Creating a path through the abyss could take away that advantage and expand the paths Heaven's army could take. Of course, there were several factors to still be considered, but the plan was just theory at this point. Once Orion arrived, those edges could be smoothed out. Though, enlisting a primal sovereign for just this much wouldn't justify the amount of effort it took to find and reach him. His real purpose? Operation Godslayer, a plan that a select few knew of, yet had never been voiced into reality. Because even alluding to its existence could be considered sin, something that defied logic and reason, something utterly blasphemous, yet something the peak experts of the universe couldn't give up. For it to commence, they needed Orion. And perhaps he might be. The thought didn't need to be continued. If it succeeded, they'd be considered heroes. But if it failed, they would likely be slaughtered by their comrades before their enemies had a chance. Iris ran her hand across the spine of an ancient text and sighed before turning around and exiting the secret room. There is still work to be done. For now, instead of this, let's focus on exterminating pests. Luckily, Damien wasn't forced into an embarrassing situation when he woke up from his comprehension. There weren't 3 women annoyedly staring him down, but only one, peacefully sleeping on his lap. He smiled as he returned to his senses and brushed his hand through her hair. Second isn't bad at all when I get to wake up to something like this. The one who came was Elena. The other 2 were still busy until now, but they were also slowly wrapping up their individual training. She's been giving them a lot of space since we reunited. I guess she felt bad they got less time to bond and compromise, but did she have to do it like this? It wasn't a problem. Damien just found it a bit comical how she secretly approached him and took advantage of the opportunity when the other 2 were busy. She stirred awake after feeling his hand and smiled up at him before raising herself and planting a light kiss on his lips. "Good morning," she yawned as she stretched her body. Damien smirked, his eyes not behaving in the slightest. Good morning indeed. Have you looked enough? Or do you still want to have another peek later?" Elena teased, rolling her eyes. "If you're offering, who am I to reject? But do you think you'll be able to?" It was Elena's turn to grin. "Who said I'd come alone?" Damien's eyes widened. She didn't mean the legendary night he'd been wishing for since the very beginning. She wasn't really suggesting. What kind of reaction is that? Do you want it that bad? Damien's joy deflated instantly. So it was a joke. His hopes and dreams. His hopes and dreams. Well, something like that was a lot harder to bring into reality than expected. He had an easier time learning universal law than bringing it up in conversation. But that was beside the point. As Damien and Elena stood up, 2 more auras approached them. Rose and Ryue arrived within a minute, and after exchanging greetings, all 3 women looked at Damien. He nodded without even hearing their question. "We've been here long enough. It's time to go back." The severed world would remain open and connected to the outside world through the same portal. But since Orion's main body would no longer remain hidden in stasis, its nature would soon change. Its infinite resources would become finite, and its environment would be given the chance to evolve that had been denied for so many years. Maybe that's what'll lead him to the answers he's been looking for. Damien looked up and waved his arm around as if hailing a taxi. "Hey, you heard it, right? Send us out. Brat, it's fine when it's just us, but give me face in front of outsiders." Orion's voice responded. "Haha, what do you mean outsiders? Did you think you'd be able to hide yourself from my wives in the first place? That's not, never mind. Finish quickly on your side. I am patiently awaiting our fated day of departure." Damien's eyes hardened. "Me too. I'll see you then. Don't cause any problems for Iris while you're over there. That is not something you need to tell me." With their goodbyes bid among the girls' confusion, Orion promptly moved his mana. Spatial waves covered the group. Unlike the regular feeling of transportation, they felt as if they were going back through the entrance portal. They felt the chains that shackled them for the past month. They felt those chains shattering one by one. But regardless of the freedom they experienced, it was something they were expecting, so their reaction was a bit muted. However, just how would they react when they found out how long they'd been gone? Even Damien was clueless about this. Chapter 11:15 Return. Chapter 11:15 Return. 3. Four figures remained stuck in limbo between the severed world and grand heaven's boundary. They were moving, but not nearly fast enough to reach their destination anytime soon. This strange stage was not a problem, but a boon for the group, because right now, they were being transformed. The bodies they inhabited overlapped with the bodies they possessed before entering the severed world's restriction. The strengths of both forms interlapped, while the weaknesses canceled each other out. They were experiencing the true gains they made in the severed world. The effects were extremely pronounced on all of them. For Ryue and Elena, who gained great affinity with their laws, being exposed to the complete laws of the true universe was a cathartic experience. It was as if they could do anything they wanted as long as they willed it. They were the controllers of their own fates, beings who couldn't be compared to the norm. As for Rose, reality felt more tangible. The so-called fabric of reality manifested itself more literally. She could feel its coarse threads wrapping around her body, and just barely, she felt like she could influence their behavior. To seize control over reality itself, this was the nature of the path she chose. Naturally, she felt the grandness of her ambition in this moment. Yet, regardless of what they experienced, it couldn't match a tenth of what was happening to Damien. The phenomenon was caused by a combination of many factors. The blessing of foundation, his newfound comprehension of universal law, and much more coalesced into an almost orgasmic feeling of euphoria. If it had to be described, Damien always felt too small for his body. He felt like his mind and soul couldn't fill out the frame of the body he built, contained within a portion of its boundaries. Now, he not only filled out his frame, he felt like he could act outside its influence. It was simply impossible to truly put it into words. Damien Void finally felt like Damien Void. He finally felt like the bearer of the Void physique. He finally felt like the heir of Void Palace. The transformation happened in an infinitely long instant, and in the next, the four arrived back in their home universe. The girls slowly opened their eyes and looked down at their hands, cherishing the feeling that was now passing. And Damien, flash! His body was covered in bright light that diminished in a single second. The aura completely withdrawn and his body flared out more powerfully than ever. He leapt to the third revolution of Extreme Peak 4th Class right then and there. His eyes shot open as he exclaimed in astonishment. He just came back to his senses, and something so nonsensical was already happening. On second thought, isn't it totally normal? The point of the 9 revolutions was to define one's existence and build one's legend. It was an unofficial stage because it was completely outside the system's interference, a step every practitioner had to make on their own. In reality, a 9 revolutions master was still an Extreme Peak 4th Class practitioner. The power they were exerting wasn't part of a new stage, but an extension of the past one. Therefore, there was no way to tell when one would rank up. As long as one kept building their legend and striving for the absolute peak of what they could do, one would eventually rank up naturally. Yet it usually took a great deal of time to stack up achievements that could make a significant impact on one's legend. It normally took several hundred or even thousands of years. The current situation, however, was anything but normal. Disregarding Damien's disgustingly infinite potential, the actions he was taking were always extreme due to the apocalyptic state of the universe that he saw. And especially this time in the severed world, not only did he subordinate a demigod, he achieved the wholeness one could only desperately wish for before becoming a supreme. If he didn't move up at this point, the heavens were truly acting against him. Damien closed his eyes and gathered his thoughts before reopening them. He allowed a calm breath and finally took account of the surroundings. They were not back on the floating continent where Orion's portal was located, but in a random portion of space in the giant domain. It's been a year, huh? A year. Damien muttered it to himself, but there was no way the girls wouldn't overhear. He'd become used to massive time differences after all these years, so it didn't affect him much. He went straight into thinking about how to best use the remaining year of ceasefire. However, the girls didn't have his experience. None of them had been to such convoluted places where a single month equated to a year outside. The surprise on their faces was mixed with a bit of horror at the realization. A year of time lost, so easily couldn't be processed like it was normal. Damien pulled them close comfortingly. He spoke soft words into their ears to calm them down and help them accept the situation. In truth, their bodies were not harmed, nor did they experience any setbacks in consequence of the time dilation. But the mental impact of the fact itself was significant. They were all powerful beings. It only took a bit of time to regain their senses. The warmth of Damien's embrace helped a great deal too. It would have been more fun if they had dramatic reactions to the news, but they were too old for that by now, weren't they? I keep forgetting that 10,000 is a normal age nowadays. Still, the earthen dream to have my life together by 40 doesn't go away easily. Damien smiled to himself as he let go of the girls. We're going back now. Rose asked. It's been a long time. It's time to go home. It was a bit much to start moving again so soon after finishing their last mission, but none of them had any complaints. Besides, this coming trip could be considered something of a vacation. Damien learned a lot about the universe from his seniors and personal research. He could be considered an expert on the topic. But if it was his own origins, he still had an endless stream of unanswered questions. It was time to go back to the human domain and solve some of those mysteries. And perhaps, I'm feeling nostalgic. Perhaps it was time to revisit some old friends and demons. The girls entered the sanctuary using their engagement rings and entered Thevel to explore for a few days. And Damien's body disappeared, traveling millions of kilometers in an instant. He grinned to himself, the spatial layers brushing against his face like wind. The freeing feeling of teleportation he missed so dearly was back, not just in the severed world, but in reality. He hadn't done anything yet, but it was clear as day in his mind. Anything he wanted to do, he could achieve it. The doubts that clouded his mind in the dream world, the convictions he built to destroy them. Everything felt validated in this moment. Chapter 11:16 Return. Chapter 11:16 Return. 4. The giant domain and human domain were neighboring sectors. It only took Damien a day to reach the boundary between them. The main problem was the turbulence that existed at the boundary. Several tens of millions of kilometers of destroyed space, like a diluted representation of the abyss, separated the human domain from everything around it. While it acted as a nigh impenetrable defense against outside forces, it was also the very cause of the sector's decline. Naturally, this portion of the universe healed considerably over the past 10,000 years, so it was only powerful enough to hold off against enemies under the extreme peak of 4th class. But that was more than enough. After all, the human domain also had its experts. They would only lose if the other side could abuse a numbers advantage. And even then, they would have much time to prepare while the able forces made their way through the spatial chaos. This was Damien's first time seeing the phenomenon. After all, his exit from the domain was more than unconventional. He marveled at it for a few seconds before passing into its depths. He waded through the fractured space with the ease of a master, avoiding anything that could shake his flow and destroying anything that blocked his path. Though he was doing more than just that. This was the human domain's fortification. He couldn't make it easy to pass through, right? The spatial traps he laid in his wake were specially constructed to only attack intruders. Those who carried the mana signature of a human domain denizen would not encounter any problems from them. It's not perfect, but it's good enough. As long as I inform the old man about it. Emissaries should be able to avoid them too. Damien shrugged off the disadvantages of his actions for now and flashed through the disrupted area, arriving on the other side. It wasn't like he had no plans of coming back. He could clear away the loopholes later. For now, he continued teleporting until he was closer to the more populated areas of the domain before calling the girls out. "We have arrived, miladies," he said with a teasing smile. "The ride was quite nice. Do you have any interest in being my personal chauffeur?" Rose responded in kind. I don't mind at all. But I don't work for free." Damien unleashed a lecherous gaze he hadn't used in very many years, causing Rose to roll her eyes. "Cheeky." Damien smiled. "All right then. My first stop is a Pyron. Is everyone coming?" It was natural for them to move together, but since this was a home visit, it was also natural for them to have things they'd rather do alone. "You're going there on business?" Ryue asked. It's mainly for that, but I figured I'd pay a visit to some old friends as well. Then, I shall return to the cloud plane first." Ryue was never a sociable person to begin with. She was interested in the people Damien met at the beginning of his journey, but she wanted to go home more. Because something important happened since the last time she saw Tianyang. There were many things she wanted to tell him privately. Damien nodded in understanding. "I'll be there after I finish up on a Pyron. It won't be too long. We must face Master together as well." Yeah. We do need to do that, don't we?" Damien smiled wryly. Seeking approval from his in-laws, Tianyang wasn't the only one he had to face for this purpose. Damien turned to Rose and Elena. Rose was obviously coming with him as he was visiting her hometown, but Elena was the only one among them with no family at all. She never showed it, but it was something that deeply affected her. She learned much about her Valkyrie ancestry, but her parents and family line were a mystery to this day. She didn't hold attachments to them, but that didn't mean she had no interest in their identities. Frankly, Elena didn't have a home to return to. Her home was these people she currently traveled with, and perhaps somewhat Commander Huoxian's group. What was she to do here? Though there was nothing for her to reminisce on, she had a goal to accomplish. The human domain and Valkyrie race were closely connected, after all. "I'll also move on my own for now. We can talk from wherever now, right? I won't be gone for long." Damien looked at her with a slightly troubled light in his eyes, but quickly covered it up. "I'll support whatever she wants to do. If this is something she has to do alone, I can only make sure she remembers the home she has here." After a few more minutes of conversation, Ryue and Elena split from the group, going their separate ways. Meanwhile, Rose went back to the sanctuary. It would definitely be short this time, but she had no interest in feeling what it was like to teleport through egregious amounts of space. Damien shook his head wryly, pitying those who couldn't experience the feeling he loved so much, and made his way to a Pyron. A few hours later, the middle world appeared in his sight. This familiar appearance, this familiar world. Had it been over a decade already? Damien stopped in space and slowly descended into the planet's atmosphere. He appreciated the cool air of this peaceful place and relished in the power of a star master that flowed through him. He had nearly forgotten what having so much control felt like. An excited yet monotone voice entered his mind. "It's good to be back," Damien responded. A Pyron's voice. The voice of the World Core, something he hadn't heard for a very long time. "It is unacceptable that I was not visited first." A second, more masculine voice joined the first. "Yeah, and it's not a big deal. I'll be over there soon enough." "You do not understand, Master. You only say that because I won." "Lies. You were bound last." Damien's smile got warmer and warmer as he listened to the quarreling world cores. "That's something I never thought I'd see in this life." Sure, world cores had sentience, but they weren't supposed to have this much emotion. It was a product of Damien's influence on their growth, and he wasn't mad at it all. "It looks like they can contact each other without my interference, too. That's something worth celebrating." And what better way was there to celebrate and visit a person he had been wanting to see for a very long time? Claire Watson, his dear mother. After so long, I wonder how she's doing. Damien spread his senses through World Force and scanned the entire world to locate her. A frown formed on his face. His good mood was immediately ruined. "Explain." "Right now, Master," that is, his heart fell. A Pyron's hesitant voice was like an explosion in his mind. Chapter 11:17, Claire Watson. Chapter 11:17, Claire Watson. 1. Claire Watson disappeared 500 days ago. Damien wished to deny this fact, but there was no way to do so. After all, the world core couldn't lie. His mother disappeared? What could have happened? Who could possibly want anything to do with her? As far as Damien knew, his mother was an ordinary woman. Her first introduction to mana was when he showed it to her. He saw her open the system for the first time. Someone like that, who never truly had any interest in strength and resided in a peaceful world like a Pyron. How could she just disappear? The problem didn't end there. Damien tried to extract more information from a Pyron, but it knew nothing. It shared its memory with Damien to let him understand what it knew. That day, almost 2 years ago, Claire Watson was going about her day like usual. There were no oddities in her routine, nor did anything change in the environment around her. When night fell, she sat on the balcony of her room in the Adelaire Empire Imperial Palace, gazing at the stars. For a second, Damien felt like she was staring at his illusory form, watching her from the heavens. And then, she just disappeared, with no prior warning, no fluctuations of mana, and no interference whatsoever. She vanished from the face of the earth. Damien lost his mood to do anything. No matter the circumstances, it remained true that his mother wasn't much better than a mortal. If anything happened to her, his gaze was icy in the skies of a Pyron. He summoned Rose from the sanctuary and sent her to meet her father without much conversation. She instantly noticed the troubled light in his eyes, but said nothing. When Damien got into this state, nobody could break through to him, not even her. Left alone, Damien flashed away, arriving at a specific location in the Helia Forest. Kurt's portal was located here. If even the World Core had no knowledge, the only person who could give him help was the world's singular demigod, the being trapped in the depths of the first dungeon. Tiamat will be able to view the situation more intuitively than a Pyron. And there was a rumor that she has connections to the Adventurers Guild. If she could mobilize those forces, I cannot help you here, child. The response he got was anything but satisfactory. The beautiful Nox woman on the 100th floor of the dungeon shrugged helplessly when he questioned her, indicating that her hands were tied. How much? Damien asked. What? There's no way you have no thoughts. What do you want? He pressed on. Tiamat might have had a positive perception of him, but it was only because he could help her. She wasn't the type to lend her help for nothing. Tiamat smiled, glancing sideways at him. You still owe me for last time, no? You did that of your own volition. Don't mention it. Ah, but the reason I helped you is simple. You should understand it better than anyone. Damien frowned and widened his eyes. When all-seeing eyes activated, he was able to see the ethereal chains forcing her to remain in this place. There were 99 total, each double the thickness of a man's arm. I'll break one. 5. 5 is beyond my capabilities. I could do 3 at most. Truly? However, from what I can see, you can break almost half of them if you wish to. Key words, if I wish to. It was Tiamat's turn to frown. The agreement they had was something Damien would absolutely use to subordinate her once she was free. If he tried to do so with his current strength, regardless of prior agreements, Tiamat could still find ways to act outside his influence. Was he being cautious until he was powerful enough to control her? Chiki brat kropka. She wasn't offended. If anything, Tiamat liked him more for this trait, because trusting others was, very well. If you can shatter 3 of these chains, I shall give you direction. Damien nodded and slashed his arm out, void mana coalescing into a blade extending from it. Clang, clang, clang. The sound was as if they were material. 3 chains broke and shattered into pieces that fell to the ground. Even Tiamat had to be surprised at his nonchalant attitude. I'm not in a great mood right now. If you have something to say, wait until this is sorted out. Tiamat sighed and shook her head. This child's potential is too terrifying. Perhaps even he. That person who disappeared, she was likely not taken away by other forces. The first thing Tiamat did was provide reassurance. Even if another demigod acted, I would have been able to sense it. I am confident in at least that much. Her disappearance is something much greater than that. Damien's hard expression didn't loosen, but his mind calmed somewhat. If she wasn't taken away by other forces, he could be assured that she wouldn't be used by enemies for anything tragic. But in the end, what did that mean? As I said prior, I do not have the answer you seek. If you wish to know more, you will find your answer in the floating city. Floating city? Tiamat shrugged. Do not ask me. I only vaguely understand it. Do expect me to clearly know from my current position. Fair enough. Tiamat rolled her eyes, a bit offended by his blatant disregard, but didn't say anything. If it's a floating city, could it be that? There was only one place Damien could think of. The last vestige of Nibelheim. The city transformed into a war machine on Lynn Carter's order. I don't know how accurate my guess is, but I have no choice but to check. Damien's body flickered and disappeared without another word. Humph. No decency at all. Tiamat complained to herself. Thanks. Damien's voice rang out from the void. Two more ethereal chains shattered on their own, and his presence finally vanished. Tiamat grinned. Truly, what a cheeky brat. Damien had two choices right now. Either he could wallow in a spiral of negativity, imagining every possible situation, or he could move thoughtlessly with only his goal in mind. What he chose was the latter. He teleported across the universe, ignoring everything in his path. The so-called floating city. It used to be known as Hub City Avalon before it was turned into a flying warship, when the unnamed world crumbled upon the fifth primal sovereign's awakening. Avalon was the only place for the survivors of the destroyed world to live. Even Rose and the rest were saved by Lynn's efforts in that city. Now, it was located not far from the Cloud Plains atmosphere. It was currently being used as the human domain's greatest research institution, expanding endlessly and creating countless technologies and artifacts that could exponentially increase the sector's power level. Even Nibelheim's old artifact duplication was picked up by them. Yet, no matter how big it got, and no matter how much it changed, there was one thing that remained constant. The center of every new development was Lynn Carter, a woman granted the title of God's Hand due to her ability to innovate so beautifully. And now this God's Hand, Damien's old ally, was the target of his visit. If Avalon truly had something to do with his mother, she would be the one who knew about it. If the answer isn't here, he really didn't know what he would do. Chapter 11:18 Claire Watson. Chapter 11:18 Claire Watson 2. With Lynn's current status, it wasn't easy for just anyone to meet her. Damien might have been a mythical existence in the human domain, but that worth was only attached to his name. Not many people knew his face, so he couldn't use his status without causing a lot of unnecessary trouble. That's why, even in his current state, Damien was prepared to wait a while before seeing her. Yet, it seemed there was no need. I've been waiting for you. Standing at the edge of what was now essentially a floating continent was none other than the blonde-haired researcher Damien came to see. He wasn't happy. If anything, the strange feeling in his chest worsened. Lynn Carter was known to the universe as an innovator, but she was much more than just that. She was a strategic genius whose mind terrified even Damien. Once a slave to the Nox, Lynn Carter used her mind alone to free herself and her people. The plans Damien and the girls discovered during their first visit to Earth, where he also saw Lynn for the first time, the Nox's movement in the human domain, was not solved by Damien. What culminated in an all-out war with Nibelheim was possible because Lynn Carter had already been destroying Wrath's plans from the inside for many years. When Damien was added to the equation, he sparked Wrath's irrational power lust and created a situation that she took advantage of to gain her freedom. The amount of patience and time required was something Damien simply didn't possess. When a woman who had a mind like that said a sentence like, "I've been waiting for you," it usually wasn't anything good. Damien didn't return her greeting, nodding and following her lead deep into the facility. It mirrored Evitech a great deal, perhaps because it was also a research-dedicated organization. Still, a few of the steampunk aesthetics of the original Hub City Avalon were mixed into the bland research environment, giving it a twinge of character one wouldn't expect from such a place. Here, whether it be a common blacksmith or a scientist at the peak of his field, anyone could find the opportunity to become great as long as they had the potential or skill to match their ambitions. Damien silently appreciated the environment Lynn cultivated in this place as he followed her through the place and into the large skyscraper at its center. They stepped into an elevator-like structure, which teleported them to the top floor in an instant. How convenient. Thanks. You were the inspiration. Should I be flattered? Yes. Yes, you should. Damien raised his brow. She seemed a bit different from before. She walked to her desk and sat in a large chair meant for the leader of this place, and motioned for him to sit in the seat across from her. Damien didn't know how to describe this feeling. Was she more human now? Yes, it is likely what you're thinking. Guard your mind here. Your thoughts will be visible otherwise. Damien once again raised his brow and sent his awareness through the room. There was indeed a formation he'd never seen before hidden in the folds of space. As expected of the god's hand. Don't call me that. You know what I came here to ask, right? Damien moved their conversation to the main subject, taking his seat. I do, Lynn responded, clasping her hand below her chin. As expected, Damien had some time to ruminate over it while he was coming here. Logically speaking, there was no way for Tiamat to know of Avalon's existence. Because of the restrictions placed on her, her awareness couldn't travel outside of Pyron, so even divining its existence was beyond her influence. The only way she could know is if someone told her to guide me here. He turned his attention back to Lynn. His worry had completely faded by this point, because this situation did not seem like a crisis, but something intentional. Your mother, Lynn began, not wasting any time, is a far greater existence than you can ever imagine. Claire Watson. Damien knew her as a mortal woman, a struggling single mother who did everything she could to help him through life, even if her efforts didn't always reflect the way she wanted them to. Yet, as he grew, he began to understand. His talent wasn't possible regardless of his father's position. And because of his father's position, his conception itself was an unsolved mystery. After all, gods could not descend into the lower universe. The story Damien heard from Lynn's mouth was absurd, but that was exactly why it made sense. Claire Watson was also a divine from the heavenly world. Dante Void and his Void Palace held great status in that world, and she was the woman who became the mistress and empress of that great influence. However, tragedy struck. Even Lynn didn't know the whole story, but somehow Dante Void's divinity was shattered and he fell from the heavens, choosing Earth as a place to hide and recuperate. Claire chased him, unwilling to part from her love, and fractured her own divinity to descend. Until this point, there were no problems. If everything went the way it was supposed to, they would have recovered and returned to the heavenly world within a few dozens of years. The problem was elsewhere. With her divine soul injured and in stasis, a new consciousness was born in her empty vessel. This consciousness became Claire Watson. Her original memories were locked away with her true soul, and when Dante found her, his power was nowhere near enough to bring her back. What was worse was that the unborn child they'd conceived before the tragedy was still living in her stomach. They couldn't abandon that child. Damien was born, and Dante and Claire began a life as mortals on Earth. What came next, as Damien knew well, was Dante being forced to leave him and his mother early in his life. Claire's condition went unsolved, and when the world awakening took place, the mana in the atmosphere shook her divine soul, putting her in a coma from what looked like mana sickness. After Damien fed her the elixir, however, her body and even her divine soul experienced a boost. When Claire awakened the dream affinity, her two separate consciousnesses were finally given the chance to merge, returning her to the person she was when, as a divine, while retaining her feelings and emotions as Claire. This was the story Lynn Carter knew. There were naturally many holes that ruined its continuity, but even this much already gave Damien an idea of many things he'd been curious about. As for how Lynn knew, I'm her avatar. I was created for the purpose of aiding you, keeping the Nox away from you long enough for you to grow into your power. Right, Lynn Carter was never a true human, but a reflection of Claire Watson's will. Then your sister? Your ambition? All of it. Real. The answer was unexpected. I may have been created and tasked with aiding you, but my ambitions were very much my own as well. The relationship I had with your mother, while she's my creator, was more one of cooperation. Avatar was perhaps the wrong word to use in the first place. It was better to say that Lin was an apostle. Still, her nature as an avatar granted her access to a portion of Claire's memories, and that portion was what she shared with Damien. Then, right now, my mother is likely in the heavenly world. Damien's eyes widened. He was expecting it, but he wasn't prepared. In fact, right now, he was bubbling over with questions he needed to ask. This frustratingly vague story had to be grounded. He had to know the rest. Because, unexpectedly, this event was the key to learning the mysteries of his origin he didn't even know he should have been seeking. If you're enjoying this story, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. It really helps this channel keep growing. Alright, let's continue. Chapter 1119 Apeiron. Chapter 1119 Apeiron. The things Damien learned from Lin were as such. Firstly, both of his parents were unequivocally gods from the heavenly world. Secondly, their stories were anything but simple, filled with twists and turns he had to uncover. And thirdly, no matter their states or positions, they did everything they could to make his journey to power stable. When it came to actual information, what Lin could provide was negligible, because what she knew was only what Claire wanted Damien to know. His mother was evidently urging him to chase his origins and form opinions on his own. Like always, his parents fully supported his right to freedom. Damien and Lin sat in their same positions many minutes after the conversation ended. For Damien, this time was used to sort out his thoughts. His existence made much more sense now. The egregious talent he had for space came from his father, but Damien's body was unique in more ways than just that. The void was able to change his structure so he could accept new affinities, but the fact that he was able to do so naturally and without enduring the extreme pain of evolution indicated that he already had a vague qualification to practice them. The son of a god and a mortal could only amount to so much. But Damien's blood was inherited not only from two gods, but two very powerful ones. There was much on his shoulders, much he could only learn by ascending and encountering Void Palace, but his mind was clear. Rather than being unsettled, this information is somewhat calming. I don't know what state my parents are in now, but if Mother has the ability to protect herself, I can rest assured. Lin might have called their relationship a cooperation, but she couldn't hide the slight light of reverence in her eyes. The true face of Claire Watson couldn't be some small character. Hugh. Damien let out a breath of impure air and looked at Lin. All right, it's settled. Thank you for your help. He stood up and prepared to leave. He still had many places to visit, and he had to assure Rose that he was fine. However, wait. Lin stopped him, standing up as well. When your mother left, her final gift for me was individuality. She cut out connection, and I have now become a human being of my own, she started. Damien nodded, now understanding the feeling he'd been getting from her since they met, and listened, curious of her point. Lin stared into his eyes in utmost seriousness. I cannot repay my gratitude for her guidance, even if I put my own life on the line. Therefore, I've come to a decision. Damien wasn't the only one lost in thought for those several minutes prior. Lin also had something she needed to consider, and after interacting with Damien for a bit, she firmed her will. I will follow you. Damien's eyes widened in surprise. I will follow you. The facilities of Avalon will be yours to command from this point forth. Lin reiterated and specified, giving him no room for doubt. And she hesitated for a second. I want to move our facilities to that place. That place. She said you would understand. He did. That place could only be the sanctuary. Even considering everything, it was surprising that his mother knew about it, but Damien was past the point of being surprised by now. What was important was that with her pushing and Lin's own determination, Avalon was to become his property. Damien furrowed his brows. This decision wasn't hard to make, but the plan he was originally going to carry out with his remaining year of peace, maybe that wasn't the proper route. If I do it this way instead, he nodded in satisfaction. Okay, he said, putting his hand out. Lin Carter, I look forward to our cooperation. As do I. Lin smiled and shook his hand. At this time, Damien didn't know. He didn't know that Lin Carter was the key to the sanctuary's growth. That day, Avalon disappeared from the starry sky. An uproar broke out on the cloud plain, from which the floating continent was visible and quickly spread through the human domain. Along with it came another rumor. Heaven's wrath, the young genius now remembered as Damien Void, was the cause of this disappearance. Though this was yet to be confirmed, because his presence had yet to be spotted in the human domain at all. Damien took Lynn into the sanctuary easily and returned to Apiron once he was finished. He wasn't nearly done doing insane things in the sector, but first he was going to finish up his personal visits. Naturally, his first stop was the Adelaire Empire. He landed in the fields of green he knew so well and relished in the atmosphere once more now that the short yet terrible attack on his heart was over. Should I visit Archdale first or head straight to Aurora? His old friend Vormek, who crafted weapons for him and even his women for a low price, was someone he wanted to see again after so long. But Rose was definitely worried when she left. Let's do that first. He stepped forward, ready to teleport to the palace, when Damien, the voice of a woman, came from behind. Damien's expression fell. He turned around robotically and found exactly what he was hoping not to see. Aaliyah, the obsessive beast empress, was charging at him with her arms out, prepped to embrace him with or without his approval. Bang! However, she was stopped by an invisible wall. Or rather, she was stopped by a woman's interference. Zara surfaced from Damien's shadow in her human form, her arm out and her mana disallowing the beast empress from coming any closer. He doesn't want you. Give up already, she said coldly. Give up? Me? Who are you to say such a thing? Aaliyah replied, using her own mana to counter Zara's and stand up straight. The two wolf women stared off at each other, their gazes clashing while Damien watched from the side. Standing together, they were actually quite appealing. On one side was Zara's darkness, her black hair and golden eyes, while on the other side was Aaliyah's light, her features platinum silver. They were direct opposites who complemented each other like yin and yang, down to their very personalities. Damien grinned, an idea forming in his mind. Zara, entertain her. I'll reward you properly if you can distract her until I finish up here, he said through mental transmission. Zara raised her brow indiscernibly, still facing off with her opposite. What kind of reward? She sent back. What do you want? I haven't thought of anything. Promise me a favor of any kind in the future, and I'll listen. Any kind? No restrictions. Except for the basic ones. Damien smiled. You're the best. Thanks in advance. Don't mention it. I want to fight her since we first saw each other back then. This is a good opportunity. Damien glanced at Aaliyah, who hadn't given up on getting past Zara's defense. Their battle was already in the process of starting. Well, just be careful. Don't hurt the world too much. You can fix it, no? Yeah, but that's effort. Then put in some effort. Damien rolled his eyes and stopped responding. If he said any more, he would definitely lose face. Right now, the best course of action was escape. And that was exactly what he did. Chapter 1120 Apiron. Chapter 1120 Apiron 2. In truth, Damien felt something more between Zara and Aaliyah. It was an ethereal thing, similar to the many connections he'd felt between himself and other beings. He still remembered the moment Zara mentioned, back when Damien met the rulers of this world before the Nexus event started. Zara felt the strange connection then, and her immature mind immediately put her on guard against the Beast Empress. Now that she'd grown into an expert herself, it was the perfect time for her to confront this connection. Since we're in the human domain, she can act freely without worrying about outside interference. I'll have to find a way to conceal her lineage before we return to the wider universe. Everything else was up to Zara. Damien's focus was on the most terrifying thing for a man, meeting the in-laws. The current Damien was a grown man. When he looked back on his audacity as a youth, he wanted to crawl in a hole and die. He definitely wasn't a sane person back then. Returning to the palace, Damien felt more nervous than ever, because he finally confirmed his relationship with Rose. This was something he promised Emperor Adelaire long ago. Damien gathered all his confidence as he walked through the palace gates. The guards did not question his identity, but instead bowed respectfully as he passed. When he entered the main building, there was a maid waiting to escort him to the throne room. She really set everything up, huh? The nostalgic throne room doors that were far too big to be practical opened for him, and the Adelaire Emperor's domineering figure was revealed. He didn't age a day. The indifferent gaze in his eyes hadn't changed a bit. When he saw Damien, he started judging the young man without any hesitation. In all honesty, the first time he met this child, while he admired his courage, he was worried about his future. The Damien of that time was too scattered to get anywhere in life. Even when he promised Rose to him, he didn't take it very seriously. He realized how much she cared about this boy later on, but it didn't register in his mind. How could a father easily accept that his daughter was being taken away? Yet, when Rose came back home the previous time, she was no longer chaste, and her entire mind seemed focused on finding her lost love. And this time, she came back with a ring on her finger. The progress in their relationship, Damien's growth he'd seen exclusively through Rose, was finally displayed before him. The man he saw had his hair cut short, a far cry from the wild mane he used to sport. His appearance overall was more refined and mature, a fact reflected in his other facets. His aura was contained, and an air of serenity radiated from his body. The light in his eyes contained wisdom gathered through years of experience, a gaze that looked into the future instead of hiding in the present. It was difficult to see this man as the same child from all those years ago. Damien walked until he was only a few feet away from the throne platform and looked the Emperor in the eye. He bowed his body a full 90 degrees and spoke from his heart. "Please give me your blessing to marry your daughter." His words were direct and without any flowers to appease this father-in-law of his, because everything that needed to be said could be seen from his eyes. What was James Adelaire supposed to do here? Reject him? Test him? Hell, could he even defeat his son-in-law in battle anymore? The younger generation grew to the point where the older generation could only accept that they were the past. He smiled wryly, gazing at the bowing man. This entire interaction was for ceremony. Regardless of what he said, James didn't have the power to stop their communion. Yet, the fact that his approval was still being sought, this was enough to satisfy his feelings as a father. "Haven't we already made this promise? My daughter has been enchanted by your spell for far too long for me to reject you." He stood up and approached Damien, putting his hand on the man's shoulder and lifting him up. "Of course I will support your union. If there is anyone I can confidently entrust my daughter to, it is you." Damien smiled. "Thank you, sir. I will absolutely live up to your expectations." James nodded and turned away. "On that note, you have work to do. My daughter wanted to be present for this." Damien's face paled. "Any chance we can act it out a second time?" "None at all." Damn. Approval from the father-in-law was easy, but appeasing the wife-to-be was going to be a task. Damien walked out of the throne room with his head hung. No matter how old or powerful he got, he would never be able to beat his wives. Such was the fate of man. While Damien faithfully went to accomplish his task, a battle of great proportions was taking place in the plains of the Adelaire Empire. Two women, both reverted to their beast forms, faced off in laws and physical strength, destroying everything around them. Darkness and light collided. Two completely different frequencies of mana burned through the air, clashing and coalescing in a myriad of ways. Their bodies flashed around faster than the eye could see. The environment around them was shattered and torn apart with every movement, completely contrary to Damien's ask. However, it wasn't brutal. Rather, it was something beautiful in its own twisted way. Their battle was like a dance where they never used power outside their opponent's capabilities. They matched laws with equally complex laws, and every time the scale of their battle increased, it did so with such fluidity that one would believe their clash was rehearsed. Their connection became more pronounced the more they interacted. There was no way for these women to claim they were not related anymore. The question was, where did that relation lie? Zara's eyes were firm. Aaliyah's entire being represented light. She was almost wholly just an aura, disregarding all her other facets. Yet why? Why can I feel Nox mana from her? It was slight and almost unnoticeable, but as someone who'd faced her demonic providence, Zara was absolutely sure about her perception. Aaliyah was related to the Nox somehow. And not just any Nox, but the same Nox being Zara was related to. However, nothing could be confirmed at this moment because neither had a clue as to what their true origins were. The only way to find out was to go back 10,000 years or more. Back to when the Nox were invading Apiron. Over an hour passed since their battle began. Damien already finished appeasing Rose and came over to check on them. Upon having this very realization, he submerged his senses into the world. If it was memories of the past, there was one entity who could show him more clearly than anyone in the universe. Master, prepare your mind. Chapter 11:21 Reminiscence. Chapter 11:21 Reminiscence. 1. A man appeared on Apiron in the midst of conflict. The Nox worshippers and enemy forces fully revealed their intentions and began their onslaught, and his presence, frankly, went unnoticed. Because he was already crippled, his divinity had been shattered as he fled here. His body landed in the Helia forest, and noticing its terrain, he traveled deeper and deeper until he found a place where he could hide and recuperate. He stayed there for many months, alone and living the life of a wild man. It was quite different for what he was used to, but perhaps that was why he enjoyed it. At some point, he met a woman. She also lived in the forest, but unlike his gruff appearance, she remained prim and pristine regardless of circumstance. She was like a fairy, untouched by the world. The two strangers fell in love and intertwined their lives. They solidified their communion, and the woman ended up pregnant with his child. He wanted to live the rest of his life in peace with her. But fate was cruel. His pursuers noticed his presence and gave chase. Knowing of their arrival beforehand, one night, the man quietly left his wife and unborn child in their home, fleeing fast as far as possible. His broken body could only take him so far. He was caught and forced to fight. He used every remaining ounce of his power, and as he was dying on the cold earth, a shadow appeared before him. It slaughtered his enemies and took him away to a hidden realm away from perception. Here, that shadow nursed him to health, and he became more acquainted with her. She was also a denizen of this world. She didn't help him, but instead merely attacked those harming their world. How would she react when she learned he was of the same origins? It seemed his broken body concealed his lineage, because no matter how much time passed, she didn't notice his oddity. The duo remained together for a long time, and once again, the man fell in love. Another child was conceived, but this time, the man didn't hold unnecessary hopes. He was prepared for the enemy's arrival from the start, and used his time to find a way to guarantee his woman's survival. After all, unlike the first one, this woman interacted with the Nox before. Her image was engraved in their collective consciousness, as was her meeting with him. This was how Zara's mother ended up in the first dungeon. The first dungeon that Kurt Galloway connected to Helia Forest was his lifeline. That man's fate was unknown. At some point, he left a Pyron's sphere of influence. But those two women, unbeknownst to that man, the woman he first loved was the Beast Empress of the time. Aha remained in the Helia Forest and birthed her child naturally. That child grew up in the Warring Era and matured in a baptism of flames. As for the latter, Apiron couldn't see inside the first dungeon, but Damien could guess what happened. Zara wasn't born until around the time he was. And unlike Aaliyah, Zara was birthed from an egg. Her mother likely died in the first dungeon after waiting endlessly for her child to awaken, and the family Zara was born into was made up of wolves she subdued for the very purpose of protecting her child. Her plans didn't go the way she wished for them to, but Damien's presence saved that poor child and allowed her to grow into her lineage. Zara and Aaliyah were half-sisters. Their father was a Nox being with status that couldn't be low considering how adamant the Nox were about capturing him, and their mothers. It's difficult. Without seeing their beast forms, there's no way of knowing what their origins were. The connection between Zara and Aaliyah was easy to discover, but only on the surface. Their mothers were also related somehow. The way their mana interacts is, like yin and yang, perfectly opposing yet complementary forces. Is there anything else? Damien asked. Unfortunately not, Master. Damien nodded. This wasn't the regular memory transfer he was used to, where he could feel the thoughts and emotions of those he was shown. If he wanted to know more, he first had to discover the identity of Zara's father, or the species of both women's mothers. Damien looked down at the still ongoing fight and sighed. I wish I could do more, but there's really nothing left. Damien's eyes instantly widened. Wait, her father is a Nox being? This was Damien's first introduction to Ultak Murobon, the Divine Emperor, the only Nox being able to reproduce with other races. Zara learned of his identity on Calypto, but Damien wasn't privy to this information. It was one of the very few secrets she kept from him. But now there was no more to hide. Damien descended from the sky and stopped the fight with his power as the Star Master, separating the two women. He explained to them their connection as sisters from the same father, and upon learning this, Zara also offered up what she knew about the man. There was no need to hide it anymore. Aaliyah's reaction was subtle, but her discomfort could be felt. There was no way she didn't know she had Nox lineage at this point, but she was likely trying to deny it to the best of her ability. Now that there was a partial reasoning for their connection and a reason for the duo to stay together. That's the end of my job. This wasn't his story. He could lend his aid, but it wouldn't help either woman if he did all the work for them. He could only hope that his aid was truly helpful to them. Zara, why don't you stay with Aaliyah for a while? For now, you can't move freely in Grand Heaven's boundary, and her aura equalizes yours, so it's harder to sense your bloodline. It would be best for the two of you to spend more time together. Damien made a suggestion that made both women frown, but Zara especially. She had rarely left Damien since the start of their journey. Even when she was comatose in the sanctuary, she was still in a place filled with his presence. For her to separate entirely. No, maybe this is really for the best. Zara could read his thoughts and understood his intentions. She didn't want to rely on him too much either. Damien couldn't give her all his time, and she didn't want to hold him back when he was moving with such determination toward his goals. Maybe it was time for her to establish a goal of her own. She looked at Aaliyah, who snorted and looked away, but didn't oppose and nodded. Okay, I will travel with her for now. But she looked back at Damien, a slightly desperate look in her eyes. Don't forget about me. Damien smiled. Her appearance now was like a little girl, filling him with endearing feelings. He pulled her close and gave her a warm, reassuring hug. Since when was that a possibility? Who am I to you? He asked teasingly. Zara blushed and turned her head away in embarrassment. Big brother. Exactly. What kind of big brother would forget about his little sister? Don't worry about such little things and go. You know I'm always on your side. Zara wrapped her arms around him and tightly returned his hug, sinking into his body for a moment before separating. Becoming independent from one's caretaker was hard. It wasn't about becoming self-sufficient. The difficulty came from leaving one's support system. But every chick had to leave the nest at some point. This was that time for Zara. Under Damien's complicated gaze, she left with Aaliyah, to have adventures and experiences of her own, to see the world on her own. Damien sighed to himself. Everyone always complains when they're here, but it's heart-wrenching to watch them go. The next time he saw that girl, she would be a woman in her own right. It hurt. It definitely hurt, but I can't wait to see how far you can go. Chapter 11:22 Reminiscence. Chapter 11:22 Reminiscence 2. After reminiscing on the past for a bit, Damien paid a visit to Zenith Academy to see Malcolm, his first teacher in this new world, before leaving Apeiron. It was a good visit, like visiting a grandparent, barring Malcolm's incessant request for him to temporarily teach some classes at Zenith Academy. His decision was obvious. He ran away before anyone could convince him otherwise. Meanwhile, Rose chose to stay behind with her father for a while, knowing she wouldn't get time to do so once the ceasefire ended. Therefore, Damien left for the Cloud Plane alone, reaching within a few hours and visiting those he wanted to see. Tianyang, Tanglingzi, Baishiren, Shangguanyu, the drunken old immortal, the ruins of the 3,000 Beast Mountain Range. Compared to Apeiron, Damien had memories in many more areas of the Cloud Plane. It took a few days to see them all. Naturally, Damien also sought Tianyang along with Ryue, learning from his mistakes and asking for his blessing together with her. Tianyang was present when they were like fire and water and watched them grow close to each other. He'd been expecting this moment since before even Damien and Ryue were. He happily accepted them, uncaring for tradition or taboo, and hosted a celebration that wrapped the entirety of Celestial Star Palace in a jovial atmosphere for 3 nights. Damien enjoyed these festivities with a bright smile on his face and accompanied Ryue for those few nights, drowning himself in pleasure. But the time to depart eventually came. Damien had tasks to accomplish. I want to visit Elena too, but she's busy. I don't want to interfere right now. Just like Zara, Elena was searching for her origin. Only, Elena's state was more desperate. Damien's presence in this journey wouldn't only be unhelpful, but detrimental. It's annoying how important independence is for stability and growth. If I could have it my way, I'd solve all these problems so we can live happily ever after, but Damien smiled wryly as he traversed the starry sky. It was his fault for loving ambitious women. He shook his head and opened a warp portal to his next destination. He'd been in a nostalgic mood recently. The piece of the human domain he'd been away from for so long was catching up to him. He had one more place to visit before he started moving seriously. A place he really held no connection with, yet meant everything to him. Earth, his homeworld. He looked at it from above with a complicated gaze. This planet was no longer the one he knew. The terrain was massively different after several calamities and mana pulses caused by the world's rapid growth. The regular citizens who lived back then were warriors now. Fourth-class beings were becoming more and more common by the day, and it likely wouldn't be long before an extreme peak master was born among them. Damien thought back to his conversation with Lynn a few days back. What drove you to follow me? Disregarding my mother's influence. What made the individual named Lynn Carter subordinate herself? It was a question he'd asked in the process of transferring Avalon to the sanctuary. And her answer? It wasn't something grand, nor was it some valiant message that struck his soul. Her reason was simple. Have you not noticed it by now? Do you think your divine blood is for nothing? She had said, people close to you are influenced by your growth. I believe that Avalon will flourish under that very influence. Therefore, following your mother's subtle suggestion is the best possible route. Was it his bloodline, or was it the void? Maybe it was a cooperation between the two. It made sense. There was no way to deny it. Regardless of their talent, it would have been impossible for Rose, Ryue, and Elena to match his growth, purely due to the disadvantages of their births. The people he encountered in Hidden Death Valley, the people he met in Calypto, and the people he met throughout the universe were subtly influenced by him. They couldn't compare to those in his direct proximity, but they were all able to make rapid improvements after they established positive relationships with him. And the sanctuary. It had the restrictions of an independent world that wasn't complete, yet these restrictions didn't inhibit his people at all. Fevil grew into something magical in only a decade. Elvira and the rest entered the 9 revolutions, and countless masters had been born from the population. It was an unequivocal fact. Earth was perhaps the greatest proponent of this fact. Earth didn't experience any time dilations. Damien bound it when he was 20. When he entered the divine realm, he was still in his early 20s. And since then, in the regular time flow, only 3 years passed. In a period of time so short it passed in a flash. Earth went from a place where second-class beings reigned supreme to one where second class wasn't even worth mentioning. He just wanted to see it. He didn't have any interest in what the Earthlings were up to right now. Despite their strength, they were still relatively disconnected from the wider universe. They only had contact with the worlds closest to them, while those like Apiron were only theorized about. He just wanted to see it. This world that he still didn't understand this connection to. This world that should have been insignificant, yet refused to be forgotten. This world, just what are you? Earth's world core giggled innocently upon feeling his presence. Its consciousness was infantile, but it was surprising that it could communicate its words at all. It took a relatively complete consciousness to do so. Without realizing it, Damien smiled endearingly. I guess I have a duty to protect you while you're still growing. Whoosh! He held his arm out and pushed all his mana. A black hole opened behind him and provided him with an infinite stream of the energy to use as he pleased. Right. This was his homeworld. This was his home sector. This place was his origin. There were no words to explain why it mattered, but it impacted him nonetheless. Stay safe. Vilmum. His mana whirled to life and expanded rapidly, encompassing the entire planet. Waves and waves of space laws fortified the Earth's atmosphere, disallowing the presence of hostile beings. Time laws followed, creating a field around the world that would wither away any invaders. Samsara ensured those on the planet wouldn't die prematurely and provided them great vitality that could help them in training. And finally, a twinge of the void entered the defense, connecting it to Damien. With this, they won't get hit by anything they can't handle. If they are, I'll be able to come right away. It wasn't long, but it was a good visit. Nothing happened, but Damien felt like his mind was clearer than usual. It was the perfect mental space for what was coming. A lonely journey that wouldn't end until he ran out of time. Damien's figure disappeared into the starry sky. And then, a year passed in silence. Chapter 11:23 Eve of Battle. Chapter 11:23 Eve of Battle. Many things happened in the period of 1 year, but not many of them were in the human domain. The divine and infernal realm infected source world raids were completed at the loss of over 100 million troops, including several million fourth-class beings and a not much smaller number of extreme peak masters. The raids were successful overall. In the grand scheme of things, the loss wasn't much. However, there was still much confusion surrounding the operation. The strange movements of the Nox were unexplained. The 3 greatest infected source worlds became refuges for the countless Nox who fled from their original worlds. But what was the point if they were going to die either way? The Control Division in Luxurian was still working overtime to figure out their motives, while the main armies took time to rest now that their job was over. The fate of Grand Heaven's boundary now lay in the hands of a single man. Not long ago, the Saint Emperor appeared at the border of Ion and declared the time and place of his son's fated duel. It would take place 3 days later in the center of the divine realm. It was a spectacle that would be broadcast across the universe for all eyes to see. Whether it would be a moment of triumph or shame could only be hypothesized now. Both Damien and the Saint King hadn't been seen since the Grand Assembly ended. The improvements in their strength couldn't be measured. However, compared to a genius of the universe who was forcefully isolated from its proceedings for the past 2 years, wouldn't the son of a Nox Emperor see more fortune? Such a realization made it hard to sit still these days. Whether it be common soldiers or the leaders of peak influences, they all moved for a single purpose: to prepare for what came next. In the depths of the abyss, far, far away from Grand Heaven's boundary, a certain meeting was taking place. Has it been completed? The question was asked by a being wrapped in darkness, whose figure could not be properly seen. As for the one it was directed to, he knelt on the floor before that being in reverence. All of the souls and essence have been absorbed into the corrupted products. We are prepared to act on the Lord's command. The shadowed being smiled. The darkness around him wriggled and curved into the figure of a great demon grinning in madness, reflecting the expression of the man it concealed. Very well. Leave now and be prepared. We shall not waste any more time. The subordinate prostrated himself respectfully before standing up and leaving the area. Left alone, the being's eyes turned cold. The source's death was an unexpected event. However, it is not harmful for us to deal more damage to the enemy. Hassan, who controlled the laws of every infected source world, died 2 years ago upon the failure of the team sent to retrieve him. That team disappeared without a trace, and the information of their encounter before death vanished with them. There was a need to investigate this event, but due to the Saint Emperor's interference, the Nox weren't able to approach Grand Heaven's boundary at all without risking the extermination of their species. However, it was fine. Hassan's death was an undeniable truth regardless of the cause. And without Hassan to maintain the infected source worlds in such a way that they were useful to the Nox, they lost meaning altogether, as did the forces left on them. The subordinate's report made the situation clear. The corrupted world cores in the universe collected the souls and essence of all who died in their dominion, all for the sake of a single move. An opening move that would show Grand Heaven's boundary how hopeless their situation was. The man stood up from his throne and stepped out of the darkness. He had long midnight black hair and eyes that were hollow without a soul. His figure was lean, yet muscular in a strange way that made him look inhuman. There were 4 Nox emperors, each with their own uniqueness. The Saint Emperor was an existence of his own whose authority could not be questioned or compared with the rest. The Inhuman Emperor was a cruel and shadowy being who reveled in the pleasures of evil. The Karmic Emperor could deal with a mind better than anyone, twisting truth and illusion into a picture of his own creation. And the Soul Emperor was a hidden figure only known to have power over the ethereal that surpassed anyone in existence. The Soul Emperor didn't interfere directly with any conflict, but his hand was said to be the cause of many tragedies within the universe. In this moment, he was in the midst of doing so once again. He looked up into the void. There was no such thing as a sky in the abyss. His dull, lifeless eyes didn't carry a hint of emotion, yet the rest of his body was filled with it, making it disconcerting to even be in his presence. By the will of the Lord, a sentence one would never expect from a being at the peak of the universe rang out. A slight glimpse into his true intentions. A man who had never faced defeat due to his thorough planning had now set his eyes on Grand Heaven's boundary once again. Yet, this time, there was a glaring variable in his plan that he wasn't aware of. A glaring variable who called himself Damien Void. The Nox Emperors all had their own plans. The Saint Emperor was moving in the light, directly attacking the universe, and the Soul Emperor was currently planning his own advent from the shadows. The Inhuman Emperor never moved with such deep thoughts. As a manifestation of evil, he was a being of free thought who only acted when he felt like it, with an air of chaos and disorder surrounding his actions. And finally, the Karmic Emperor was in cahoots with immortal Blood Azura, his goals unknown, yet his actions clear. Blood Azura Holy Land had entered an era of rapid recruitment recently. It wasn't that strange considering that many influences were taking the same routes to increase the number of grunt forces they could use in the coming war, but unbeknownst to the rest of the universe, the atmosphere in the Holy Land was strange. The Blood Azura Holy Land star cluster had over 100 worlds in its influence. Of these, only around 20 had defined purpose, while the rest were mainly used for residence by the common people. However, this changed recently. On a few hidden worlds within the cluster, devious operations were taking place. Hidden below the surface were the tortured screams of millions. The Nox had never succeeded in artificially manufacturing members of their race. Nox worshippers who held their power would eventually get corrupted by their power, and the results of forceful experimentation usually ended in abominations that were only useful a single time. The concept of Nox worshippers only reached maturity, where said worshippers could, for the most part, blend in with the regular populace around 100,000 years ago. But the universal law antagonized the Nox to the fullest. 100,000 years of research barely got them anywhere. Immortal Blood Azura was the key. With his proficiency in blood laws, his understanding of the physical body surpassed even Nox emperors. When he and the Karmic Emperor solidified their cooperation, a method was formulated. A method to create an army of mass-produced soldiers with the stability of true existences and the loyalty of puppets. And this was only the first step of their cooperation. The uncountable hundreds of millions who suffered through brutal torture and had their egos erased to become a part of this army were only the first sacrifice. The other actions these two beings were taking together, if anyone were ever to find out, even the worst of punishments wouldn't be enough to assuage the souls of their victims. Chapter 11:24 Eve of Battle. Chapter 11:24 Eve of Battle 2. The negative situations in the universe were plentiful. There were a great deal of events that further confirmed the inevitable destruction many had prophesied. However, there were also many forces moving in the light. Inevitability was only inevitable if one fought and still lost. Before that, could it be anything but self-fulfilling prophecy? In the depths of Luxurian, hidden from the angels themselves, Lucille met with a certain being. It was not their first meeting in the past 2 years, but in the current climate, this could be their last for a while. The time for their battle has already come. Do you still have no interest in meeting that child? He asked, facing that being. Its skin was a shimmering blue color, while its clothes were equally virtual, just slightly darker. The being's body trembled strangely, its immaterial nature clear from the start. It was shaped like a woman, but it certainly was not one. Perhaps in the past, but not anymore. My influence has no meaning to him. What is the significance of a meaningless encounter? Meaningless? Would it still be so if he is related to that man? The shimmering woman's pupil-less eyes narrowed. Master! The master she spoke of was not Lucille, but a man from the distant past. A man known as the Void Emperor. He was active in the universe roughly 15,000 years ago and ascended to the rank of Supreme within a mere 200. He was not someone involved in the grand wars of the universe, but his significance was not small. Yet, he was not remembered as a great expert. He was hardly remembered at all. That man erased his visage from the memories of all beings. Lucille only recovered those memories after constant interaction with this shimmering woman. She was the spirit of the Holy Light Realm, a spirit who'd subjected herself to that man during his era. She'd long lost power over the realm she managed and was essentially powerless until recently. But she was, after all, the spirit of a great realm. The knowledge in her possession was as expansive as the starry sky. Regardless of his origins, my presence has no part in his legend, the spirit finally said. If he truly holds such relation, guide him to Death Emperor Star. That is where he will find the legacies left for him. Death Emperor Star? Are the rumors true? Lucille asked in surprise. Rumors, if he did not permit it. Rumors would not exist at all. Lucille's brows furrowed. There was an old myth about Death Emperor Star, a myth that said every legacy and death zone present on that star was related to a single person. The various beings who left behind everything they'd achieved in life on that world were all the same person. It was nonsensical, but if the spirit was subtly confirming this truth, the power of the being who created that place could only be imagined. Lucille's thoughts whirred to life. If a being like that existed in the current era, threats like the Nox Emperors could be matched directly. Was that his purpose? Leaving everything behind to ascend, did he wish for us to create that being on our own? He was a man who remained mysterious until the day he left the universe. There were only a few things known as fact in relation to him. He had the power to wield all of the universe's laws as if they were his own. He was young but held wisdom far above his age. And he was also a hero who came from the human domain, from a small world that no longer existed, a small world called Earth. The current human domain certainly wasn't what it was before, not in the long term, but in the short. In the past year, it had gone through massive changes. The worlds that had an established power structure and the ability to contribute to the current situation were now clustered in one place almost unnaturally. They completely followed the laws of the universe and were arranged in a way where they wouldn't interfere with each other's rotations and paths. But countless light years of distance were bridged now. It was now possible for the human domain to form its forces with minimal delay. The number of active worlds in a sector could usually be imagined by the human mind. However, there were at least 100,000 inhabitable worlds per sector and many more hundreds of thousands that had no life at all. These inhabitable worlds had populations that either had no familiarity with mana or had it, but not long enough to hold importance. All of these worlds filled with billions of people each that would have died needlessly if the human domain was ever invaded, disappeared from the universe entirely. Avalon was a forewarning. It was the start of this incredible phenomenon. Instead of fear of the unknown, the residents remaining in the domain were filled with vigor. Because once again, this phenomenon was caused by a single man. Ever since he left Earth, Damien had been moving ceaselessly. It wasn't exaggeration to say he hadn't been still for the past year. He started with smaller planets near Earth and expanded his range out of the past Milky Way galaxy into the rest of the human domain, transferring countless worlds into the sanctuary in one go. It was difficult. As someone who could travel millions of kilometers in a single instant, it only took him around a minute to go between worlds within each other's range. To bind these worlds and transfer them to the sanctuary was another few minutes of work. In the span of a single day, he could take 120 worlds, give or take. Logically speaking, this speed wasn't enough to conquer half of the sector's worlds. Therefore, Damien was forced to constantly bend space-time to his needs, warping the fundamental rules of the universe at a subtle level to give himself the time to do what he needed to. The total amount of time he spent was over 5 years, though this time didn't reflect on him the same way other time dilations did. After all, the never-ending blackness of the starry sky never changed. The monotonous task became second nature after a while, and time became unnoticeable. Even for Damien, who experienced it directly, it still felt like only a year had passed. Still, the time did not discredit his grand achievement. The sanctuary that he only filled with 2 worlds after over a decade was now filled with almost 300,000 celestial bodies. It was starting to look like a true universe. The amount of world force Damien could control was like an unlimited ocean. The actions he could take were far more varied than before. Other than that, he didn't feel many direct effects of his actions. This was something he'd discover with time. The ones who truly suffered were those who ruled the sanctuary from the inside. Elvira and the other emperors, as well as the new addition, Lynn Carter, were suddenly swamped with work incorporating the worlds into their society and turning the isolated universe into its own entity rather than a collection of scattered worlds. But none of them complained about the mountainous task, because while they could complete their administrative duties in peace within the space of his creation, their lord and master was taking the weight of the universe on his shoulders from the front lines. Not long ago, the Saint Emperor appeared at the border of Ion and declared the time and place of his son's fated duel. It would take place 3 days later in the center of the divine realm. It was a spectacle that would be broadcast across the universe for all eyes to see. Whether it would be a moment of triumph or shame, Damien knew better than anyone. A confident grin decorated his face. He finished what he needed to do in the human domain. Now, it was time to make his way to the divine realm, so he could beat the living shit out of the Saint King. Chapter 1125, Eve of Battle. Chapter 1125, Eve of Battle 3. There wouldn't be many direct witnesses of the coming battle. In order to allow Damien and Bayuma to use their full strength without restraints, the space of the divine realm would be clear until a victor was determined. And in the same vein, there weren't many rules. As long as the fighters didn't damage any inhabited planets, they could do anything they wished. In preparation for this battle, the Angels of the Heavenly Clan spent the past 3 days securing the location so nothing could affect this important event. Damien arrived first. With him were Tian Yang, Alucard, Commander Hua, and Iris, the demigods who'd come to support him. They were certain there would only be one divinity on the other side, but that didn't make their presence less necessary. In fact, that was the very reason all 4 of them came. Hidden between the folds of reality, away from the perception of anyone currently in attendance or attending soon, 2 beings watched Damien with interest. Did I not tell you? The young lord cannot be an average person, one of them said, looking at his companion. Humph. Whether or not he can be recognized as the young lord is still to be seen. If he can't even win this battle, he has no right to take the throne, she replied with a snort. Really? Is that true? However, his strength has almost reached yours. In over a decade, can this speed be commended? Could you do it in this shattered universe? The girl looked away with a frown, unable to say she could. This particularly strange duo was not strangers to Damien's movements. They didn't follow him at all times, but for the most part, they had witnessed his ascent. They were the duo of old man and little girl that was first seen in Nibelheim, a pair connected to Void Palace, And because it was their young lord at the center of current events, their presence here was natural. That man will be disadvantaged this time. The time he had to grow was much shorter than his opponent, and he had no proper teacher, the girl said negatively. However, the old man's outlook was far more positive. The so-called abyss does have many advantages, but the negative impacts of such an environment are just as prominent. We have not seen it personally, no? It is useless to make guesses this early. Gramps, can you see through him? The girl suddenly asked. The young lord? He returned in slight surprise. The little girl nodded, and the old man's smile widened. Instead of being able to read him, I am even further from his truth. His growth is astounding in ways you have yet to understand. The little girl's frown deepened. This was the Lord's progeny. He was a man who would inevitably reach great heights due to ancestry alone. This was partially the reason she despised him. With such ancestry, why was he still wasting his talents on useless things? Why was his strength still so low? Despite her appearance, which was only around 11 years old, she had reached her 30th birthday not too long ago. Her appearance was a consequence of a method she was practicing and would only return to normal when she reached divinity. In those 30 years, she only used 18 to become a supreme. Most of the rest of her life was spent here, observing Damien and exploring the fates of this lesser plane. If she stayed in the heavenly world, she would have absolutely reached divinity by 25. She was certain of this, because she was a peak talent even in that world. She couldn't accept it. She couldn't accept that someone more talented than her was growing at such a disappointing pace. Yet at the same time, she couldn't deny how restrictive this universe was. It was already not even a tenth of its original size, and the nature of its existence made it far harder to become strong. If it was her, she let out a sigh and turned her attention back to the real plane. In the distance, two figures could be seen approaching. While she remained stuck in complicated thought, the old man looked over her warmly before focusing on the main scene. Erin views. The Lord as her father and is viewed by others as his most cherished daughter, despite her lack of blood relation. Rather than the young Lord's power, what bothers her is the envy of his position as a biological descendant. If the young Lord can gain her approval, it is not wrong to say he will gain the approval of most of the palace. His eyes sparkled with a light of expectation. Do not disappoint us, young Lord. Not just the two of them, but the entirety of Void Palace. Because Void Palace truly needed his presence. As expected, only the Saint Emperor and Bayuma appeared at the site of the battle. The Emperor stood back and allowed his son to go forth by himself, meeting Damien in the middle. All demigods present merged into the folds of reality and made themselves untouchable by the battle, while many flashes filled the starry sky. In the sky of every world in grand heaven's boundary, from the smallest worlds like Earth to the fields of Ion, countless massive projections appeared, each showing the same scene. The scene of two men facing off in the starry sky. Damien looked at the Saint King by Yuma. He hadn't changed much since their last encounter physically, but the light in his eyes had gone through an intense transformation. His past arrogance was gone. That slight glimmer of unknown emotion holding him back was gone. Damien didn't know what Bayuma went through in the past 2 years, but it must have been grueling. 2 years. It meant something different to both men. Damien had 1 month of training and another 5 years of collecting worlds. He didn't actually take 2 years to train. Meanwhile, Bayuma resided in the Abyss. 2 years in the Abyss had the ability to be 2 seconds or 200 years as it pleased. Neither of them spoke. There was no need for words between them. They weren't fighting for personal reasons. They were fighting as representatives of their people. Flash. With a flash of brightness, Lucille appeared between the duo. If any innocent third party is harmed by your collision, I will immediately step in and declare the offender's disqualification. There are no time limits or distance limits for this battle, and there will be no interference from outside forces. This is a fight for life and death. Lucille gave a small spiel to make sure both of them, mainly Damien, understood the severity of this situation. Once I depart, the battle will start. May the best man win. He looked at Bayuma, who nodded without taking his eyes off Damien, and Damien, who did the same. Under the watch of several quintillion beings in the universe and another uncountable number of existences beyond the boundary, a flash of light burst through the starry sky. Lucille vanished as fast as he appeared. With that, the battle officially began. Chapter 11:26 Fated Duel. Chapter 11:26 Fated Duel. 1. By Yuma moved first. This wasn't their first battle. There was no need to move, as if he didn't know his opponent. The second Lucille disappeared, he spread his mana and established a restrictive field that spanned several tens of thousands of kilometers. Damien's regeneration was blocked, and the fluctuations of space-time seemed stuck within the area of the restriction. It was a direct move of suppression. Yuma charged forward without hesitation, surrounding his fists in mana and attacking. Damien swerved through the air, not teleporting, yet moving fast enough for it to be considered so. He dodged Yuma's flurry of punches and returned them in kind, never using more power than his opponent. Yuma was trying to feel out his improvements, but he wanted to do the same. There was no way he'd easily entertain his opponent's wishes. Bang, 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 bang. The starry sky became their stage. They moved several kilometers in all directions as they went back and forth exchanging physical attacks. Thousands of blows were exchanged with every second. Damien used mainly his fists, but wasn't opposed to using his legs too. Whenever he saw a flaw in Yuma's defense, a fierce kick would land in that area and knock him off balance. Meanwhile, Yuma was less a frontal combatant. He was skilled with his fists, but he didn't know how to use his body to its full potential. This was not where he focused his training. Boom! Yuma's mana swirled to life. Twisted black mana fluctuations tainted the starry sky, filling it with an air of coldness and emptiness. The audience has their first great reaction. Those watching, even the most experienced of them, had mostly only heard of the Saint King. They'd never seen him fight. Yuma used abyssal mana, something that was like impure void mana, and something absolutely terrifying. For those weaker, just seeing its fluctuations made them shiver. As for the strong, they immediately became wary of what Yuma could become if he was allowed to keep growing. This battle was for the universe since the beginning and had all parties on the edge of their seats. But Damien couldn't just win this. He had to thoroughly win and crush this future threat. In the starry sky, Damien's eyes narrowed as he teleported away. That mana is a lot more potent than it was last time. It looks like he's getting close to the breath of nothingness. The abyss and void were inextricably linked. It wasn't a surprise that the Saint King's mana was starting to resemble a part of his. But a part could never compare to the whole. Damien frowned and summoned his mana forth, mixing space-time and samsara to make a murky final product that, frankly, looked much less intimidating than Yuma's mana. I can't directly use void abilities with so many people watching. I'll have to hide it thoroughly. Space, time, life, and death were all high-level laws that most people could never touch. When they were mixed, the aura they gave off was too complex to decipher, especially through a projection. Therefore, when Damien used the void to stabilize this combination and power it, those observing from the shadows had no chance to find out his secret. Yuma didn't charge into battle again. He maintained his distance and started using abyssal mana to corrode the surrounding atmosphere. The ambient fluctuation of law and space began to disperse and disappear. Like the abyss itself, this place was becoming a zone rid of concepts like time and space. As someone who primarily used these elements, Damien couldn't allow it to continue. The twin moons appeared in his hands and began spraying. Freya was fast. Bullets of 4-element mana clouded the air in waves of tens of thousands every second. Within those disordered waves, the powerful and heavy-hitting bullets from Hell's barrel disguised themselves, their sights locked onto the target. Bang, 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 bang. Damien wasn't holding back on mana consumption. The starry sky was immediately torn to oblivion upon his advent. Space and time didn't disperse, but chaotically spread their essence and mingled, creating a distorted space. Yuma was forced to dodge the densely packed mana bullets flooding his surroundings. He swerved as Damien did before, his body melding through space and finding even the smallest gaps to evade the barrage while expending the least energy possible. This gave the space itself time to heal from his interference, and Void Sword Art Variation 6 form. Worldbreaker, horizontal/sheeing. Damien appeared behind the Saint King without any prior warning. Mirage was at his hip in a sword draw position, a sheath made of mana containing its energy. Damien's eyes were sharp like blades as he pulled the sword from a sheath. His movement was like a flashbang, so impactful yet too fast to react to. The sword slashed towards Bayuma's neck, reaching just an inch away from it in a spark of an instant. Bayuma's eyes widened. He rapidly retreated and flourished his abyssal mana. Emptiness. He pushed the mana through his systems. He formed his defense technique and pushed it into reality. That was when Damien's sword reached him. All the mana stored in the blade powerful enough to earn a title like Worldbreaker was let loose. Worldbreaker at its full power for the first time. It was just a shame there were no celestial bodies nearby to feel its impact. Rumble. Tremors spread through space with absolute ferocity. And in the next second, boom, space itself cracked like the earth. It separated into blocks of even volume and exploded geometrically, painting a beautiful picture for the onlooking audience. Bayuma groaned in pain, wiping the blood from his mouth. The powerful tremors were attacking him specifically despite their wide area effect. He pushed the mana he was controlling, using the concept of emptiness to consume the surrounding mana and secure the environment. Emptiness was something similar to Devour, only it did not reflect the effects of the things it devoured onto its user like the Void ability. Nevertheless, it was the best defense. Besides the original injury he suffered due to the unexpected onslaught of pressure, Bayuma was able to avoid being hit by the rest of the powerful attack. As expected, he is not the same as before. I cannot afford to act slowly. This battle couldn't be as drawn out as the last one. Damien was the only one who'd benefit from a long battle. That monster with seemingly unlimited mana. Bayuma could not lose this time. No matter what, he needed to show the Saint Emperor victory. Because if he didn't, his expression hardened. The aftereffects of Damien's attack were still spreading, but the man himself was nowhere to be seen. He was definitely plotting something else. Bayuma summoned his abyssal mana and even his demonic providence to prepare his own attack. Right now, the momentum did not belong to him. Despite the fearsome expression on his face and of his mana, those watching did not feel fear in their hearts. Because despite his appearance, it was undeniably fact that Damien took first blood. He already had the upper hand. Chapter 11:27 Fated Duel. Chapter 11:27 Fated Duel 2 Bayuma understood his disadvantage. Yet, he had no plan of falling to it. Damien was able to take first blood because he attacked bigger and faster than he could, but he wouldn't allow that man to continue controlling the momentum of battle. Bayuma's awareness spread through the starry sky for several tens of thousands of kilometers, allowing nothing to exist outside his perception. His hands came together as he formed a sphere from his mana, growing and condensing it in waves. Damien was surely somewhere in the surrounding space, hidden. It was certainly an option to wait for Damien to attack and move from there, but why would he do that? Boom! Bayuma's mana let out a pulse that tremored through the healing space. His eyes narrowed and turned to a specific location. Explosion. Boom! The mana sphere in his hands burst, sending shockwaves in every direction. Space shattered into pieces. The chaotic void bore its fangs, and utter destruction spread. Cook! Damien choked on a breath from the layers of space. The former sequence took place in a mere second. While he was preparing to ambush the enemy, he didn't expect to be hit instead. His body didn't fly far, but the burst made him visible to Bayuma, who didn't let this chance go to waste. 10,000 fangs. Abyssal mana filled the air and formed into countless tendrils that shot toward Damien from every direction. Boom! 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 Space exploded just from their presence, and when they came near, Damien could clearly feel the terrifying power contained in them. He narrowly dodged the first tendril, allowing it to raise against his face. Hiss! His skin burned like it was splashed with acid. Damien's brows furrowed as he continued dodging, but he didn't attack back or use any unnecessary movements. His body went barely to the left, evading a group of tendrils, before impossibly twisting to avoid another group. He flipped and weaved through space like a fish in water, not even teleporting to escape the encirclement. Bayumal watched him carefully. Why act this way and leave yourself open? He wondered, but now wasn't the time for that. He gathered mana again, this time infusing countless law fluctuations into it. Death of space-time. Whap! A strange sound rang out. The death of space-time, a reflection of the abyss, and something Bayumal experienced countless times with his own body. A single second could take years off one's lifespan. Time and space had long died, and the only thing remaining was a cheap imitation of their qualities. He manifested this atmosphere in grand heaven's boundary, turning this area of the starry sky into a manifestation of the abyss. Damien's eyes widened. He long understood how strange the abyss could be, but feeling it was different. Time and space weren't truly gone, merely present in a different form, in a more vague form, as if they were still trying to become the concepts they were today. This atmosphere enveloped Damien and clouded his senses with darkness. The surrounding abyssal tendrils became invisible in this air, their attacks completely unrecognizable. Damien did his best to continue dodging. His perception was cut to a point he didn't think possible, and he could no longer see Bayumal anymore. From all sides, countless barges of attacks swam towards his body. Constructs of abyssal mana filled with concepts that made it up created a terrifying atmosphere that not many could survive. The base of the Saint King's strength wasn't much different from Damien's. Time and space were at its center. Even Samsara had a piece, but Bayumal had a specialization in death and destruction that Damien didn't possess. When a human genius was sat in this execution ground, there was little he could do to evade. Flash! Damien teleported out of the center, unable to bear the pressure anymore. However, boom! Damien's body reappeared directly in the path of an abyssal sword. The sword crashed into his chest and exploded, filling his body with its energy. KHHH. Damien gritted his teeth and endured. He used the void physique to clash against the mana, but against his expectations. What? It's friendly. The void physique did not try to remove the abyssal mana from his systems, but instead interacted with it like a close friend. No wonder it didn't react last time I fought the Saint King. The connection between the abyss and the void is a lot deeper than expected. Boom! 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 Damien was struck by several constructs one after the other. Their mana coalesced and created a corrupted flow in his blood vessels that fought transcendent regeneration and even his bloodline abilities, forcing them to retract their fangs. Damien's eyes narrowed. He's trying to get rid of my support systems before ending me. Bayumal's goal was simple. Last time, Damien won because he had more stamina. If that stamina was taken from him, the battlefield would be less than even. It would be in the Saint King's favor. However, contrary to logical thought, Damien didn't try to get out of the attack range. It wasn't because teleportation was failing him in this vague definition of space, but because he had an even better idea. Since you're coming, then do it properly. He shot through the air like a comet, straight towards the source of the constructs. Bang! 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 Boom! Damien used his own mana to clash against the incoming wave. He got hit over and over again. His body was filled with abyssal mana, blood pooled in his mouth, but he didn't stop his ascent. Outside the dead zone, Bayumal watched with widened eyes. Was his enemy trying to kill himself already? Their battle had just begun. No, that man would not make such a stupid move. He must be. Before his thought could finish, his eyes widened in horror. From within that dead zone, a place he never should have been able to perceive, Damien was staring directly into his eyes. His lips moved treacherously. Bayuma read those lips. Found you. Damien's expression twisted into a grin, and he disappeared. Crash! Damien exploded with mana, filling the dead zone with his presence. A bright starlight blue river glimmering with iridescent light appeared in the air, bringing a sense of stability into the chaotic area. And with that correction, with the introduction of order, the dead zone shattered. Damien appeared behind Bayuma once again. His sword was already at the enemy's neck before anyone understood what was happening. I get it now, Damien said, his voice flowing into the Saint King's ears like the whispers of a demon king. Your mana, I understand it. Void Sword Art's 7th form. Supernova, a nonsensically dense fluctuation of mana, appeared far too close for Bayuma to be comfortable. Along with those words, it was like his doom was guaranteed. The entire starry sky was filled with bright white light. It shined so brightly that even the projections in the skies across grand heaven's boundary were blinded for a moment. Damien felt his enemy's strength. Now it was time for the enemy to feel his. Chapter 1128, Fated Duel. Chapter 1128, Fated Duel 3. Bayuma definitely wasn't expecting what came next. Damien completely let loose. He put away Mirage and didn't draw the Twin Moons, using only his body to fight. And the heights of his mana explode. With a single thought, he made the starry sky explode. The Saint King's body shot through space with such speed that it became nothing more than a blur. And Damien was practically an illusion. Boom! His fist hit Bayuma's chest with the force of 1,000 suns, shooting him deeper into the starry sky. Spatial explosions hit him from every side and disallowed him from regaining his balance before Damien arrived before him again, hitting him with even more space. Boom! Bayuma gritted his teeth after spitting out a mouthful of blood. He wasn't being injured very much by these attacks, but it was frustrating not being able to do anything in response. He contemplated how to get himself back into the forefront and try to gather his mana, but it was like Damien could read his every movement. The second he tried anything, space and time would constrict him and negate his actions. Crack! The Saint King's body came to an abrupt stop. His bones shattered due to the displaced force, and his danger sense was ringing piercing alarm bells in his head. Those amethyst-purple eyes appeared before him, like the devil, answering their call. Have fun with this one. Damien grinned and pulled his fist back, filling it with every law he knew. Chaotic Punch. Forget the naming, I suck at it anyway. Damien was having a jolly old time, but it wasn't the same for his opponent. The concept of distance was what trapped the Saint King. His momentum didn't slow at any time. Merely, space stretched to the point where his momentum could only carry him a few inches away at a time. When that distortion was suddenly reversed, and Damien's attack added even more force into his motion. Boom! It was like a slingshot. Bayuma crashed through space with such force that he shattered it. But his trajectory was no longer so safe. No, Damien was extremely particular about where he led his enemy before hitting him with such a move. Boom! Bayuma's body caught fire as he entered the atmosphere of a dead star. From the starry sky, Damien pushed his mana and controlled his own vectors, multiplying his weight 1,000-fold. He fell like an anchor, slamming his feet directly into Bayuma's chest. That was the final piece of the puzzle. With nothing he could possibly do, Bayuma crashed into the earth. Rumble. Boom. No, he crashed through it. Air. Bayuma roared in pain. Jagged rock cut into his body from all sides. Falling pieces of crumbling debris smashed into his chest with terrible force. He went through every layer of the earth, crushing through molten lava and burning for a moment before almost colliding with the world core itself. However, how could Damien allow that? Bayuma's trajectory begot him barely scratching by the world core and crashing through the other side of its cave, cutting back into the starry sky. He went through an entire planet. He couldn't be fine after an impact like that. His body was covered in bloody gashes, his internal systems were in complete disorder, and fatigue overcame him. Damien was too much. How could he do something so insane? However, Bayuma did not understand just how insane Damien could be. because by the time he came out the other side of the dead star, you how what? Bayuma could not form words. In front of his eyes was Damien with his arms above his head. In his hands was an object so big it was impossible for someone Damien's size to carry it. An object gaseous in nature and seemingly impossible to grasp in this way. Damien winked at the Saint King and threw that object. Another bright light filled the starry sky. Burning heat filled Bayuma's surroundings. He rapidly moved his mana and set up as many defenses as he could. This time, he truly needed to protect himself with everything he had. Because now what Damien Void threw at him was an entire living star. The sight of a man plucking a star from the depths of space and chucking it at his enemy was too much for many to process. Across the universe, many wondered if this level of power was something a human could possess. Extreme peak fourth-class beings were powerful, so powerful that none under them could even hope to compete. However, that power usually never showed itself in this way. After all, there were hardly ever situations where one could witness a star being manhandled in such a way. Even for people at greater heights than Damien, such a feat was impossible. Sometimes it was due to a weakness of the physical body. Sometimes it was due to the nature of stars. But the main reason was one. Stars were bound by the universal law. As they had a purpose in the universe's expansion, it was difficult to pry them out of the universe's clutches to use as one pleased. At most, one could conquer a star and utilize it that way. However, Damien wasn't bound by the same laws as others. In this instance, it was not the Void's contribution, but his own. The universal law he worked so hard to comprehend, even though everything was against him. The effects of his efforts were being witnessed here by countless quintillions of existences. The great experts of the universe already saw Damien as a great hope for the future, but this move cemented his position as the greatest genius the universe had seen in a very long time. His importance skyrocketed greatly, and he was essentially untouchable to most. He was even being worshipped like a god in some places. At the same time, a few demigods were spurred on by his actions. The plans they'd been slowly executing after a great amount of preparation needed to be moved forward expeditiously, both for the sides of good and evil. In the ruins of Eden, a woman stood above the corrupted world Calypto. She looked upon its surface, which looked uninhabitable by even the smallest of life forms. Yet, from its surface, she felt a hidden vitality that couldn't be contained for much longer. This was done by him. She muttered into the void. She was the last resident of this ruined domain. She stayed because she felt hopeless in the face of the enemy. She felt like her status as a demigod was meaningless in the current world. However, she turned her attention to a projection hovering near her head. In it, the so-called Saint King was being burned by the heat of a star. Perhaps it is time to rejoin the fray. Her fighting spirit was lit flame by that child. She was one of many who gave up on the universe before. Perhaps they were wrong. With a genius like that leading the charge, perhaps Grand Heaven's boundary had a chance of survival. Chapter 1129, Fated Duel. Chapter 1129, Fated Duel 4, It Hurt. Bayuma could hardly formulate thoughts in the blazing inferno that was the core of a living star. His skin burned into black ink, which was incinerated instantly. His flesh and bones were slowly melting regardless of the protection he established through his mana. Greah! He let out a guttural roar as he tried to regain his senses. Abyssal mana filled the star, but it held no weight against the natural force within. At least, not in its passive state. Damn it! His words were muffled by the flames around him and sucked away with the air. His mind was still blurry, but the constant pain forced him to stay awake and allowed him to regain a portion of his faculties. He was being watched by countless existences right now. He was representing the entirety of his race. He could not fall so easily. His voice came out in bursts through his gritted teeth. With all his power, he forced his jaw open and roared one more time. Void. Manifestation. Vom. A sound like bass dropping echoed into the starry sky. Pure blackness exploded out of Bayuma's body and instantly enveloped the core of the star. The size of the mana cloud decreased over the span of a second, and in the next, it rushed back into the Saint King's body. Whoosh! Bayuma was graced with fresh air. The core of the star had been devoured. Flames rushed to fill the hole he created in the same instant. But that single moment was all he needed. Begone! He pushed his arm out, and the same black came out under his command, rushing through the flames and devouring everything in its path. Bayuma flew through the gap and made his way out of the burning cloud that was once a star, but before he regained his sense of normalcy, thud! Damien's fist flew into his face. However, it was blocked by his own ragged arms. This time, Bayuma was prepared. His arm slashed out and grabbed Damien's neck so fast he couldn't react. "Human!" The Saint King angrily yelled and sent waves of mana into Damien's skin. Mana, which joined with the abyssal mana already clouding his system and ravaged his internal body. Damien's eyes widened as sudden pain assailed him. He rapidly isolated himself from the enemy with a thin layer of spatial mana and teleported himself out of his grip. Damn, he's still in fighting condition after that. He cursed inwardly. Bayuma didn't seem to have any outstanding regenerative abilities aside from his natural advantages, but he was sturdy enough to withstand that heat with his body until he could get rid of it. He was injured, but only superficially. By the last block alone, Damien understood these injuries meant nothing to him. How do I break him? This was Damien's thought as he charged back in a battle and forced Bayuma into another melee. Abyssal and void mana sparked through the starry sky. They flew hundreds of thousands of kilometers every second, moving in every direction as their fists hit each other's bodies. It looked brutish, but the level of combat was far more sophisticated than one would expect. After all, the two infused their every attack with law concepts. Damien used everything he knew about space-time and samsara against Bayuma, whose elements weren't named yet possessed equal and opposite qualities to his own. Injuries started to accumulate. Damien felt a great deal of stress on his bones that wasn't present usually, a consequence of all the foreign mana trapped in his body. His blood flow was slowed, and his stamina took a huge hit, which essentially ruined his most prominent advantage. Meanwhile, Bayuma's old injuries were aggravated to the fullest. His bones and flesh were already cracked and sundered, but every time Damien struck him, these injuries would burst open and fill him with waves of pain. Yet, neither was willing to back down. In fact, they only became fiercer with the passing of time. I can't beat him with universal power. This was what Damien learned throughout their exchange. Whatever training Bayuma underwent in the time, they hadn't seen each other, turned him into someone who could perfectly counter Damien's laws. Their force might have been disproportionate. Damien was definitely stronger on paper, but in battle, he couldn't gain a proper advantage. Then I have no choice. His eyes sharpened. His fists slowly filled with wisps of pitch-black mana. If forces from within the universe didn't work, he had to use one that surpassed it. Both the breath of nothingness and breath of all things combined into a single force. This force represented the height of Damien's void comprehension, and it was at a level where he could hope it went undetected by the onlooking experts. Bayuma felt the change. Every time their bodies collided, he felt something elusive entering his body. He couldn't sense it, nor could he locate it, but he could feel it intuitively. This is dangerous. He pushed back and tried to separate from their melee and return to range combat, but Damien wasn't about to let him. Freya appeared in his right hand and fired several shots behind Bayuma, destroying the surrounding space and forcing him to stay within Damien's range. A complex web of dimensional cages appeared next, and the space-time river finished off, sealing a large portion of space within Damien's dominion. At a time like this, void and abyssal mana had to be compared. They looked almost like reflections of each other, but the abyss was clearly a level lower. One had to wonder if the abyss was included in the forces that separated the universe from the void, but this was far from the truth. The abyss, in Damien's observation of this mana, was literally a diluted manifestation of the void. The area outside Grand Heaven's boundary, which used to be an extension of the universe, was destroyed and became the Abyss. The constant destruction and creation of universes. This was what created such a twisted atmosphere like the Abyss. And the void that existed above universes as a concept naturally flowed its energy into these chaotic remains, slowly polluting them. Damien didn't know how long it took, but one thing was for certain. The Abyss was an area corrupted by the void in the same way the Nox were trying to corrupt Grand Heaven's boundary. Was it mere coincidence, or, boom, another massive explosion eclipsed the starry sky? At this point, the battle had already gone on for an hour, full of back and forths and terrifying momentum that made it difficult to gauge who would come out as the final victor. Considering how Damien and Bayumal were colliding tens of times per instant, the fact that they were still unable to gain an advantage over each other after this long was a surprise in itself. Damien showed his worth many times to the point where even those who disliked him were forced to admit he was a genius. Right now, the crowd's attention was on Bayumal, the man who was able to stand up to a monster like Damien. That man wasn't someone simple at all. Chapter 1130 Fated Duel. Chapter 1130 Fated Duel 5. Dark clouds filled the sky. The earth was deathly and corroded, barely discolored from the blackness in the surroundings. From every direction, sounds of madness could be heard. Just existing in this environment could drive an experienced practitioner mad. This was the environment of Alcatraz, homeworld of the Nox. In the sky below the dark clouds stood a man whose visage was hidden by their shadow, but his identity was not a mystery. The Saint Emperor. He didn't care about the man on the ground. He didn't care about what happened here. He stood there for one purpose. He used his demonic providence to create an isolated space where law became present in the Abyss. This was the location of Bayumal's main training ground. He barely had time to breathe. He barely had time to rest. He could barely heal from the injuries he accumulated before he was forced into another wave of training. It was simple yet brutal. It was training designed to kill a man's soul in exchange for power. All he did was kill. His power was restricted, but he still killed until he couldn't kill anymore, and then kept killing. Lesser and higher Nox alike charged him in droves of millions, intent on slaughtering and devouring him. His only choice was to comprehend the laws contained in this space. If he did that, he could fight back. This was what the Saint Emperor made him do. For 350 years. I will kill you, I will kill you, I will kill you. That was the only thought running through Bayumal's mind. It was the very thought that allowed him to endure this hellish training for power. The burning desire to slaughter the one who ruined his life. Asterisk, 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 boom. Two fists connected. Space shattered to oblivion. The battle continued in the chaotic void. Bang, bang, bang. Abyssal mana created its own space-time that was shattered by a space-time created by void mana. Damien's samsara was cut off by Bayumal. Damien laced his attacks with universal law, abusing his territorial advantage. With universal law behind them, his individual laws became far greater than they usually could be. It wasn't just space-time and samsara. Damien activated Elemental War God and brought the 5 elements into their collision, a force Bayumal didn't possess. It definitely helped, but not enough. The 5 elements weren't enough. Boom! This time, it was Damien's turn to be shot through a planet. Broken debris of dead stars filled the space and were actively being controlled by the 2 combatants, who both barraged each other with their blunt force or used them for cover. It wasn't just 1 or 2 stars that were destroyed in this collision. Tens of uninhabitable worlds and 3 living stars were crushed to pieces, creating a scene of destruction that allowed the audience to understand how fearsome these powerful beings could be. And outside their perception, void and abyssal mana flowed through these 2 enemies' bodies. Another half an hour passed. In the end, it became a battle of attrition. Only, Damien was no longer infinite, and Bayumal had the capacity to match his base mana capacity. Black and red blood coalesced as they floated through the starry sky, creating an unnerving river. If it was anyone but the 2 of them, they would have been crippled after so much damage. But whether it was Damien or Bayumal, whether their bodies were shattered or torn, they kept going, with only the goal of victory in mind. There will be a being born in the near future, one with enough power to completely rid existence of balance. The scene was once again the abyss. The speaker was once again the Saint Emperor. This interaction happened several decades before Damien was born, when Bayuma himself was still a young boy. He listened to the Saint Emperor's words with sharp eyes. That being will not be one of our own, but a product of our enemies. When the time comes, you will be the one to take his head. The young Bayuma had a flame in his heart, a flame that was born when he was still young. The target of that flame became clear before he even understood his sense of self, and over time his hostility toward that man became the center of his identity. He was raised as a tool for the purpose of killing one man. Yet, when he finally met that man, he lost. But the time he spent battling that man, why did it feel like a refreshing breath of fresh air away from the torture of his regular life? The fight continued. Damien now held Mirage in his hand and had absolute mastery, boosting his sword skill. He stabbed, slashed, and parried with such precision that peak swordsmasters were learning from his movements. Bayuma had no space at all. The most he could do was dodge and block, preserving his life to the best of his ability. If the problem was merely Damien's power, he could compensate somehow, but there was void mana in his body, making him unable to use most of his abilities. For Damien, the mingling of void and abyssal mana was perceived but not felt, because void mana was still the greater force. When void mana met abyssal mana in Bayuma's body, their intermingling had a suppressive effect, as if his mana no longer wished to follow his command. It was a situation Damien experienced constantly through the void physique, but for most, the feeling of mana acting as if it was sentient was completely unheard of. Think. He'd been preparing for centuries for this battle. He prepared for centuries for the first. He couldn't lose both. Think. Void manifestation, his demonic providence, was powerful enough to save him from this situation, but he was certain it would completely consume his mind if he let it out. Think. Seeing. Damien's sword approached dangerously close to his neck before he could move out of the way. A line of blood surfaced on his skin. Think, goddammit, think. There were no other options. He had no choice but to use his final trump card, even if it meant crippling himself in the process. The Nox were belligerent and uncultured in the perception of all, but they were not all as such. Some emulated the facets of human society, such as family and community. The Nox were able to reproduce with each other, but the result of those unions wasn't much better than the products created by Alcatraz. The only difference was they had more talent and supportive backing, which allowed them to gain sentience at a faster rate and in a more controlled environment. One of such societies existed in a secluded corner of Alcatraz, hidden from the chaos of the world's surface. And at this moment, it was left in ruins. All beings living in that community decorated its streets as stains of black ink. Their bodies were merging through the Nox's natural rebirth process that would turn them into a super soldier puppet for their superiors to command. In the midst of this broken society, only a group of 6 children survived. Under the guidance of their elders, they'd gained sentience at a young age, something that was detrimental to them in this moment. Because their horrified eyes had the intelligence to look at the man who caused this traumatic scene. The man standing in the sky with his face hidden in the shadows cast by the dark clouds above. Chapter 11:31, Fated Duel. He could feel it, the unnerving wriggling sensation overtaking his body. It was alien, but also felt incredibly familiar. It reminded him of a time in the past. The Saint Emperor stood above him, his hand to his chest. His grasp was strong and rough, and the feeling of the mana he pushed into his chest felt just as unnerving as this. That was the day he awakened void manifestation. He would never forget it. It felt like his body was going to disintegrate. His ego reached the pinnacle of death and surpassed it, barely glimpsing the visage of an even darker darkness. But in return, he gained something that made him strong. Pain was power. That was a lesson instilled in him ever since that day. The torture he endured would make him stronger, and nothing else mattered. Nothing else mattered at all. Nothing else was supposed to matter. God damn it. He roared in frustration. His fists swung wildly, and throughout the course of this battle, his techniques had seen a major improvement. A left hook followed by an uppercut, a feint that hid the twisting path of his left arm that slammed into his enemy's chest. Despite his worn body, filled with unsavory mana and torn by a variety of universal forces, he pushed forward and disallowed his enemy any time to counter. His fists were not just laced with abyssal mana, but drenched in it. The universe could not contain his aura any longer. The ruptured space could not heal. The chaotic void separating it from pure chaos was strained, almost unable to keep the two combatants away from certain death. However, he didn't stop. Abyssal mana became stronger the more he used it. There was a cost, but it wasn't enough to keep him from utilizing it to its full potential, especially at a time like this. The universe's space-time was put under his control. The cycle of samsara halted due to his influence. The laws his enemy focused on, these laws were completely rid from the surrounding space. KHHH. Damien gritted his teeth and retreated, regaining his balance and making distance. He was covered in blood from head to toe. Transcendent regeneration was still unable to break through the shackles by Yuma designed just for it. Damien felt a feeling he almost forgot, the feeling of physical fatigue. His body was heavy and his movements were slowed. When he had to face close combat, he was at a great disadvantage. The battle completely flipped in the time they'd been fighting. While it started with Damien's advantage in hand-to-hand and by Yuma's advantage in range, the Saint King currently held both in his grasp. It was a surprising turnaround that none were expecting, including Damien himself. I need to be aggressive. He sensed it well. Bayuma was also winding down. He looked fine only because of his Nox physique. The void had been corroding his mana system since almost an hour ago. It was likely his mind and internal body were also in the process of degrading at the moment. It's almost over. Damien glanced to the side for a second and frowned. Shaking his head, he gave up. Pitch-black mana surrounded his fists, creating what was an invisible air of incomprehension to onlookers around his body. Bang! He shot forward like a speeding comet. World force and universal law entered his dominion, and Damien did something unheard of. He defied the universe itself. Boom! A tsunami of mana spread from his body. No, Damien connected his mana to the universes and took control of it. He turned the universe itself into his plaything. Flash! His body took less than an instant to appear beside Bayuma. His fist crashed into the Nox genius face with a dull, cracking sound and threw him deeper into the chaotic void. Damien followed, expanding his influence further and setting up a domain. The space-time river reappeared. However, there was something different about it this time. Damien materialized behind Bayuma and grabbed him by the back of his head, slamming it down. Good. A strange sound came out of Bayuma's mouth. He was being drowned in a river of space and time. Now, it wasn't the time for him to be reminiscing, but it was similar. There on Alcatraz, there was a river like this one. It did not shine an iridescent blue, but an ominous gray color. Bayuma remembered it, the feeling of getting his head slammed into that river, the feeling of its water filling his lungs and destroying him. Plah! His surroundings resurfaced, the bleak, chaotic void swirling with vortexes of spatial distortion. Damien's grip on the back of his head strengthened. He felt heat from the man's hand that reached the level of lava in a few instants. Boom! A forceful impact, like a tank round, sent him spiraling through the void. He was dizzy. He could barely distinguish the past from reality. The figures of Damien and the Saint Emperor overlapped in his doubling vision. This scene was too familiar. Why was it so familiar? Why was Damien eviscerating him like this? In all reality, the mana he sent into his body was enough. The more it ate his own mana and body, the more it grew. Bayuma was doubtful if even a portion of the mana in his body was still his. Just like that time. At that time, the Saint Emperor abused him like this. His mana was suppressed and his body was worn down, but he kept fighting with spirit alone. Yet, what was it? Why were these memories coming back? They were killing it. His spirit. That was he wanted to fight, But the longer Damien's figure overlapped with the Saint Emperor, the more his will to fight diminished. Because that man was impossible to overcome. No. Boom. 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 3 more hits to his skull. His brain was being juggled, making his perception of reality hazier. What was he supposed to be doing? No. Bang. He lost control over his mana. Damien regained the power of space and immediately summoned Mirage, bringing it up and slashing with Horizon Break. No. He was been thrown out of the chaotic void and back in a grand heaven's boundary. The pure mana of the universe seemed to clear his head somewhat. He was tens of thousands of kilometers away from Damien. The past combination of attacks utterly disarmed him and forced him onto the execution block. Looking at Damien's approaching figure, Bayuma's eyes regained just a hint of clarity. No, he is not him. That was not the wall he always saw. This was the wall he had to overcome in order to face that one with confidence. Bang! Bayuma was tossed again like a lifeless rag doll. He didn't retaliate. He conserved and stored his mana, preparing and using his newfound clarity to think of a way out. Damien was using the universe itself to fight against him. It was hard to speak of its significance as someone not from the universe in the first place, but with such grandiosity supporting his attacks, Damien became something Bayuma's abyssal mana couldn't contain. This was just like, he is not him. He reminded himself of this fact. Damien was not the Saint Emperor. There was something he could do even in this seemingly hopeless situation. He clutched his chest with madness in his eyes. He had to use a card he hoped he'd never have to use in this life. Chapter 1132, Fated Duel. Void Manifestation didn't just give Bayuma's mana the properties of the Void, but gave him a portion of the Abyss itself. The mana transformed from his own wasn't any different from the Abyss's source mana, something beyond his control. Every time he used Void Manifestation, a portion of his ego was consumed by the Abyss, so he was forced to find other methods to fight. Under the Saint Emperor's guidance, these methods became perfect copies of Damien's own, which, in its own way, killed his ego further. However, no, I cannot use that until the time is right. If he couldn't use that, then his only option was Void Manifestation's final trump card. The question was, if he used it, would he live to accomplish his ambitions? But if I don't use it, I will die here today. He didn't have any other choice. He realized this earlier, but it finally sank in when he saw Damien coming toward him now. That man was traveling countless thousands of kilometers in flashes of an instant, imperceptible amounts of time that made him impossible to trace. Even though he could perceive that man's movements, it was impossible for him to act in retaliation. Bayuma gritted his teeth and summoned it. He summoned that strand of pitch-black mana that was hidden within the abyss. Void Manifestation. Arf! He screamed in pain. His body was ravaged from the start. The second he summoned that mana, half his internal body dissolved into nothingness. Ha-ha, H-A-H. He ignored the pain and pushed forward. He pushed the void into reality. And in that moment, he died. He died to his own power before Damien could even touch him. It was a future only one person got to witness. Flash step. Backed by universal law, a silent declaration rang out. Bayuma's body moved strangely, reversing back into his prior position, clutching his chest. The universe itself rewound by a single second. Whether it was mortals or demigods, the future that could have been was erased from their minds. And Damien's blade found its way to the opponent's neck. Bayuma didn't understand what was happening. It was vague, but he had a recollection of something else. Wasn't Damien supposed to be tens of thousands of kilometers away? Surely this wasn't how events were supposed to pan out. The cold edge of the blade on his neck brought him back to reality. With no time to think, he reached his hand out. Void Manifesta. Damien grabbed his arm before he could do anything. He forced his mana into the Saint King's body and dragged out the void mana he was containing, swallowing it for himself. Against the void's apostle, what weight could this single strand hold? Perhaps the Saint King didn't realize the identity of the force Damien used to break him even now. Bayuma's final move had been crippled so easily. And now, his only fate was death. The blade on his neck was cold. It felt like the hands of death encroaching upon him. It felt like a wall that blocked him from his ambitions. A strange mana flowed through his skin from the blade, making him painfully aware that there was no escape. Without an ounce of mana remaining, without any means to resist, he looked up at his enemy. No, he looked up at Damien Void. Just kill me. His words came out as a whisper. In front of countless eyes, he accepted his fate. Damien's blade pressed deeper into his neck, drawing black blood that dripped into the starry sky. The entire universe went silent as all beings held their breath in wait for the final blow. And to answer their expectations, Shine. Bayuma's eyes widened in shock. His shaking hands went to his neck, touching the bleeding cut that decorated it. He was absolutely unable to understand why his head was still attached to his body. This isn't how I want to do this. Damien spoke gruffly. Mirage disappeared from his hand. He looked down at the Saint King, who didn't look like someone with such a grand title anymore. He looked like a boy who was never able to live as himself. Go, he said, scratching his head. Damien's words were broadcast to the entire universe. Confusion ran wild. The widely recognized hero of their universe was letting go of the enemy? Was this really happening? Do I have to say it again? Get out of here already. Damien's shout brought Bayuma back to his senses. He stood up hesitantly and looked at the man before him one more time. He couldn't process this situation, but his body was more sane than his mind. Without realizing it, he began to flee. He ran away, leaving the battleground behind. The Saint Emperor came out of the folds of reality, his eyes trained on Damien. Damien Void, you are truly an interesting boy. Without another word, he disappeared, likely following after his son. Damien was left alone in the starry sky. This peace would only last an instant. Damien sighed to himself. He had never let an enemy live before. This was his first time experiencing such a thing. However, he simply couldn't view Bayuma as an enemy. The scenes he saw through the breath of nothingness while their battle was ongoing didn't allow him to. Because the enemy he was trying so hard to kill, the enemy that consumed his entire mind and turned him into a puppet, was not Damien, but the Saint Emperor. The man who slaughtered his family, kidnapped him, and raised him as a tool for his own amusement. The man he despised the most was not Damien, but the Saint Emperor. The burning flame in his heart was directed only at that man. The human genius was merely someone he needed to surpass if he wished to achieve his desire. Yet in the end, that same genius became someone far greater. Damien gazed into the distance where the two Nox had disappeared. I hope you don't disappoint me. Whether or not Bayuma could live up to the expectations he had for him was unknown, but Damien didn't care. That piece had the potential to be pivotal if he could use it at the right time. But if he wanted to live until that time came, he had to answer to the universe first. How dare you? A booming voice filled the starry sky. As if he'd been waiting for this moment, immortal Blood Azura appeared with an entourage of demigods, mostly those who had participated in the Grand Assembly. Did I not make it clear to you all back then? He declared coldly. The eyes of those who hated Damien glowed with delight, while those of his allies were complicated. Immortal Blood Azura had long prepared for this moment. Part of his deal with the Karmic Emperor was exactly this. With power in his chest and icy disdain in his eyes, he made his declaration. Damien Void is not a hero of our universe. He is mere scum who has fallen to the enemy. Considering what he'd done, there was no way to avoid it. Without revealing the Void's existence, there was no way to proclaim his innocence. Right now, after the last ordeal ended, Damien had another problem to deal with. Right now, because he let Bayuma live, he was considered a traitor of Grand Heaven's boundary. Chapter 1133, Judgment. Chapter 1133, Judgment. 1. It was too familiar. As the fight continued, the familiarity only grew. Every move Damien made, he'd seen it before. He'd experienced it with his body. Roughly 500 years. That was his current age. He almost reached the limit of what the dimensional leaderboard accepted. In that time, he'd experienced far too much. His life started simply. Bayuma was born into a hidden community on Alcatraz, filled with Nox who went against their base instincts. They understood the pleasures of peace and decided to pursue that route. Hidden within the folds of space, they were able to survive several hundred years maintaining their peace. Or at least, they tried. The adults would occasionally leave the secret village and come back with loads of exotic meats and products, telling stories of mystical places the rest had never seen. It wasn't until he got older that Bayuma realized they were acting as dogs in order to keep the peace of their family secure. Nevertheless, for the children who were able to experience happiness from the moment they gained sentience, it was practically heaven. Until that day. That day, a man appeared in the skies. He only raised his arm once, yet the entire village was eradicated. The population was slaughtered and turned into burnt husks, leaving 6 behind. These 6 were chosen. Since they survived, they had enough potential and destiny for him to look at them. They were nurtured. No, nurtured was the wrong word. They were raised in such a way that their instincts were killed, their egos were killed, and they became puppets who would reverently follow that man's will. And in time, even they themselves were killed by the very children they entered this place with. Bayuma was one of only 2 survivors of that childhood. He personally murdered 3 of his friends with his own hands. From that moment on, he became the Saint Emperor's son. He was given specialized training that tortured him into the son the Saint Emperor wished to show to the world. He was used as a pawn to conquer the Nox and bring a majority of their race to the Saint Emperor's side. And when the time came, he was used for the purpose he'd been told since young, to fight the genius known as Damien Void. Bayuma's life was filled with brutality that turned a boy who was blessed with peace to a man consumed by hatred. The ego the Saint Emperor tried so hard to kill never died, but instead buried itself deep in the recesses of his mind and wait of the day he could strike. The man who massacred his entire family, that man had to die. Sentience wasn't the only thing the Nox gained upon reaching 4th class. There was something else, a shackle that released and provided one glimpses of a forbidden truth. When Bayuma realized that truth, rather than pride, he only felt disgusted by his race. He disdained his own origin. To others, he wanted to reach the Saint Emperor to live up to his expectations. But not just the Saint Emperor, the entire Nox race was something he wanted to tear down and rebuild from the ground up. That was his grand ambition, the one Damien saw while they fought, and the reason he was still alive now. That mana, he was drowned in introspection after a scene like that. He had to rationalize the thoughts of his supposed enemy. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to live with himself. It was the same. The mana Damien used to defeat him was the same mana that almost killed him when he summoned it. He finally realized this. And if it was that mana, he could understand far more. It was far more diluted and unable to show its full potential. But this mana resided in the Saint Emperor's hands as well. He'd experienced its effects with his body. He saw. Then, have I gained an unexpected ally? He couldn't figure it out. Even if his final goal aligned with Damien's, how could the man easily ally with someone like him? In order to disguise his intentions, he followed the Saint Emperor's will and created a persona of absolute evil. It wasn't just 1 or 2 genocides he'd committed. He'd mindlessly wandered to the edge of the universe somehow. He didn't know how he arrived here so rapidly, but he was currently looking out into the abyss from the grounds of Iron. He turned his eyes back to grand heaven's boundary. Who are you, Damien Void? Whoosh. His eyes widened as he stumbled back. Someone surfaced behind him, his presence totally unnoticeable. Goosebumps rose on Bayuma's skin. He could guess who this visitor was. Father, he said emotionlessly, turning around to face him. I do not have a son like you. The Saint Emperor responded coldly. This was not a defeat because of my own carelessness. He is stronger than me now, but I'm certain I will be able to kill him the next time we meet. Bayuma's eyes were cold and ruthless, completely unlike his thoughts. The Saint Emperor looked into those eyes indifferently. Even you are aware of the stupidity of your words. I may not be able to accomplish it on my own, but if I strategize properly, I will be able to take him down. Strategize? Is that what I raised you to do? Your only purpose is to fight him directly, not to use petty tricks. However, he is my fated enemy. I must rid him from existence by any means. No. The Saint Emperor shook his head. Your purpose was not to defeat him, but to be defeated by him. For a smart boy like you to still be unaware of this fact, is your hatred blinding your vision? Bayuma's eyes widened. Right, it was familiar. Far too familiar. The feeling of hopelessness forced into his mind by that familiarity played a large part in his eventual defeat. Bayuma's voice halted. The Saint Emperor took a few steps forward, towering over his son. Your part is finished, he said, raising his arm. My part. Bayuma frowned in confusion. Alarm bells began to ring in his head. The Saint Emperor's eyes, those eyes that looked both hollow and full of light at the same time. Those eyes that were windows not to a soul, but to utter darkness. Those eyes were currently gazing down at Bayuma, as if he were trash on the street. You no longer have purpose in this story. The Saint King's eyes widened. What is he talking about? There was no time for him to consider those words. Faster than his perception could read, a figure emerged from the darkness above. A sharp blade was once again pointed at Bayuma's neck, but this one was not going to stop. The blade tip pierced the Saint King's skin. In other words, it was time for him to die. His life flashed before his eyes again. He knew once again that he immediately felt the mana of a supreme, mana he could not resist. He was no longer necessary for the story. In other words, it was time for him to die. His life flashed before his eyes again. He knew once again that he had no chance of living in this situation. However, a powerful foreign mana sprung forth from Bayuma's body, glowing with pitch-black light. The Saint Emperor and his assassin both reacted in surprise. The foreign mana wrapped around the assassin's blade and crumbled it into nothingness. It also wrapped around Bayuma, encasing him in an unbreakable cocoon. And flash, the mana disappeared entirely. Bayuma was nowhere to be seen. The Saint Emperor's cold eyes looked into the now empty iron. Damien Void, he couldn't stop himself from saying it. He truly was an interesting boy. It seems the plot is not entirely under my control anymore. It was information that should have infuriated him, but a wild grin decorated his face. Very well then, let us see how far you can push. He turned around and took a step. The Supreme left behind on iron exploded into black ink, never to be seen again. Silence reigned once more. The Saint Emperor and Saint King, two beings who were always referred to in the same breath, were now openly walking paths that opposed each other. It was impossible to say how the future would pan out. Chapter 1134 Judgment. Chapter 1134 Judgment. Damien provoked many powerful enemies in his time, but he usually wasn't moving in a way where their influence could truly impede his path. This time, it was different. This time, there was no way to absolve himself of blame. Currently, the starry sky had become the location of a second grand assembly. Hundreds of demigods gathered in this place and formed what felt like a panel of judges, facing Damien and putting massive pressure on him. The live feed broadcasted across the universe did not cut off. The only projections that halted were those nearby anywhere the Nox could be. The jury for this trial was the common people of the entire universe, and the main judge seat was taken by immortal blood Azura. Even Luciel and Lucifer, who came later, were unable to shake his position. Damien Void, explain the reasoning behind your treason, he said, giving Damien no chance to claim innocence. However, Damien didn't allow himself to be fazed. He had to make it through this if he wanted to keep his life. I did not commit treason, he responded resolutely. My decision. Damien looked the enemy in the eye and spoke with confidence. You showed mercy to a terror who plagued our universe for several decades. If not treason, then what is it? My decision. Damien looked the enemy in the eye and spoke with confidence. It was important to prove his innocence, but first, he had to match immortal blood Azura's momentum, lest he be driven into a corner. Damien Void, do you refuse to comply? Immortal blood Azura uttered coldly. I do not. If you present me with a proper question, I will answer it without fail. Then, Why did you do it? None of us are able to understand this so-called decision you've made. The one who spoke this time was Lucille, who added a semblance of civility to the conversation. Damien nodded and responded in kind. I cannot state the exact reason, because I am uncertain if everyone watching truly feels the loyalty to our universe that they proclaim. He started, directing a sidelong glance at Immortal Blood Azura. However, I can swear a mana oath right here in front of our proud people that I have never and will never act against Grand Heaven's boundary. Lucille nodded. Then do so. If what you say is true, then we can discuss your reasoning in a more private setting at a later date. Mana oaths were not an end-all be-all, but in a situation where the truth absolutely needed to be confirmed, it was the best solution. Because of the swearing, party swore an oath written by others with surety that loopholes weren't present. A mana oath could become absolute. Such a case was this. With a panel of demigods present, it didn't take long to flesh out Damien's oath. After it was supported by a majority of the panel, it was presented to Damien, who swore it on the spot. The iridescent blue mana of the universe swirled around him. An ethereal presence descended, like a massive eye judging his every facet. And within a few seconds, this feeling disappeared. Damien was indeed telling the truth. Regardless of your intent, you must be punished for making such an immature decision when the universe's fate sits on your shoulders. Immortal Blood Azura spoke, not allowing Damien's actions to affect the atmosphere. I suggest sending Damien void to no return pass under mana, oath to guard it without fail for 10 years. 10 years! Murmurs rose from crowds in all parts of the world. Damien might have made a terrible choice, but did it justify 10 years worth of any punishment? Besides, it wasn't just any punishment, but 10 years guarding no return pass. The dangers of this place could be inferred from its name alone. Immortal Blood Azura, please leave personal feelings out of your judgment, Lucille said with a frown. Personal feelings? This is not personal in the slightest. Immortal Blood Azura responded, not losing his confidence. I have received reports from a reputable source that this man, Damien Void, has been seen making acquaintance with the enemy. Do you have evidence? Lucille asked. Edo. Immortal Blood Azura understood Damien's status. He understood that he couldn't give Damien a cruel punishment with just this event alone. Naturally, he prepared something else. Multiple projections lit up the starry sky. The scenes in these projections showed Damien's interactions with a single person, Zara. Zara, whose presence he hid to avoid this exact situation, was now being used against him. Damien frowned. Projections made by a demigod were especially terrifying because one could perceive the scenes within. For these demigods, sensing the Nox bloodline in Zara's body wasn't difficult at all. Damien Void, what excuse will you use this time? Immortal Blood Azura said, almost mockingly. Damien's eyes were icy. None. That person is not an enemy, but one of our greatest allies. She was born to a Nox father. However, she has never had contact with him. She was born and raised as a citizen of our grand universe, and her allegiance lies here as well. Damien was angry, not just because Immortal Blood Azura was antagonizing Zara, but also because of how he gained the ability to do so. Damien, his wives, Aaliyah, and the Sanctuary's core personnel were the only ones who knew of Zara's true origin. No, there were more. The Saint Emperor and his subordinate Sebastian, who discovered her identity on Calypto. There was only one place his information could have come from. That man was a traitor, and currently, he was trying to frame Damien as the same kind. Unbelievable, he muttered inwardly in disdain. The panel was currently discussing among themselves. Along with his words, Damien provided his own memories of Zara, which depicted the many instances where she fought the Nox as if they were her worst enemy. Because they were, it was hard to say Zara was Nox-affiliated, because as more and more of these demigods used their influence to find traces of her across the universe, as more information came in with every passing minute, it became clear that Zara only had a single allegiance, absolute loyalty to Damien. And if Damien was already recognized by the universe as a guaranteed ally, Wasn't it easy to prove her innocence? Unfortunately, the world of politics didn't work so innocently. More than her intent, the fact that Zara had Nox blood in her body took hold of people's hearts. Perhaps she would be able to avoid punishment, but if she was found, she wouldn't be able to avoid strict monitoring. And Damien was absolutely going to be punished. One had to think from the perspective of a neutral party among the board of demigods. Immortal Blood Azura had long prepared for this moment, and a majority of demigods were on his side. Those who cared for their own self-interest more than the greater good chose to side with the man who had more influence. Left neutral, with their aid unable to help the side supporting Damien, wasn't it better for them to support the majority? It went to a vote. There was no anonymity allowed in such a setting. And in the end, over half of the panel supported Immortal Blood Azura. 10 years and no return pass. Was this to be Damien's fate? He frowned to himself. Punishment was unavoidable, and if he acted unsightly here, he'd lose the hearts of the people. He couldn't deny accountability. If he wanted to accomplish his goals, if he wanted to repeat the miracles he performed in the human domain to build the sanctuary, he couldn't lose the support of those people. "I will accept my punishment," he said, his gaze not losing its light. "However, I'd like to make a proposition." Lucille's gaze contained a great deal of worry. He couldn't make the situation better right now, but he didn't want Damien to make it any worse. But now that he'd said it, there was no way to avoid it. "What is it you wish to say?" he asked, taking control before Immortal Blood Azura could direct the narrative. 5 years, Damien responded. I will guard no return pass for 5 years. Are you trying to talk your way out of discipline now? How cowardly. Immortal Blood Azura snorted. However, Damien shook his head. You misunderstood. I want you to shorten my sentence to 5 years, but not for free. In return, the fire burning in his eyes flickered. I will create a miracle. Chapter 1135 Judgment. Chapter 1135 Judgment 3. No Return Pass was a place that could be considered nothing but a death sentence for those stationed there. It was a portion of iron sectioned off from the rest of the ring with walls that reached so high even the sky was contained within them. In this total darkness, a never-ending wave of Nox had been assailing the universe for tens of thousands of years. It was a land of no return, and it was named as such because hiding this fact behind a grand name was not a grace no return pass deserved. There was no option for retreat. The domain bordering the abyss behind no return pass was none other than the human domain. Spatial distortions that could kill even the greatest experts filled the space between the human domain and Ian, which acted as a second line of defense against the invading forces but couldn't be the first. Because with the numbers that were pushing through the pass, the spatial distortions could only hold them for so long. 10 years in that place, not a single person had survived so long in that pass. Damien understood this very well. No Return Pass wasn't an unfamiliar name to him. He also understood that even 5 years was a period equivalent to hell. But he was confident he could do it, and he was aware that there was no way for him to knock the punishment down any more than this. Immortal Blood Azura was truly wicked. If he started with 10 years using the Nox and Damien's treachery as his argument, Damien's ability to negotiate would be severely damaged. Did he want to bring his punishment down to almost nothing? What a coward. This was the thought the common people would hold towards him. Because to them, no return pass was a name without substance. It was a place of punishment, not a place of absolute death. Such was the power of authority. The position he stood at, the connections he held, and the power his words held, because of these factors allowed Immortal Blood Azura to weave a net Damien couldn't escape. It was surprising Damien hadn't been caught in such a net before, but this was also because he was unreasonably powerful. The only way for him to face these consequences was to have an even more unreasonably powerful enemy. Nevertheless, Damien proposed 5 years. He would not take total defeat in this confrontation. Zara was okay for now, and he had to secure his safety as well. 5 years in return for a miracle. These bold words confused many of those present, and even more of those not. In his position, it almost looked like he was desperately grasping for straws, but the light in his eyes suggested something different. Was it arrogance or confidence? The crowd understood once he continued his words. The miracle he promised was simple. He was going to connect the universe. He was going to utterly change the way grand heaven's boundary functioned by creating a system of long-distance teleportation arrays that spanned its entire area. The question was raised immediately. If a universe already has one, what use would another one have? However, Damien's answer was just as swift. Isn't it silly to ask why a Supreme is better than a second class? Immortal Blood Azura wanted to shut it down, but he lost the momentum the moment Damien started talking. What he suggested would benefit the entire universe in several ways. If he could build a more efficient system for transportation, both mobilization of troops and evacuation of citizens could be expedited, which would be pivotal during wartime. Whether they were supportive of Immortal Blood Azura or despising him, the demigods on the panel were forced to consider Damien's proposal with utmost seriousness. "Can you do it?" Lucille asked, once again speaking for the panel. "I can," Damien responded confidently. "How long will it take?" Damien frowned in thought. It took 5 years to consume the human domain, but this time's task was far easier. He only had to visit inhabited worlds, and of them, he didn't have to visit each one. After all, technology to travel between worlds in close proximity had been present for those in the wider universe for as long as it had history. Even the most poor and disconnected worlds could afford a means capable of doing so. However, he also had to account for budding worlds like Earth once was. Those worlds who were disconnected from wider society and had to start from the beginning to adapt. They could not be left to fend for themselves. "Give me 2 years if you want a fully functional system. I can prioritize Hephaestus and the Divine Realm and have them done in less than 1. An even bolder statement. It was unknown how long it took for the ancients to set up the current system, but there was obvious evidence that their civilization went through several changes in the process of its creation. To replicate such a feat in 2 years, even the uninformed members of the crowd were baffled by this declaration. "Do you dare to sign another mana oath?" Immortal Blood Azura said coldly. The only hope he had at dealing more damage was if Damien couldn't finish his miracle in time. And he couldn't interfere with that mission, because Damien was going to be watched by everyone for the next 2 years. "I do," Damien declared. Regardless of what his enemies wished, he would move on the path he chose. The panel took a moment to discuss. 2 years was a long time, considering that war would likely start this very day. However, when the war was projected to last decades, this period was minimal. There was no logical reason for anyone to disagree with this proposition. 5 years and no return pass was still something that would cripple a young genius like Damien, and if they could gain from it, even his enemies supported this call. Thus, the final verdict was decided. Lucille stood up and spoke. To face the consequences of his actions, Damien Void shall build a universal transportation system within 2 years and serve 5 years in no return pass. If none disagree, we shall move forward with the mana oaths. Damien smiled imperceptibly. Facing the consequences of his actions was completely different from punishment for crimes against the universe. Lucille's words changed the tone of the trial into more of a disciplining for a promising youngling. And with no disagreement spoken, the motion was passed. In front of all eyes, Damien took 2 mana oaths. The first was the agreed oath for the teleportation system, and the second stated that once he was finished, he would guard no return pass without retreating or abandoning his post, even if it meant death. The mana projections spanning the universe cut off there. The general public was left to process the storm that had just passed. The council convened and the starry sky dispersed, some greeting Damien and others throwing him gazes filled with mockery. Immortal Blood Azura spoke no more at this juncture, but he did leave Damien a personal message before leaving. Damien watched his back as he left. The crowd around him was drowned out by the cool silence in his mind. An enemy he didn't take seriously until now. An enemy he disregarded because he couldn't make a direct move against him. Such an enemy was the one who grasped the chance to bring him to ruin. "I'll remember this," he thought to himself. "Count your days, traitor." Chapter 1136 Judgment. Chapter 1136 Judgment. 4. The situation came to a natural end there. While Damien was swept away by his allies for a myriad of conversations, the aftereffects of the passing storm showed themselves in various parts of the universe. Firstly, Damien's reputation didn't suffer as much damage as a mortal blood Azura wished. Within minutes of the ordeal's end, Damien's information was revealed and spread across the universe at impossible speeds. The feats he'd accomplished before fighting the Saint King or appearing at the Grand Assembly were now clear to all. The fact that he'd been fighting on the front lines without any desire for recognition swayed the hearts of many. When combined with the fact that Damien gave a universe of victory this time, it was hard to view him as someone who would betray his people. Therefore, the words Damien spoke during his trial were granted credibility. The fact that he likely had a reason for letting the Saint King live was understood. Of course, there were still those who chose to hate him regardless of the facts. Their number wasn't small at all. However, the amount of actual traction their opinions could gain was negligible. Damien Void was a true warrior of this grand heaven's boundary. This much could not be denied. Zara's matter was also positively influenced by this perception. Yes, Zara had Nox blood. Immortal Blood Azura's proof didn't just show Damien and Zara interacting. They made it clear without any room for negotiation that Zara was descended from the enemy. Her identity was validated by Damien and Lucille. So once the adrenaline rush of the situation died down, most of the suspicion against her diminished. But it was hard to completely rid the people of their prejudice towards the Nox and those related to them. If there was one thing to celebrate, it was that Zara's human form was not revealed in the information. She would still be able to conceal herself as long as she learned how to disguise or transform her aura and mana. At least for the short term. Damien was able to get by without actually accumulating too many scars. He didn't have much status on his own, but his connections were monstrous. They weren't many in number, yet each of them stood at the peak of righteousness, and their words held mountains of weight. With their influence, as long as Damien fulfilled the oath he made, he would be able to escape this calamity in the long run. The only problem was surviving long enough to see the long run. No return pass. Damien heard much about it, but there were no memories of it in any of those he devoured. Its reputation wasn't for nothing. It's a good place to hone my skills. Besides, I won't be totally disconnected from the outside world. His main worry in this situation would have been his wives and close companions, but it wasn't difficult to give them access to the sanctuary, which would both protect them and provide them with a means of communication. Thevel's army could be mobilized through the girls. With the way the Void Library has grown in the past few years, I'm excited to see what kind of skills they can show. His main purpose in raising them was not in Grand Heaven's boundary, but they were a huge trump card he could use if the situation called for it. He sighed to himself. The entire thing felt hollow. His fated duel ended how it should have, but it was unfortunate that this was not a matter he was allowed to put personal feelings into. The proper resolution I wanted couldn't happen because of all the eyes. He should have escaped safely by now. I can only hope he understands my intent. Instead of worrying about the past, he needed to focus on the future. 2 years. It'll be relatively smooth, all things considered, so I should use this time to make my final preparations. He needed to prepare countermeasures against many things. He needed to improve himself, and most of all, he needed to make the most out of the time he had remaining with his people. They're probably worried as hell right now. Damien smiled wryly. He'd been feeling the signals from the sanctuary for a while now, but he couldn't entertain them because he was busy with the experts around him. Alucard, Commander Hua, Pandora, and the rest finally left a minute ago, and while Tianyang was still present, he was an outsider. Plus, he already knew about the sanctuary, albeit not its current form. Damien rejoiced in the small pleasure he could anticipate from the old man's reaction and pulled him into the sanctuary. Well, it was to be expected that Tianyang was stunned in a stupor. There was an actual universe in the place he once saw as a single continent. Stars and planets formed solar systems. Galaxies formed galaxy clusters. It was unimaginable that such a structure was in the hands of a single person. Tianyang was left alone and frozen in the starry sky to deal with his thoughts, while Damien was dragged to Thevel and sat down by a group of women and a few men. The conversations there were not much different than those he had on the outside. Tsunamis of concern and earnest care for his well-being overwhelmed him, and he could only quietly accept them. He wanted to tell the girls about what actually happened with Bayuma, but now wasn't the time. That conversation could wait until they were on the road. There was just one final task for Damien to finish before they set off. Not only was it good for him, it would be a blow to immortal blood Azura's ego. Another old man whose face is going to be hilarious when he finds out. I can't wait. Damien reappeared in the vast emptiness of the starry sky. He teleported incessantly until he crossed out of the divine realm and into the spatial distortion field around the human domain. Even demigods couldn't pry on what he did here. They worked well in the time I was gone. Now, it's time to reap the rewards. Damien closed his eyes and connected to a relatively new power in his body. Law Controller, GH. Damien was instantly assailed with a wave of terrifying pain. He was safe from it in the severed world, but now that he'd come back and re-established the connection, he was feeling the pain of those worlds being destroyed. His mind was clear, however, and so was his purpose. Shatter and be reborn. The corrupted world cores that the Nox worked so hard to cultivate, they weren't that important, right? Vumum. 6 ominous pulses of mana rippled through the starry sky from the 6 corrupted world cores patiently waiting in space. The starry sky trembled. A horrific aura of Nox mana spread and corrupted all things in the surroundings, directly killing the guards keeping watch over these lone structures. The wriggling black cores expanded in unison, their lights shining so bright they could be seen from each other's locations. Luxurian immediately went into a frenzy. This was an emergency situation. Their activation happened within a single second, but the force being emitted was enough to blow a rupture through an entire sector. Those corrupted world cores were exploding. If they were allowed to explode, the number of deaths couldn't be counted in millions or billions. At least several trillion lives would be lost. It happened so fast that not many were able to witness what was going to be the first cataclysm of the war. With no means to stop such an unexpected event, even those all-powerful demigods were forced to watch with dark expressions. And under their watch, whap, space twisted. The rippling space reverted to its normal fluctuation, and the corrupted world cores disappeared. All 6 of them. The universe went silent. The cataclysm had been avoided. Chapter 11, 37 years. Chapter 11, 37 years. Returning just a few hours to the past, not long after Damien and Bayuma's battle ended, the atmosphere amongst the Nox was quite brutal. The Nox weren't an extremely social race like most of those in Grand Heaven's boundary. They had their main power structure that all beings followed, but other than that, there wasn't much true organization or connection. There were various colonies of Nox throughout the Abyss, those brought together fate or purpose. These scattered groups all came under the control of a Nox Emperor, and by association, the Nox Lords under them. If they wished to resist, they'd either die or be forcefully controlled, so they did remain loyal to their forced allegiances, if only for self-preservation. The Nox's independence was precisely because all of them were too similar, their base thought processes clashing because of this familiarity. Therefore, when Bayuma lost, regardless of where one turned their attention, the Nox had the same reaction. Disdain, mockery, and fury. The first 2 were obvious. The battle might have held great importance for their race, but the loser was still pathetic. It was only natural to treat him like trash. The last was more complicated. The Nox did not have a sense of community, but they absolutely cared about face. It was a strangely contradictory trait, where an insult to the race felt like an insult to the individual despite their nature of denying camaraderie. If Bayuma returned to the Abyss in this atmosphere, he would have been torn apart not only by words, but by equally vicious fists as well. However, Bayuma did find his way to the Abyss eventually, though not by his own design. Where is this? He thought, glancing around at the absolute blackness in his surroundings. He clearly felt the connection between him and the surroundings brought about by his trait, but this was a section of the abyss he'd never seen before. It was a section of the abyss away from the Nox. Honestly speaking, even Damien couldn't say where the Saint King was now. The technique he used was a cheat of the void more than anything else. He set a condition that would activate the desire he stored within the mana in the same way a computer program functioned. Only, unlike the precise calculations needed for a program, Damien only needed his thoughts. When hostility from a stronger being is sensed, transport by Yuma as far away from the Nox as possible. This was the command he gave his mana, and with the slight traces of universal law creating a bypass for the void to act, it was able to carry out such a fantastical task properly. Damien's mana was the origin of everything, both known and unknown, both existent and non-existent. The capability to act autonomously under his order was merely a rudimentary ability it held. However, such a rudimentary ability saved by Yuma's life, and from the looks of it, gave him the opportunity to start a new one. I will not be a slave any longer. He made a declaration. This life, he would no longer let it go to waste. His eyes narrowed. It was too empty around here. I need to start moving properly. The things he'd built in secrecy for centuries, now is the time to gather them and create something big, something that could eventually help him stand at the peak he saw himself reaching. Damien Void, I will not forget this favor. It was an odd feeling to have a human be the only one in the universe who understood his mind, but that fact was negligible. In the end, while our goals are not the same, I hope we can find common ground upon our next meeting. The Saint King closed his eyes. When they reopened, he rid himself of that mantle entirely. Yong'un, the name he was granted at birth, the name that symbolized his family's dear wish for him to live a life of peace and fulfillment, the name destroyed by the Saint Emperor. This was the name that would shake existence itself in the years to come. The Soul Emperor did not need to personally interfere with the gift he'd prepared for Grand Heaven's boundary. While the projection feed the Nox could see was cut off before Damien's trial, he was still able to witness the entire ordeal through his own means. How silly, he said to no one in particular, merely voicing his thoughts in amusement. While their universe was falling apart, there were still people so selfish they wished to suppress their greatest geniuses. It was quite funny to see. No wonder the universe was destroyed until only Grand Heaven's boundary remained. When they couldn't even defeat themselves, how could they stand against outside enemies? Now, this reasoning was more than hypocritical considering how the Nox were even more selfish than them. But it was not an invalid thought. After all, despite their greed and hostility towards each other, the Nox had enough unity to push the universe to this extent. It was the peak of irony. The Soul Emperor did not need to account for the fact that the Nox had a nearly infinite number that played an arguably larger part in the current situation. Even if their numbers were smaller, only their strategies would change. Because the absolute obedience of a lesser bloodline had an absolute hold on even the most rebellious Nox. There were hardly moments when he could feel such emotions. The Saint Emperor was a strange being whose consciousness was, for lack of a better word, disconnected. For him to feel amusement of all things. Perhaps it has been excited by what is to come. The only time he felt wild rushes of emotion was when a plan he created was executed perfectly and without fail. Knowing such a moment was coming again, perhaps his mind was already on edge. There was no point thinking about it. It hardly mattered in the first place. Did I wait too long? He didn't wreak havoc soon after the fated duel ended for a single reason. Due to the situation with Damien, if he delayed by just a little, he could create a far bigger impact. Not only would he destroy their physical world, he would destroy their minds as well. Besides an omen of a universe's doom, what else could such a chain of events be called? Hours passed in Grand Heaven's boundary. It was like an instant in the abyss. The time has come. As if on cue, a subordinate appeared at the entrance of the space, prostrating without daring to look at the being who resided there. Lord, preparations are complete. The task will be accomplished within a minute. The Soul Emperor hummed without a word, and the subordinate scurried away. If he stayed near that place for any longer, he felt like he would die horribly. He was correct. The Soul Emperor wasn't a madman like the Inhuman Emperor, but he viewed all life other than his own as worthless, and thus would kill others without rhyme or reason simply because he did not want them to exist anymore. This was the kind of person targeting grand heaven's boundary. The Soul Emperor's hollow eyes were wide open as a projection opened before him. The scene only few in the universe saw became visible to him as well. 6 world cores in 6 different sectors shone with brighter than the light of Genesis. The single second in which they reached the point of no return stretched into what felt like minutes to the perception of the Soul Emperor. The moment they peaked, an array of reactions chaining through their surfaces to create a picture of twisted beauty that only one man could enjoy. Wow. The Soul Emperor's body shook. 6 corrupted world cores disappeared from the starry sky. Everything regained silence. The only fluctuations accompanying the event were those of the natural space patching itself and making up for their disappearance. Those within the universe were already shocked into a stupor, so the Soul Emperor's reaction could only be imagined. One could practically see his face turning a bloody shade of red. "What is this blasphemy?" he roared. His voice boomed through the space and destroyed his surroundings. If the subordinates under him hadn't taken measures to prepare for a situation just like this one beforehand, his outburst would have raised hundreds of millions of lives and immediately broken the universal restriction on demigods. The man who felt no connection to his emotions roared in unquenchable rage. For the first time in the length of his existence, his machinations were ruined. And as if this wasn't already humiliating enough, he soon found that he had no way of uncovering the cause. Chapter 1138, 2 years. Chapter 1138, 2 years. 2. The reactions across Grand Heaven's boundary were just as expected by both Damien and the Saint Emperor. The power of a generalized opinion was immense. While people would inevitably try to uncover details and flesh out said opinion, they would always do so under the bias they hold for or against it. The true situation with the corrupted world cores couldn't be revealed to the public for obvious reasons, but it was impossible to hide their disappearance. A disappearance that even Heaven's army could only explain away with a promise that they were in the midst of investigating. Such a scene could only be considered a miracle. Corrupted world cores were the last visible trace of a Nox in Grand Heaven's boundary. It didn't matter if there were still traitors lurking about. The fact that they had no presence anymore was something celebrated by the masses. A miracle. Didn't someone claim they would create a miracle not too long ago? Nobody actually thought Damien caused this phenomenon, but the coincidental timing happened to shed light on him as well. This was a so-called good omen. A good omen that supported Damien, a good omen that backed his bold declarations and feelings towards the universe. Many people began moving within minutes of the situation panning out. Both forces from Anox and the Allied forces arrived at the locations that once held those world cores and began searching for any clue that would reveal the logic behind this illogical instance. However, there was nothing to be found. It was truly as if the corrupted world cores never existed in the first place. It wasn't like nobody had an idea of what was happening. It was illogical, sure, but those who knew Damien couldn't put it past him. Unfortunately, the man in question was nowhere to be found, so their questions could only remain unanswered. Currently, Damien stood in the spatial distortion around the human domain with 6 purple-black masses roughly the size of dodgeballs orbiting his body. He grinned as he watched them move. What an interesting trait, he thought to himself. Law Controller essentially turned world cores into Hassan's playthings. With his toys passed to Damien, who was much more experienced in such things, a myriad of possibilities revealed themselves. This was one of such paths. Hassan's trait intrinsically linked him to the base functions of the world. He himself was being used as Holy Light Star's world cores, so the similarities in their functions could be inferred. Such control made it possible for Damien to absorb these celestial bodies. In normal cases, This would have been a grand phenomenon consisting of the world cores breaking down and flowing like rivers through the universe until they reach his body. But how could he allow that? Using a combination of space-time laws, void breathing, universal law, and the law controller trait, Damien created his second miracle. The constructs floating around him now were a product of confining those world cores in subdimensions and compressing them. Now, the only thing left to do was absorb them. But they feel a bit disgusting like this. The command Damien gave was shatter and be reborn. Neither of those things had happened yet. His eyes narrowed. He pushed more mana into the subdimension, holding the cores, and forced his will upon them. It doesn't matter what you used to be, you are nothing more than my power now. In this case, his power was absolute. These egoless constructs could not deny him any more than their base capabilities allowed. Crash! Like glass shattering, the corrupted world cores shattered into wriggling black shards. Damien deployed universal law to meet these shards, purifying them of outside influence and returning them to their original form. He was already familiar with the method. The Saint Emperor left him a way to learn it on Calypto. Time flowed strangely in the distorted space, but in the outside world, it took no more than half an hour for all 6 cores to return to their bright blue appearances. The sanctuary was no longer in dire need of population. These are going to be used entirely for personal strength. Devour. He'd never attempted something like this before. Devouring world cores was something he'd only dreamed about. Who would have thought he'd receive such a great opportunity? Streams of iridescent blue mana entered his body in waves. They changed his physical structure like he was mutating, and they integrated with his mana, turning it into a greater form of energy. Surprisingly, there was no pain. Unlike his previous experiences, Damien currently felt like he was floating on a bed of clouds, a river of pure energy. It carried his mind to a different plane where the mysteries of the universe were clearer than glass. But, in all honesty, there was nothing much to say about this transformation. Damien had been through this process dozens of times. Even though the form of energy was different, the essence of it all was the same. It was strength. Strength closing in on the level of absolute. It took an entire week for Damien to internalize the mana he devoured. His mind was filled with new comprehensions, and his body was itching to try them out. His current mission was perfect for this. What he was chasing now wasn't pure strength, but an understanding of the great truth. The strength he gained as a byproduct of this pursuit was massive, but it was not the direct effect. The knowledge Damien gained this time was about the universe's base processes. The strength he gained was, I have 5 years to spend thinking about power. Right now, I need a break. Damien stretched his body and extended his awareness. Not bad. The time dilation isn't that pronounced here. 5 days passed in grand heaven's boundary. However, it looks like it started already. Utter slaughter consumed Ion's borders on the day after the fated duel. At this level, it could still be considered contained, but the dam would flood into the universe soon enough. I should get started too. I'm afraid they'll get pushy if I wait too long. Damien smiled, raising his eyes as a sudden idea came to mind. At a time like this, wouldn't it be pretty funny to check what the system thinks? He thought to himself in amusement. The last time he checked, it was already goofy, but right now he was certain the system was more confused than ever. Try your best to evaluate me. His smile widened into a grin. The system was not an enemy, but why did he feel oddly competitive right now? Perhaps because that entity was the only one who could read him. It was the only one who knew about his connection with the void from the very start. His relationship with it was stringent nowadays, but he'd never forget how it allowed him to gain a foothold in the world when he was still budding. I wonder if I can meet it one day. It was a stray thought, but one that held more value than even he realized. Nevertheless, he delayed it no longer. With a light of anticipation in his eyes, he allowed that word to surface in his mind. Status. Chapter 1139, 2 years. Chapter 1139, 2 years, 3 status. Status, Damien Void. Male, age 37, level 399. Voidbringer. Celestial, experience value. 750,000/380,000, Apostle of the Void, Evolver, Heaven's Wrath, Supreme Genius. Physique, Void Physique Magic Power, 1000000 STR, 1000000 AGI, 1000000 DF, 1000000 INT, 1000000 DX, 100,000 skills, Dimensional Magic Level Max, Transcendent Regeneration Level Max, Void Art Level 7, Devour Level 9, Dragon Transformation, Demon Transformation, Awareness, Celestial Authority, Reality Shift Level 5, Sea God's Descendant, Void, Space-Time Intent, Samsara Intent, Void Breathing Level 2 Traits, All-Seeing Eyes Level 8, Dragon's Breath, Ananta Matrix, Storm, Void Essence, Void Flames, Heal, Azure, Law Controller. The holographic screen appeared in the air. Damien's reaction wasn't what he expected. He was feeling multiple, conflicting emotions that couldn't outshine each other. The first thing he saw was his age, which was a frowning matter. I'm getting older too fast. He didn't mind it, but seeing it spelled out for him did make him realize how long it had been. It was uncomfortable how fast it passed. It barely felt like a decade, let alone two. But his age was also a marker of his growth, so he viewed it warmly. Second came his experience value, which made him want to laugh. Was it a way to show his progress through the 9 revolutions, or was the system just bugging again? Either way, it was hilarious to see such an illustrious entity show something so strange. His stats were also a laughing matter. From 10,000 to 100,000, the cap had changed, but the fact that the system simply leveled all his values and forgot about them remained the same as always. I guess it just gave up. Well, it's for the better, anyway. He wouldn't want to torment this overworked system with the strangeness of his body. After all, nevertheless, he only glanced over the unreasonable numbers. Apostle of the Void was interesting, especially since it replaced his previous bearer of the Void Physique title. The reason for this change was obvious considering his recent progression in his comprehension of the entity. But once again, the system's affirmation of it was surprising. Does it know, or does it not? Maybe its function is more intuitive. If it could sense his ever-growing connection with the Void, yet it couldn't quantitatively define it, the system became more mysterious. Such a thing felt impossible for an entity without sentience of its own. Where is it really? I want to know more than ever, but adding this one to the pile of unanswered truths I've been looking for is too much right now. I'll save it for later. The additional slot in his affinities section was obviously universal law, which the system seemingly couldn't put a name on. Is the extra question mark a way to define it? The third affinity is something it knows, but doesn't show because I haven't realized it yet. I guess the situation is the opposite. The feeling of one-upping the system was truly great. It contributed even more to his amusement. The only sections left were his skills and traits. The Azure trait caught his attention, but he set it aside. It was a gift from the Azure Dragon, and he was well aware that it would only show its purpose when the time was right. Aside from that, dimensional magic being maxed out is surprising. I guess I'm on the cusp of reaching the next level? Reality shift went up because of the stuff I've been doing with time and universal forces, while the levels of void art and void breathing rose with the creation of supernova, elemental war god, and absolute mastery. But Devour reached level 9 after he devoured those world cores. Devour skill growth was never stable or linear. Damien could never tell when the skill would decide to reach the next level. Usually, it was just a matter of the skill leveling up, but this time was different. This time, he reached a point that was one step away from the maximum level. What will happen when it gets maxed out? Damien wondered with great intrigue. This skill was the very first source of his strength and was still the source of a majority of it. It went through a change back when he first reached the divine realm that allowed him to view the memories of those he devoured. What would the next evolution be? I can't even imagine it. He already received the physical traits, and he already received memories, which were the essence of one's identity. What else could he possibly take from his enemies? Sadly, this isn't one I can control. I can only wait for it to happen. He sighed and shrugged in acceptance before closing his status window. As expected, it's interesting, but it feels disconnected from me. He couldn't help feeling a bit melancholy at his gradual separation from the system, but it was also a matter of joy. Didn't that mean he was becoming too strong to read? He stood in the distorted space silently. There's nothing left to do. He almost didn't want to leave. He tried to ignore it, but every day felt like a countdown to no return pass. He couldn't get rid of the uncomfortable feeling in his chest. But all things had to progress. No matter what feelings he held, he couldn't offset reality quite yet. Damien spread his awareness, using the universe itself as a medium to transmit his senses leagues farther than his natural capabilities allowed. He controlled its waves and made it follow the spatial distortion until it reached his body again. Throughout the entire space, there were several traps set. These hidden mechanisms and restrictions had been perfected in the previous 5-year period, and after this final check, Damien was certain they wouldn't malfunction. Phew! He exhaled a small breath and forced himself out of his wallowing state. It was time to start moving. For real this time. Damien's mission started that very day. He and his women boarded a starship provided by the Heavenly Clan and set off to their first destination. Since he chose to prioritize the Divine Realm and Hephaestus, his first 2 destinations were natural. At the moment, he was set on a path for Luxurian. It was subtle, but the universe's attention was on him. After everything that happened in the past few days, Damien's image became one of an underdog. He made an impossible declaration, but all possibility seemed to favor him. In a time like this, when the people needed heroes more than ever, his name came to the forefront. This attention remained in the shadows. None who rooted for him approached him as if they had a mutual agreement, and none who antagonized him did so either, because they knew they would be forced into the light. Therefore, Damien reached Luxurian and touched down without even realizing the kind of significance he now held. Lucille met him upon entry and led him out of the sky castle, into the starry sky that surrounded it. There, just a few hundred meters away, a plot of land roughly the size of a small city was present. "This is new," Damien commented. "Of course. We had to make space just for this." Lucille responded matter-of-factly. Damien chuckled a bit as they landed on flat ground. "If you're going to such extents, I guess I should deliver as well. That's all we can hope for." The duo looked across the land with different thoughts in their minds. While Lucille was naturally concerned for this young talent, Damien's focus was centered. "It's my first time testing this in reality. Let's see how it goes." Chapter 11, 42 Years. Chapter 11, 42 Years. It wasn't too difficult for a spatial practitioner to create a teleportation array. These arrays were merely reflections of their comprehension. The more they understood space, the further they could transmit people. However, the task did require a slight understanding of runes. Without the fundamentals of formation theory, the arrays created by these practitioners would be temporary, only maintained as long as they inputted mana into it. What made a teleportation array a true teleportation array was its ability to be operated by anyone who could provide sufficient energy. The main method would be through mana and spiritual stones, but the more complex an array got, the more its functions could be controlled. For instance, complex arrays could be set to block certain beings from using them, allow different types of energy while excluding others, or even force unwelcome intruders into spatial chaos in the midst of teleportation. However, there was a fundamental flaw, even with formation knowledge included. Spatial practitioners could only touch upon the vertical axis of space. They could only influence time as a byproduct. This meant long-distance arrays would always take several hours or even days to transport one to their destination. In wartime, such a flaw could mean the death of millions. Damien proposed this so-called miracle to save himself, but in reality, it was something he had been planning for a long time. In fact, if he hadn't changed his mind at the last moment and focused on the human domain, he would have begun working on this as soon as he left the severed world. "I'm not good with formations, but Hassan was." Perhaps the only hobby he could entertain was the art of formations. The Nox mistreated Hassan at every opportunity in order to maintain his dog-like mentality. In that environment, the only reason he could study formations was because he could relate them to his trait and grow. Of course, him being allowed the ability to grow also meant he was served even more severe abuse to keep him in his place. But he accepted this consequence wholeheartedly if it let him keep the single spark of light in his life. Damien held those memories and emotions in his mind. He couldn't become a formation master just because he had the memories, but comprehending only what was necessary wasn't hard at all. This knowledge gave Damien confidence, along with the fact that he possessed the solution to the method's greatest flaw within his own body. Walking to the center of the island, he sat down and placed his palms on the ground to both of his sides. His mana penetrated the earth no more than 10 inches before spreading out roughly 30 meters. His eyes opened for a second. "What do you expect the average load to be?" he asked, turning to Lucille. The angel took a second to think before answering. "What's the maximum you can allow? With the size of this island? If you want to use the whole thing, probably around 2 to 300,000. You can probably fit 500,000 if you pack them in like dominoes." "Dominoes? Don't worry about it. What do you say?" Let us make enough space for 100,000 people. With your promise, transporting 5 groups with the efficiency of transporting 3 will not be a problem, right?" "You're thinking too simple. If we're talking about the front lines, you can send 100,000 at a time, and the other side will receive 500,000 at once. Since the universe's fate is in our hands, we should go all out." Lucille raised his brow in surprise. "Is such a thing possible? Maybe not for others, but this is me we're talking about." "How arrogant." Damien grinned and closed his eyes, widening his sphere of influence until it covered roughly a third of the island. Arrogance? It could never be that. The system itself granted him the title of Supreme Genius. The title wasn't just for show either. Under its effect, Damien's general comprehension ability saw an exponential increase. Now, even if a subject was completely unknown to him, he could comprehend it easily as long as he had the means. Weren't formation arts the first example of this? Boom! Damien's mana shook within the Earth's surface before emitting a glow that shined through it. After giving Lucille one last look for confirmation, he began. Runes were like a language of their own. Each symbol had its own meaning, which, when combined with its peers, would transform into something entirely new. There was no such thing as a formation created by slapping runes that matched together. Balance and flow, stability and output. The creation of such a grand array required many opposing elements that worked in dissonant harmony. For Damien, who had no prior knowledge of formation arts, creating these runes was a trying task. He sat for several minutes, merely attempting the first. However, he finished it eventually. Then came the second, the third, the fourth, and so on. The longer he worked, the more fluid his movements became. Mana swirled and revolved around him and the island before sinking into the earth and becoming untraceable. Invisible to the naked eye, a fantastical array was coming to life. It was plainly circular yet inextricably detailed like a magic circle. Its pattern invoked a feeling of twisted space with its odd yet flowing design, yet the mana within was still entirely unreadable. Lucille watched on with furrowed brows. He could see the forming array, but he could not understand even the slightest bit of it. The two were silent for a long time, both focused wholly on the array. 12 hours later was when Damien finally stood up, beads of sweat forming on his face. The darkness of the starry sky didn't change, but the positions of nearby worlds gave away how long it had been. "It's done," Lucille asked. "Done," Damien responded. Lucille frowned in concern. "However, at this pace, you will not be finished in 2 years." "Oh wow, to think someone as high as you is worrying about me. Don't fret it. Since I said I'd do it, I'm going to get it done." A smile formed on his face. "Plus, wait until you try it out before you say anything. I guarantee you'll have a different tone once you've seen what it can do." Damien was never going to settle for an ordinary teleportation array. The reason it took so long was because he was intuitively creating the design he wished for with the knowledge he had of runes as he went. As with all things, now that he had the method down, the time issue would fix itself. It was unfortunate there wasn't anywhere to connect this array yet, but it wouldn't be too long. Damien was already preparing to leave for the next destination. 2 years is not a long time. Please do your best to come back from this. Right now, all we can do is hold our shame for being unable to stop this from happening in the first place. But if you can deliver on your promise once the next array is completed, we will be able to offer you total support with justification. Lucille didn't just speak for the Heavenly Clan, but all influences in this universe who wish the best for Grand Heaven's boundary. Politics bound them in a way that utterly humiliated them. Damien was not the only one to suffer that day. They were righteous people, but even they cared immensely about face. All they needed was an opportunity. If Damien gave them justification, they would strike back ruthlessly against those who refused to set their priorities straight hit. That was why Lucille was the right choice. He was the person who represented these voices of righteousness. Take these. If there are a few people I recommend, I'd say the Demon Emperor, Prismatic Sun Holy Master, Director of Hidden Death Valley, Fallen Star Holy Master, Demon Sealing Pantheon Successor, and Golden Dragon Emperor are trustworthy. As for the rest, give them out at your discretion. Lucille accepted the deck of metallic cards Damien handed him with interest. BZZT. Immediately, one of them jumped out of the deck and burned itself into Lucille's arm before disappearing. What is this? Lucille questioned unhappily. He saw the card moving, but didn't stop it to show his trust for Damien. But he was clearly disapproving of the fact that something had just entered his body. However, his expression morphed drastically when Damien gave him an answer. The purple-eyed genius grinned mischievously as spatial mana consumed his body. He left only a single sentence in the wake of his disappearance. Since I built you a new starship, shouldn't I also give you the keys? Chapter 1141 2 years. The first array took 12 hours to set up, but the second only took 8. Damien was confident he could take the time down to just a few seconds once he'd done it a few times, but there was something to be done first. Boom! An array whirred to life on this world called Hellies. It was small and not very important, but it was closest to luxuriant. Flash! A man arrived on the hard ground, his eyes wide in surprise. How can you do something like this? Lucille voiced his astonishment without hesitation. He was the first to test the capabilities of this mechanism, and with his power, there was much he could sense. With the currently existing technology, making a jump from luxuriant to Hellies would only take a few seconds, but it was easy for Lucille to tell the difference. Because it wasn't even a few seconds. He arrived here in less than an instant. The only reason he realized the functions of the array was because he had his senses spread and focused before he activated it. He just barely sensed the spatial tunnel in passing, but he could absolutely feel how stable it was. This time was a little weak because of the distance, but it's a good example for now, right? Damien said with a smile, standing off to the side with an old man who was the ruler of this world. More than that, if we include the other thing, this is absolutely heaven-defying. Lucille responded in amazement. However, this isn't enough. Repeated success is necessary to shut up the descending voices and distances needed for them to accept defeat. He continued, his eyes becoming serious. Since you have proven your ability, there is no need to wait on others. Work as you wish, and I will take care of everything else. Damien nodded contentedly. I couldn't ask for more. As he said earlier, he had no plans to make a common teleportation array. He was going to make something that could astonish his critics and confound his enemies. When Lucille said he'd take care of everything else, he didn't just mean he would gather those righteous forces to support his mission. He meant he would make sure nothing could stand in Damien's way, whether it be by protecting his people and the human domain, providing resources for personal growth, or suppressing internal threats. Lucille was willing to do it if it meant Damien could implement this system properly. He underestimated it before. He thought Damien was making large claims he couldn't back up because of his age. Fortunately for him, this young genius wasn't such a person. He didn't just deliver on what he promised. He did far more. Damien's interactions with Lucille would become semi-frequent over the next 2 years. But for now, this was their time to separate. Lucille had to control the backline divisions of Heaven's army, while Damien had no more time to waste. After receiving thanks from the Elder of Helles, Damien left again. He entered the starship he and the girls were using and began controlling it with his mana, teleporting it through space. He had to work, so there wasn't much time he could spend with them, but they cherished the moments they did have. Travel between worlds took less time than it did for Damien when he was binding the human domain, and as time passed, the speed at which he created arrays became impossible. The third took 6 hours, the fourth took 2, the fifth took half an hour, and by the time he got to the sixth, he could finish an array in a mere 10 minutes. Damien definitely underestimated the amount of worlds he'd have to visit, but it didn't cause problems for his mission. Only his personal life suffered. Yet, he couldn't stop, not just for his own sake, but for the people. Every world he visited was different. They grew in their own ways, and perhaps their civilizations held similarities due to their nature, but they all had their own color that set them apart from the rest. And each of these worlds was inhabited by hundreds of millions or even several tens of billions of denizens. Damien was almost overwhelmed by their feelings. Just like on Helles, he was met by the world's most respected figure each time, and in some cases, he arrived in the midst of great festivities prepared for him. All these countless existences held him favorably in their hearts. He was the one who provided them a path to survival. He was a hero. It wasn't just living beings who felt this way. In fact, quite a few worlds actively approached him with the desire to be bound. The weaker ones sent him fluctuations of desperate emotions, while the stronger ones practically fawned on him. It's stranger coming from world cores since they're supposed to be emotionless, but I can't get used to it from people either. Damien moved and moved and moved. Time passed fast, and by the time 3 months passed, Damien found himself leaving the divine realm for Hephaestus. I feel bad not visiting every world after feeling their gratefulness, but I can only do it this way. Otherwise, I won't be able to finish in 2 years. The strategy was simple. Damien chose the largest world within each cluster and set an array there. He didn't consider strength since the arrays had protection mechanisms of their own. He considered size because when it came time for the common people to flee, overcrowding and chaos would be an immense problem. In total, he visited around 30,000 worlds and bound 18,000 of them. If he had one qualm, it was the fact that the time left for him to spend with his women was only a few days at most, but it was a consequence of the situation and couldn't be helped. At least we got to tour some of the more attractive worlds. Azure Rainstar is a lot prettier than I remember it being. Damien visited Jiao Mei at Seeking Lotus Palace and saw his cello celestial, Leona, as well. He introduced the girls to them and accepted their help to take a trip around the world to see its sights. It was magnificent how beautiful the atmosphere of a single world could be, how magisterial the sights and phenomena present there were. In a universe where a single world was nothing more than a speck of dust, how could it be that every speck of dust was so wondrous? It really made one appreciate the value of small things that were devalued by the bigger picture. The divine realm is fully connected now. The time it takes to get from Helles to Luxurian is essentially the same as the time it takes to reach the same destination from the Dawn world. The hard part comes from here out. Connecting the sector to itself could only be considered a recreational benefit. Once he connected sectors to each other, not only benefits, but problems arose in droves. Well, Lucille said he'd take care of it. Let's trust him and see how useful he can be. This was Damien's first time visiting Hephaestus, so he was a bit excited. As they crossed into the fiery atmosphere of the sector, his eyes shone imperceptibly. The main goal is the main goal, but that's not enough. Since I'm here, I have to visit Heaven's army. The great commanders who led it from their seats high in the sky. He wanted to meet them. He needed to judge if they were worthy of holding their posts. Chapter 1142 2 years. Another 3 months passed in Hephaestus as it was connected from one end to another. Hephaestus' atmosphere was fiery, as expected from the domain of the dwarven race. As people inherently skilled at craftsmanship in all facets, heat was something they were both used to and attracted to. It was interesting to see a domain with a major population of dwarves. Unlike the rest of the sectors, this one was like a massive workshop. Every world was filled with artisans who were busy perfecting their craft, and every world seemed to be moving as if the world would end tomorrow. The greetings Damien received here weren't nearly as grand as the rest. Precisely because of this atmosphere, not many showed him the same reverence as regular citizens. After all, dwarves respected skill over all else. Damien was a fighter. This was his talent, and this was his passion. When it came to secondary occupations, he didn't have much experience at all. Even his knowledge of formation arts was shallow, only enough for him to design mechanisms that mainly relied on his law comprehension. Therefore, the dwarves viewed him as a passing visitor, someone equivalent to an envoy from Heaven's army. Nevertheless, they were not rude. They understood Damien's purpose and respected his determination and loyalty, if nothing else. And Damien didn't mind at all. He didn't expect unconditional respect, nor did he desire it. If dwarves, who already held this kind of reputation, treated him unusually positively, he would only be suspicious. Plus, their disinterest made his life easier. Damien and the girls traveled all around, visiting different worlds and seeing different sights without being bothered at all. If the divine realm showed them the beauty of nature, Hephaestus showed them the beauty of effort. Each craftsman had their own unique style, cultivated by years and years of effort. Yet, each sword they made was exquisitely indistinguishable from the rest. The lack of uniqueness did not represent a lack of skill, but the total opposite. Heaven's army needed weapons for large swathes of soldiers, not unique weapons for elites. If a sword was slightly worse than the rest, it could mean the death of one soldier. When this scale was blown out of proportion as it was in this war, the death toll would add up exponentially. The fact that each and every sword produced for those soldiers was exactly the same was a testament to skill above all else. Though, it wasn't as if there weren't unique blacksmiths or craftsmen. Merely, these people had different duties. They were not hired to create mass-produced weaponry. Another 50,000 worlds found themselves equipped with teleportation arrays, and 35,000 of them entered Damien's grasp. Lucille already distributed the keys, but these arrays haven't been used yet. I guess he wanted to make a spectacle. The universe needed a morale boost, and this was the perfect opportunity. Once Damien laid down the last array of Hephaestus, a grand event would take place. It's a little too flashy for my tastes, but it is what it is. The last stop was also the most important one. It would have been the first, if not for this plan of Lucille's. It was time to visit Heaven's Army's main headquarters. The world was called Vulcan in line with the name of the sector, and it was the largest world present here. Spanning over 1 billion square kilometers, this world held almost 1 trillion existences, all of them warriors either preparing for or entering the war. Vulcan was divided into several sectors, most of which were used to train and house different troops, but the main area of the world was the true headquarters of Heaven's Army. Was it a facility or a fortress? Damien truly couldn't tell. The design was a mixture of medieval and modern architecture, while its layout was so confusing Damien couldn't make heads or tails of what it was supposed to be. But for some reason, it looks like it would be wrong if it was built differently. There really is something special about dwarven expertise. A starship landed within a section of the headquarters that was built similarly to a landing strip. Damien and the girls disembarked the ship and were immediately greeted by a welcoming party. 2 rows of soldiers stood in lines facing each other and created an aisle for them to walk. At their head were 3 people, 2 men and a woman. You must be the legendary great commanders. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Damien said as he shook their hands. As with us to you, one of the men responded in kind. Gerard Wright, Anastasia Knight, and Peros Alcura, otherwise known as the Heavenly Sword, Dark Queen, and God's Eye. These 3 stand near the top of the universe, unchallenged. Damien thought as he conversed with them. The position of Heaven's Army Great Commander didn't come lightly. Each of the three had achievements that could land them positions as leaders of the universe's greatest holy lands. Yet, they chose to stay in Heaven's army, fighting for the safety of everyone else. The stories about them were enough to garner immense respect, but meeting them was something else. I can't feel any animosity from them at all, not just towards me, but in general. Was it possible for a being to be free of hatred? Or maybe they focused every ounce of their hatred on the enemy. At this point, with everything that happened, Damien was naturally suspicious of anyone and everyone. However, as he conversed with the three, as he observed their personalities and exchanged knowledge with them, his opinion of them rose greatly. Because they were, without qualms, completely transparent. They told Damien about Heaven's army's current situation and the war's progression, discussed with him their ideas for the rapid improvement of troops, and even argued strategy while including him in the conversation. What struck him was their inclusive nature. Usually, such a thing would only be for show, but these three genuinely received Damien's opinion seriously and didn't discredit him due to age or strength. Their conversation, unfortunately, only had a few tens of minutes to continue, but it was extremely eye-opening for all parties. The group made their way through the facility during this time and eventually made their way to an open area that looked out into the world. In the distance, the vague silhouette of Ion could be seen. Then, shall we continue this discussion at a later time? I believe many people will be arriving here soon, Anastasia said with a smile. Damien nodded in agreement. I also want to hear more wisdom from you three seniors. Let's finish the current task as efficiently as possible and get back to it. There's no need to be formal with us. We understand and respect you just as much as you do us. In my opinion, you are underestimating your worth severely. Gerald chipped in. Peros also voiced his support. The group got much closer than anyone could have expected in that short period of time, a product of pre-existing respect and basic human decency. Nevertheless, as Anastasia said, a crowd would be gathering soon. As per Lucille's planning, it was time to put on a show. And if a show is necessary regardless, it's better to make it as memorable as possible. Damien liked being low-key, but he was not opposed to making a scene. There was just one problem with entertaining this hobby in his daily life. Whenever Damien wanted to make a scene, it would be something that absolutely floored anyone who saw it. Chapter 1143, 2 years. Chapter 1143, 2 years, 7. The sequence of events wasn't entirely special. Lucille simply wanted to use the teleportation array to its total capacity in order to show the universe what Damien was doing. It wasn't possible in the divine realm alone since the distance wasn't that far, but connecting Luxurian and Vulcan held an entirely different meaning. These two vital points for Heaven's army's function had good communication ability after many years of research and development, but it was still impossible for them to directly interfere with each other. The final array Damien was laying would mean the universe's military deployment efficiency would be massively heightened. For this, another live feed was created. Though it didn't hit every single world like the last time, it was close enough. Everyone would understand this grand occasion. That much couldn't be doubted. A crowd arrived on Vulcan consisting of many demigods and supremes who represented the peak of the universe. A large majority of the great forces from the Grand Assembly were included in the group, along with many who weren't present there. Damien stood in the chosen portal location with the crowd several kilometers away from him. He looked up to see the projection of his figure that was being viewed by the entire world and smiled. Then, let's get started. A message of hope, a message of strength, a message of unity. This was what Lucille and Damien wanted to send. Mana flowed into the atmosphere. It changed colors between blues, greens, purples, and reds smoothly, as if a naturally flowing river streaming around Damien and forming the perimeter of the array. The multicolored mana then sunk into the ground, making the earth itself glow with a multitude of vibrant lights. The complicated array pattern formed like a natural phenomenon, and with the increasing complexity of its form, the more beautiful its display became. Damien focused more on beauty than anything else this time. If he wanted to, he could have silently finished the formation in 10 seconds at the maximum. However, He let this display flow and dance through the ground, created spirits that skipped through the air, and formed a picture of fantasy in the eyes of the common people. The beauty of existence, the fact that grand heaven's boundary was capable of creating such beauty. Damien's show reminded people of why they love their world so much. It reminded them of friends and family, of the natural beauty of their world, and of the greatness of their society. And 5 minutes later, when he finished, flash! 500,000 soldiers appeared on the array platform, their battle aura combining into a tidal wave of domineering force. They showed the determination and spirit the denizens of grand heaven's boundary held to protect their homeland. Damien glanced at the projection screen again. As expected, it was a dual view of Luxurian and Vulcan. It showed the second when the soldiers left, and it showed how they arrived countless kilometers away in an entirely different sector. Feelings of wonder were present even in the experts present, so the reaction of the common people could be imagined. We will not falter. We will not fold. Even if all of us die in the process, the enemy will not breach our defenses. These emotions beat in the hearts of all. Roars and cheers filled with vigor filled the universe, to the point where the firmament of space shook slightly. Lucille still had more plans for this grand occasion, but Damien's job ended here. While others celebrated, he would return to the Beast Domain. With a year and a half left, Damien had to quickly move to finish the last 4 sectors. Things like celebration could wait until he was finished. The so-called motivation-building event went just as Lucille hoped. The spirit of the entire universe was lifted, and the number of people showing intention to join Heaven's army to fight for their homes increased greatly. It was cruel to call them cannon fodder, but there were no other jobs for them in the current situation. Every foot soldier who went to the front lines could guarantee at least 20 or 30 enemies dead. The more of them there were, the longer the Nox could be held off before their main forces arrived. What currently attacked the boundaries of Ion were lesser Nox and abominations. Those with intelligence barely showed themselves. If it was a war of attrition, the Nox would absolutely win. So, such a battle could not happen. The main goal of the logistics divisions in Luxurian was to find a way to strike the Nox and make them suffer a fatal blow. But that took time, and time needed to be bought. The days were excruciating long for soldiers and warriors. Whether it be training or war, the tense atmosphere never let up. However, Damien barely felt days anymore. Days and weeks, weeks and months, they were all the same. He kept his pace and finished the Beast Domain and Soul World in half a year. But it took more time after that. He didn't know the Giant Domain or Infernal Realm. He'd barely seen the Giant Domain himself, and the Infernal Realm was only ever a passing point for him. Therefore, it was more difficult to figure out how to wire the array system properly and which worlds to set as central points to the systems. Nevertheless, time was not a worry for Damien anymore. Not after he perfected the method to create this array. In another 9 months, he completed the task he set out to do. The entire universe was connected through a complex yet extremely simple-to-use web of teleportation arrays that could transport people to their destinations nearly instantly. His allies celebrated while his enemies bit their nails. Heaven's army's efficiency truly did increase exponentially, and the 3 great commanders even personally visited Damien to offer their thanks. Of course, they also wished to continue the conversation from the last time. Damien left too early because of his singular focus on the task, but now that he was able to relax, he happily indulged them. This time, he learned much more detailed information about the war, especially about distribution of troops and the most vital areas that needed protection. No return pass was also mentioned. The forces stationed there were all presumed dead and would remain that way until they one day saw the end of the Nox wave and came home. Luckily, the soldiers there had to be powerful. Damien would have a good amount of help, which was a huge relief. There were less than 3 months left before he had to enter that place. The number of people who wanted to see Damien wasn't small at all, but after the great commanders visited, he disappeared from the universe. He would have loved to greet each and every person who wanted to meet him, but he wanted to focus on what was important. For 3 months, Damien didn't leave the sanctuary. He spent every day with his wives, Schwer, Lily, May, and a few others. Zara also came every once in a while through the key Damien gave her before she left. The people who mattered to him most, including brothers like Long Chun, who was busy in training on Death Emperor Star and barely heard of the universe's matters, entered the sanctuary one after another to say their goodbyes. And so time passed. 2 years passed since the fated duel. Chapter 1144 Darkness. Chapter 1144 Darkness 1 Departing. A time filled with sorrow, longing, and loneliness, a time when all good things come to an end. The time to set off for a new journey, a new part of life one has yet to experience, tended to be a bittersweet one for most, but this time there was nothing sweet about it. Only bitterness at the truth of reality. Damien knew he wouldn't have to separate from the people he loved forever. He understood that this temporary separation was for the sake of a better reunion. But he couldn't help it. He didn't want to separate from them. After so long, they finally got to spend a few years together. The warmth and comfort provided not only by his wives, but also by his family and friends was addicting. The choice to fuel this addiction was not one he could make. With a mana oath in place, he couldn't run even if he wanted to. Rose, Ryue, and Elena tried their best to keep their parting a good memory. They didn't cry, nor did they mention anything negative. They merely wished their husband good luck on his journey and made sure he understood the security waiting for him when he came back. As for the rest, it was hard to say everyone was so considerate. The stronger and older acquaintances, he had kept their calm and bid him farewell with pride, while those of the younger generation like Atticus and the rest were less capable of controlling their emotions. Nevertheless, the parting took place. Damien stood before a crowd of his people with a smile. Then, "Until next time," he said with a smile. His face was filled with confidence, and his eyes were burning with a bright flame that couldn't be extinguished. "Don't forget to keep us updated. Call when you're free. Be well. Stay safe. If you die, I'll revive you just to kill you again." The responses were many and quite varied, with the last from Iris being the strangest, but in the end, it was a heartwarming sight. It was the last Damien would see in the universe as well. As the time came, blue cosmic mana from the universe itself rose around his body, turning him immaterial. He would be transported to No Return Pass as soon as his body disappeared completely, and the rest would have to get serious about the war within the universe. Nobody had time to relax anymore. This farewell celebration for Damien wasn't just a turning point for him, but all of them. When his calm and domineering visage faded, the atmosphere in the area changed. Solemnity. Perhaps they wouldn't feel anything else for a long time. Cold eyes. Indifference beyond comprehension. An utter disregard for all existence. Damien's unbothered appearance, the burning flames in his eyes, died when he reappeared at his final destination. His eyes became those of a monster. It was hard to hide it for this long. He was angry. He was incredibly angry. He was so filled with negative emotion that he could hardly contain himself. But he couldn't let anyone else see that. If they saw it, their worry for him would become a problem. He couldn't allow them to be dragged down by his matters. But now he was alone. He was alone in a vast expanse of darkness. In the distance, almost 50,000 kilometers in each direction, he could see the vague gray outline of the towering walls that encaged him here. He was alone, not just in a metaphorical sense, but literally. There was nobody else present here. There wasn't even a barracks or an army camp, as the information suggested. There was no elite troop guarding this dangerous pass, as the great commanders promised. No, there were signs of their existence. Chips of wood and faint lines in the dirt that were covered thoroughly, but not thoroughly enough to hide from all-seeing eyes. There were definitely troops here at some point, and they definitely abandoned their posts in the recent past, no more than half an hour ago. The reason they're presumed dead is because return is impossible. Even if they held thoughts of mutiny, they couldn't leave unless they had outside help. Damien was alone in this place, unable to leave its bounds due to the mana oath. He had to hold this place alone for 5 years. Immortal blood Azura backed down easy. I thought he was taking the loss, but I was wrong. That was the situation. At this point, nothing could change it. They're probably realizing what happened back in the real world right now. Unfortunately, they won't be able to do anything. Immortal Blood Azura had shown time and time again that he was a schemer. He would wait for an opportunity and strike like a snake to poison his target to death. Since he made a move like this, he had a way to justify it and make others unable to touch him. Damien could guarantee this. I'm alone here. I will be alone here for the next half a decade. No, he wasn't alone. His company was a Nox wave that never ended. In fact, that very Nox wave was making its way to him already. He could hear the thundering earthquakes caused by their combined footsteps. He could feel their dark aura clouding the atmosphere. I'm alone here. Damien's dull eyes turned to the barely existent horizon. So nobody will bother me. He was angry. He was so incredibly angry that he wanted to explode. It was a good thing nobody else was here. If others came, they would probably just be those sent by Immortal Blood Azura to watch and hinder him. He's still arrogant. Since there were no such people, the enemy must have been confident the sentence on Damien's head would be enough to kill him. You were wrong. Damien would never die just because someone wanted him to. If someone wanted him to die, he would stay alive for the sole purpose of spiting them. This situation, his emotions were already cut off. He cut them off a long time ago. If not, he would have exploded too early. The enemy is too powerful. With his status, even if Damien used status in opposition, he could only act on the same level. He would never beat Immortal Blood Azura, who'd been accumulating his status and political power for generations, in this facet. Therefore, there was only one option. Become strong. Strong enough to be unaffected by petty schemes. Immortal Blood Azura was that type. If Damien was stronger than him, he likely would have bit his tongue and held his hatred in his heart for eternity. But that isn't the case. And since that wasn't the case, a certain pest thought he had the qualifications to act bold. Strong enough to kill him. Strong enough to kill anyone who got in his way. He summoned his body and lifted his body into the air. Damien stood in front of an army. Countless hundreds of thousands of existences stood before him, charging up the length of no return pass. There were likely millions or even billions of them hiding in the dark, just waiting to join the siege. Damien stared at them calmly from his spot within the air. He gazed down upon them like they were ants. Lightly raising his hand, he said a single word. Collapse. Boom. All hell broke loose. Space was torn to shreds. Anything existing in that space was broken into its fundamental materials and eradicated from existence. The Nox had no chance to regenerate or regroup. The majority of the army was wiped out in that single move. The residual shock waves decimated the rest. Today was day 0 in no return pass. 1,876 remained. Chapter 1145 Darkness. Chapter 1145 Darkness, 2 day, 0 kill count. 10,677,831. A man sat alone in a humble shack. It was made of packed dirt and stone, but it still had more than enough space and quality to house someone. Besides, in the current situation, something like a true home would only be destroyed within the day. This place was made for the sole purpose of giving him a place to sit away from the silence, a place he could claim within this dark continent. Scree, scree, scree. Their screeches and screams didn't stop, but he put soundproofing magic on the shack to drown them out. It didn't work well, but it worked well enough. Less than 1 day passed. In just a few hours, over 10 million lesser Nox fell to his hand. Calling them limitless was not an overstatement. They didn't come constantly, but when they did choose to charge, they came in such large swarms that they became inseparable from the darkness of the ground like a rolling tide. Even if there was a whole squadron here, even if an entire military fortress was present, they likely wouldn't be able to handle the pressure of this place for too long. It had been less than 1 day. Time didn't hasten with the constant battle. It just got slower and slower. Every single second felt like an eternity. It was hard to accept how little time he'd actually spent here. Damien's face did not change. His emotions were locked away properly in a mind prison, including any and all emotions he had towards those he cared for. Anything positive, anything that could remind him of the real world, was kept tucked away. He didn't want those positive emotions to be corroded by the atmosphere of this place. When he left, he couldn't act like someone who'd spent 5 years here. Scree, scree, scree. Their screams were getting louder. It must have been time for another wave. 10 million? No, that was just a welcome gift. The current number had to be over 10 times that, if not even greater. No thoughts entered or left Damien's mind. He simply stood up and left his hut. He raised himself into the air and pushed his arm out. Void mana coalesced into spatial force and raised no return pass down to nothingness again. Over 1 million Nox beings died in that instant. Yet, were there 99 millions left? No, there were 99 million left in this wave. The next one will be coming soon. No return pass. Just how was it held so long? Damien underestimated this place. He thought limitless was an overstatement. But if it was actually like this, there was no way for a common squadron to deal with it, no matter what kind of strength they had. It was a conspiracy, though not one that was important at the moment. Another batch of traitors. They'd already established themselves as such when they abandoned their posts. Was this new realization supposed to be surprising? It didn't matter. With Damien's practically infinite mana capacity, they wouldn't be able to get past him. Not as long as they only sent lesser Nox. The first day finally came and went. Time came and went. Yet, the dreariness of no return pass never changed. Day 7 kill count. 1,232,400,662. Had it been a week? Time didn't stay constant here. Sometimes, when enemies piled up too much, it became hard to tell how long it took to fight them all. At the same time, there were many lulls. As if they were taunting Damien or maybe testing his strength. There were several hours every once in a while when no Nox tried to make their way up the pass. These times were excruciating. Without battle to numb the silence, it could only be considered psychological torture. Luckily, Damien was fast to seal his emotions. His rational mind filled the silence in a variety of ways. He trained, meditated, and created countless theorems and theories for both his power and the overall situation. He had yet to enter the sanctuary. He wasn't used to this state yet. Until he was accustomed to it, he wouldn't be able to switch to positivity without flaws. If there were flaws, others would notice. Their feelings were something Damien cared heavily about. But he also couldn't control their actions. If he wanted things to progress properly, he had to make sure they didn't move in ways that harmed his plans or their identities. There wasn't much to do, but that also meant Damien gained a lot of much-needed time for training. He became complete after digesting the blessing of Foundation, but he still needed to acclimate to the new state of his body, which allowed him to fight hundreds of millions of Nox every day without tiring. In addition, he gained a sea of world force through his travels in recent times. It was beginning to take a shape that was uncannily similar to universal law. He needed to gain total control over this new power and connect it with his universal law comprehension for the best results. Therefore, he wasn't bored. Loneliness was only a problem if he allowed it to be. This was worse than the first dungeon. At least that place had a sense of familiarity and change. This place was just bleak. More enemies came, and Damien returned to killing. The enemies fell, and Damien devoured everything they left for him before returning to his hut. His memories were becoming muddled, yet they also felt incredibly clear. He learned how to separate those he gained from those he owned, and slowly, he started piecing together the puzzle formed by the Nox memories in his mind. Pathetic creatures. That was all they were, especially these that lacked any sentience of their own. When would the stronger ones come? They were the ones Damien really needed to devour. Fortunately, his ask was granted at some point. He didn't know how long it had been, but around 3 months passed in the outside world. It was the 95th day. His kill count was around 20 billion. It didn't even feel like killing anymore. He was just splashing ink. That was when he came. A man who proclaimed himself Godric, a servant of the inhuman emperor. According to him, this was a challenge. It was a challenge for the man who felled the Saint King. However, that man died in 5 moves. He was just a minor character. But he did give Damien an idea. The man who felled the Saint King was quite the title in front of the Nox. If he could broadcast it, wouldn't the stronger ones come on their own? That's when he started planning. It would take at least a year for his plan to succeed, but it was worth it in the end. He had 5 of those to kill here anyway. Damien's activities were monotonous. He was like a machine that existed for the only purpose of fulfilling his duty. Such a machine was better considered a monster. A monster whose reputation reached the ears of many beyond the bounds of the universe with the passing of time. A year. Perhaps it wouldn't take that long at all. Chapter 11, 46 Darkness. 3 months felt neither fast nor slow for Damien. It was best to describe his state as a forced limbo. With his chaotic perception of time and singular focus on completing the task assigned to him, he quite literally imprisoned the man known as Damien Void. Damien Void could come back when the time was right, but only Damien understood his thought process. For those outside, it had been 6 months since the last time they saw or heard from him. The situation in Grand Heaven's boundary had been slowly intensifying. From the looks of recent battles, the Nox were starting to organize their forces. The destructive wave of reckless lesser Nox still existed, but it was only a strategy to gain momentum at this time. The real army was built from those who had sentience already and serve a lord. Thus far, the Inhuman Emperor was showing the most enthusiasm. His forces didn't just kill enemies, but captured and tortured them for pleasure. This created a much more brutal atmosphere in a war where hostages were previously never a problem. The Karmic Emperor was also somewhat active. It was rare to see his troops, but that was mainly because they hid themselves behind enemy lines and in the ranks of their allies. These forces were much more troublesome. While the Inhuman faction was brutal, they were direct. The Karmic faction used schemes and trickery to turn people against each other. The ghostly plains of Ion were already taken by them. 600 million universal troops were first subjected to betrayal, in which a large portion of their forces deserted in the midst of battle and left their comrades for death. 500 million survived, but roughly 150 million turned traitor. The rest, when they returned to their base camps, they were struck with plague beyond measure. It ate through their mana systems and crippled them before invading their minds and turning them into abominations. They still roamed the plains as mindless zombies who fed on anything in sight. The giant domain was almost breached during this calamity, but luckily, a complete invasion was barely prevented by the sacrifices of over 30,000 extreme peak masters. Nevertheless, some Nox still made their way into the universe, and not all of them have been found and eradicated yet. The Ghostly Plains calamity was the universe's first major loss in this war. It was also the first great event in general. To follow up the great rallying cries sounded by the experts of the universe with such a defeat painted a terrible picture, and thus a strategy was formed. The blood-drenched wilderness was mostly recovered from Nox influence previously, but it was once again become a feeding ground for them. The environment supports their nature, so they're naturally strengthened there. It is a point we need to secure as fast as possible, a man said, his eyes panning over the crowd before him. He was none other than Commander Hua, who could only contribute his mind to the cause. He refused to be uninvolved with the war because of the restriction. Just as always, he made sure to give his soldiers absolute surety from the backlands while supporting them as much as he could. A void corridor opened here several years ago, so the space is still unstable. It seems the Nox have been unable to penetrate the area because of this disorder, he continued. We're going to attack this place in 3 days. There are 4 main fortresses that must be taken down and several smaller encampments scattered around the area. I will separate you into units and give you your tasks individually. For now, disperse. The crowd was made up of men and women old and young. These people were all at least at 4th class, with a large number of extreme peak masters among them. Hugh, Commander Hua exhaled a breath of impure air as he watched them leave. These troops were not his, just those assigned to him. He could already feel their hesitation, and he did not like it at all, but they were all he had. He could only make sure they did their duties properly when the time came. You guys can come in now. He glanced away from the door and closed his eyes as it shut. Click! The lock turned on its own. A group of 10 appeared from thin air. Rose, Ryue, Elena, Long Chun, Shui Fang, Shuiyu, Atticus, Aishia, Su Run, and Shimanwuan. A collection of those from a younger generation who had close relationships with Damien. These 10 in particular developed a habit of moving together over the past half year. Their skills complemented each other, and their personalities were able to mesh well too. Damien acted as a connection point for them at first, but they had enough time to form relationships outside of him. They weren't the only ones in their group, but they were the main force. Commander Hua sighed as he looked at them. These kids were still just fledglings, but the number of merits they'd each gained in recent times was staggering. Judgment Order was what they called themselves. They stood with their swords pointed at enemies from the outside and traitors from within. They did not show mercy for anyone who crossed their line, which led to them assassinating several high-level traitors and fighting on the front lines against powerful Nox foes. Their reputation was high among the soldiers and even higher among the common people, but Commander Hua couldn't see their organization as anything but rebellion. Not against Grand Heaven's boundary, but against the system that ran it. What happened to Damien shook them all. Yes, he was their friend, but it was more than that. They realized that their power wasn't enough, and they realized that their status didn't matter. As long as one of those strong forces felt the desire, they could bring them down in an instant. They understood their purpose. Being the greatest geniuses of a universe, calling them its hope wasn't wrong. Their growth potential put them in a position where they truly could tip the scales of war if they progressed properly. It wasn't a matter of arrogance, but responsibility. Those willing to act for selfish gain by oppressing those who represented the universe's hope did not need to exist in this land. The Judgment Order, created to judge the wicked whether they be human or God. Let me guess. You want to participate? Commander Hua said blandly. Yes. We can be of use in this battle. Rose responded as the spokesperson for the group. No, we already have enough people. Adding more will just muddle our efficiency. I understand that, which is why I propose a joint operation. Joint? Yes. While your soldiers raid the Nox strongholds, ours will take care of those sending support from the back. You mean? Commander Hua's eyes widened. These kids were crazy, but they couldn't be that. We will attack the Shadow Army. Crazy. They were insane. Do you understand the weight of your words? Commander Hua said menacingly. Idol, we have already discussed this. We believe we can at least gather intel, if not assassinate a few top-level targets in the process. No direct combat, not until we understand the enemy's formations. It was crazy. The so-called Shadow Army was a term used for those who controlled the frontline forces from the darkness. Their existence had long been detected, but any moves towards bringing them into the light were shut down immediately. The enemy was extremely serious in protecting the privacy of that hidden force. Yet, these few budding geniuses wanted to try it? Are you planning to get yourselves killed before he returns? Commander Hua asked. His expression was a mix between a harsh army commander and a concerned grandfather. However, their expressions didn't budge. We will not be killed before he comes back. Instead, Rose's eyes turned solemn. A powerful, invisible aura radiated from the group as a whole. We will kill everyone that stands against us and present their heads as a gift when he returns. Chapter 11:47 Darkness. Chapter 11:47 Darkness. For there could never be just one main battleground in a war of this scale. Of course, if one counted the entire length of Ion as a single war zone, then it could be considered so, but it was much too separated for such a view to be accurate. The entire ring was being attacked, and each section was isolated from the rest. They each had their own large and small battles ongoing at all times, and the universe's forces were spread relatively thin. However, over time, it became clear that the Nox were directing their focus towards Soul World. In the blood-drenched wilderness and the territories nearby it, a large number of enemies had gradually gathered. It seemed Soul World had been judged an easy point of infiltration despite its special traits. Why was that so? Well, strictly physically, spirits were the weakest race. Their physical bodies needed to be formed as they grew and weren't provided from birth. Therefore, there were times when they were extremely fragile presences in the real world. Their natural affinity for nature and psychic-type magics gave them protection against their natural weakness. But the Nox must have found a way to overcome that protection. If not, they would not have been attacking so confidently. This was the conjecture made by many experts after observing the Nox's patterns for a time. They were a confusing and chaotic race, but they became strangely easy to predict on a larger scale. Their strategies didn't differ much either, so creating countermeasures was something done with relative ease. A larger portion of the army was positioned in the sections of Ion near the Soul World and Calypto in order to respond to the enemy's movements, and that area of the ring became the most watched of the battlegrounds. Days and weeks passed rapidly. Commander Hua's raid on the blood-drenched wilderness began long ago. Because he wanted to gain an advantage, his priority was speed. Rather than exterminating every Nox they came across, his squads were instead tasked to use strategies similar to the Judgment Order that included assassination and stealth. The Nox had a solid organizational structure nowadays, but it had a fatal flaw. They ruled by fear and absolute order. Therefore, when the general died, those under his command would become headless chickens that ran around without an idea of what to do. Individualism was a core Nox ideology, but individualistic thought was a skill they lacked. While they had to get rid of several chains before their thought processes could reach the complexity of humans and other species. But this was a lucky break for the universe. Using this quality, Commander Hua guided his troops through the defenses of all 4 major fortresses at once to catch the enemy off guard. This happened 4 months ago. It was one of the most successful missions in the war thus far. The 4 Supremes who sat at the head of those fortresses were killed before they could understand what was happening, while the remaining forces were cleaned up in the following months. The only problem was the completion came too easy. The Nox were unintelligent, but they were not weak by any means. It shouldn't have been so easy to take down their entire operation with only a few hundred allied casualties. Just what could it be? Commander was sat at his desk, hunched over a variety of documents and reports. No matter how he looked at it, there were no problems. Are we truly being too wary? He couldn't believe it, but that was what his peers believed. Was it arrogance or reality? No matter what, Commander Wood didn't think the Nox would direct so many forces towards the Soul World for them to be killed like ants. Bad news! A call suddenly resounded through the room. A woman surfaced nearby, blood drenching her body from the countless gashes torn into her skin. Hera! Commander Hua exclaimed, rushing over. This woman named Hera was a member of Rose's Judgment Order. She was not part of the original group, but a member who joined after the fact. She was someone who idolized Damien, because she was a spatial practitioner just like him. If it wasn't for him showing everyone the Knight of Space in his performances ever since he became public, she would have remained thinking she was born with a useless affinity for the rest of her life. However, she found purpose in the Judgment Order and decided to follow in his footsteps to become great. How did she end up like this? Commanders? Her words became vague as she tried to force them out with the blood erupting from her mouth. Do not waste energy on words. We will get you to the medics as soon as possible, Commander was said, lifting her body and moving. Yet, she stopped him before he could do anything extraneous. Commander, it's a trap. Her bloodied hand gripped his arm, her eyes shining with the last spark of life remaining within her. They are not here. They? The Nox? If not here, then where? Commander Hor responded in shock. Giant, it was over for her. The wounds she'd received were too severe, and she only worsened them by traveling through space. She died right then and there, unable to accomplish her ambitions or meet the man who caused her change her path. But she died without regret because she was able to pass on the crucial information she was tasked with before leaving the world. She made something of herself. Nothing else mattered. Damn it! Commander Hua roared as he felt her body go limp. Loss was not a new thing in this war, but this was different. Not only did Hera's state suggest terrible things for the Judgment Order's current situation, but Commander Hua had no time to think about helping them. Connect to the mist-strewn cliffs right now. A blue projection screen appeared before him and fizzled out in the same second. Commander Hua's eyes narrowed. Communication has been cut off. They put so much attention into the Soul World that it made no sense. All these billions of knocks, were they just cannon fodder used as distraction? The commander put Hera's body down gently before making an immediate rush to connect to everyone he could. He told Luxurian the words delivered to him, and squads were dispatched through the array system in seconds to investigate. And the result? We've been breached. The mist-strewn cliffs and venomous steppes, both areas of Ion bordering the giant domain, were filled with fresh red blood. All of the tens of millions of allied forces in those areas were eradicated in full, with not even corpses left behind to bury. The Nox were nowhere to be seen. The two territories were fully searched for clues in the coming weeks, but not a single Nox was found. The giant domain also underwent what was essentially a quarantine, but the enemy was still yet to be found. The universe was breached by an invisible force. None could predict what came next, except for one group. Only, in their current situation, well, even passing a single sliver of information could only be done by sacrificing one of their own. It wasn't hard to imagine why their knowledge didn't spread. Chapter 1148 Darkness. Chapter 1148 Darkness 5 BOOM. A massive explosion went off. It was so loud it was inconceivably why it could be so hidden. It made no massive scene, and the noise and damage it caused were contained within a specific area and could not be perceived outside of it. This kind of explosion rang out constantly over the past few weeks. They were not from enemies, but a product of Rose's illusion abilities. Retreat. We must make it to the rendezvous point by any means possible, she yelled, pulling more and more space under her control. She was currently covering the rear while her team members ran ahead of her. It wasn't that they were cowardly. It was that the path needed to be cleared in the front as well. The Judgment Order did a large amount of research on the Shadow Army before choosing to invade it, but their information wasn't nearly as useful as they thought. Everything was fine at first. While Commander Hua's operation took place, they were able to gather intel and undertake assassination quests relatively often, creating a solid profile of what the Shadow Army was like. However, they stumbled upon something too big for them. The unveiling of a Nox's hidden intelligence. Those at the bottom were generally idiotic, but their leadership was anything but. The repetitive strategies, the easily readable behavioral traits, these things that seemed impossible to forge were a complete lie. It was only possible because there were so many of them. Everyone sent to the blood-drenched wilderness. No, practically every Nox being who'd shown themselves since the start of this full-scale war was cannon fodder. They were sacrifices in an elaborate play to completely control the universe's movements. As expected, they focused their forces where they were supposed to and allocated the rest as predicted. As expected, their concentration made them ignore the slight chip in the glass that had the potential to become a crack that shattered it. Along with that, the Judgment Order learned of several of the Karmic Emperor's plans, as well as the Inhuman Emperor's general traits. However, in the process, their presence was discovered, because the Inhuman Emperor himself visited the Shadow Army. Naturally, he didn't chase the group of rats in his house himself. He used his followers as a horde to exterminate them instead. For 6 weeks, Rose and her forces had been playing a cat-and-mouse game with the Shadow Army in a bid to escape with as few casualties as possible. They entered the Shadow Army with a group of 100, including the 10 who went to visit Commander Hua. They each had squads of 10 and worked independently, only occasionally sharing information to keep their actions hidden from the enemy, but all of them were uncovered one by one once the hunt began. They'd been cut down to 80 total, but it already was a miracle they were able to save so many. 79. A member of Rose's squad was impaled, his heart stuck at the end of a spear tip jutting out his chest. His name was Arthur. His reason for joining the Judgment Order was nothing more than honor and glory, but on the battlefield, he was neither arrogant nor unruly. He was one of the most loyal and reliable comrades anyone could ask for. With blood pooling from his body, he opened his eyes wide. Everyone out! Boom! His body expanded as his mana reached a level he could no longer contain. Rose's eyes widened. She gritted her teeth and stomached his death, pushing her mana as much as possible. Bong! The man's body exploded and sent sweeping waves of chaotic mana in every direction. The Nox encirclement was made up of strictly high-level 4th class or higher enemies, so not all of them died, but their formation was definitely broken. And more than that, their vision was obscured. Vanish! Rose wrapped her mana around the rest of their group and spoke a single word. They disappeared from the world physically and ethereally. Any trace of their presence disappeared without warning, almost as if they teleported. But this was not the case. Rose's illusions were essentially a secondary reality at this point. As long as she had an opportunity, she really could make herself and those around her invisible to anyone under divinity. The problem was that they'd been discovered. The Inhuman Emperor's forces left several defenses in every Shadow Army encampment, demigod-level formations that could undo Rose's concealment and cancel the skills of others as well. This was the first time they found a chance to hide again, and it was at the cost of one of their own. It became a trend. If they wanted to accomplish something, their people had to die. No matter what they tried, this truth never changed. Blaring alarms and the screeching words of the Nox filled the air. With no view of the targets, they chose to stop aiming entirely. But giving up was not in their dictionary. Boom! 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 Flaming ballista tore through heaven and earth, and wide-area attacks filled with unreasonable amounts of mana clouded the atmosphere. The earth outside the encampment became a hell's cape of cratered land and corruption. Nobody could survive such a bombardment for long. Luckily, Rose was not alone in this battle. The 8 remaining members of her squad put their abilities to use, enhancing each other and supporting their movements. They created defenses and ran with their lives on the line, hoping nothing would touch them. Boom! Another ballista fell dangerously close to the group. Left! Rose cried out. Boom! Boom! 3 consecutive shots slammed into the ground on their right and exploded into a ball of flames that almost consumed them. Rose was forced to adapt her illusion to incorporate those flames while making them harmless. She had to be absolutely certain she didn't change the picture the outside world saw unless she wanted to reveal their positions. Run! Now! Without warning, she jumped forward and dashed with all her power. The squad followed her, but not everyone could make it in time. Boom! An arrow the length of a city obliterated the ground as it landed only a few kilometers behind the group. Whoosh! Its shockwaves spread with the ferocity of a charging tiger, chasing the group no matter where they went. Leader, tell my S. Boom! The woman at the back of the group stopped and summoned her mana to create a solid wall behind her, while yelling as if she understood what was coming. But the time she had was too little. The shockwave collided with her mana wall and blew it to pieces before hitting her and turning her body into a cloud of blood mist. Her name was Marina. She joined this fight for the simple reason of creating a safe place for her loved ones to live peacefully. Now, her wish could only be carried on by her comrades. Unfortunately, she would never see those people again. However, her sacrifice lessened the shockwave's force enough for the rest to block it with their power and keep going. Marina left no trace of her existence on the battlefield. Even though it made her want to vomit from disgust and the feeling of betrayal, Rose had no choice but to erase Marina's remains from the world to avoid giving away their location. Dog tags were something Elena suggested. The only thing Rose could do was collect Marina's and deliver it to her family. 2 more people died in one siege, but once the gigantic ballista showed its inability to reveal the group, the pursuit became less aggressive. They were able to escape eventually. Yet, only after losing another member, a man named Henry who idolized Sue Run and Damien. Rose and the remaining 6 members of the group entered a hidden cave behind a mossy wall that helped it blend into the cliffside and rushed to the back wall. Rose placed her hand on it and pushed her mana in a certain pattern. The Eye of Horus with a sword through the middle, the emblem of the Judgment Order. Inscribed in the sword was a code that would change at random intervals in order to confirm the identities of those attempting entry. Once the symbol was drawn, the cave wall turned illusory and the group rushed in, the door closing behind them. The 6 squad members immediately collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily. Meanwhile, Rose glanced around the safe house. It had been 6 weeks so far, but they still had several thousand kilometers to cover before they could escape this area. I can only hope, she thought as she glanced at her squad members with sorrow. The other 9 squads should have been on their way to this location. It was disconcerting for them to be the first to arrive. Rose tried to quell her dark thoughts, but it was impossible to not consider the possibility. The possibility that they were some of the last ones remaining. Chapter 1149 Darkness. Chapter 1149 Darkness 6. While the disturbance in the giant domain wasn't forgotten, it faded from the forefront of people's minds after a few weeks of silence. The defensive line was definitely pierced, but with no signs of Nox in the universe at all, how could they continue prioritizing the matter above all else? After all, fighting an invisible enemy wasn't something one could just do. The sheer amount of manpower and security needed to completely turn the giant domain upside down was too heavy of cost. In the current situation, investigative squads were the most Heaven's Army could provide. Lucille's mind was fogged with problems. As the head of the logistics division, he was the main one choosing how the universe responded to threats. Personally, he wanted to put everything into the giant domain regardless of the cost. He knew for a fact something terrible would happen if it was left alone, but he didn't have absolute executive power. Those around him were more pragmatic and focused on the problems as they came, such as the mobilization of Nox forces on the boundary of Soul World. Previously, the Nox only sent cannon fodder that was uncovered as such far too late. This time, on the other hand, the troops they sent were fully equipped for war. Commander Hua took lead of the military and fought against them with the large army that gradually formed in this area. Through these battles, he was able to learn the identities of these Nox. They were not small characters. Kira, a female Nox whose demonic providence seemed to involve blades in some convoluted storm-like way. She sat opposite Commander Hua. However, her strength was not divine. She was a supreme who also participated in the battle personally with power far surpassing those at her level. Under her guidance, the Nox formed an army structured similarly to its universal counterpart. Blood-drenched wilderness and its periphery territories became a stage for an organized war between nations. It was extremely different from the norm, and the ability to strategize became extremely important. As focus returned to Soul World, mysterious phenomena began to surface in the giant domain. Due to Damien's arrays that turned the universe into an interconnected web, it was detected early. But this detection didn't help Grand Heaven's boundary at all. Altogether as one, over 10,000 worlds disappeared from the domain as if they never existed. This disappearance was, at first, compared to the same situation that took place with the corrupted world cores several months ago, but this notion was denied soon enough. The corrupted world cores disappeared for unknown reasons, but that event was not the Nox's doing. After all, everyone strong enough had sensed the terrifying calamity that would have struck the universe if those cores weren't teleported away in time. This event had to be the Nox's fault. Lucille was convinced beyond measure. They left the domain alone after breaching its entrance so long ago because they were preparing something like this. Yet, months of investigation led to nothing but disappointment. Just how were they doing it? No traces, no mana, not even a hint of differentiation in the giant domain in the times before and after the invasion. With such inconclusive reports, it was impossible to justify focusing on the event for more than research purposes. The teams sent to investigate were largely made up of scholars without combat power, as it was ruled something the Army's involvement wasn't necessary for. Lucille was very unhappy with this decision, of course, but he had nobody to call for help. Those who would be willing were too important to the current effort to do anything, and the other option, the Judgment Order, had been unreachable for almost a year at this point. Their lives were uncertain, and though he personally believed they were alive, he had no way to contact them for help or to help. He felt like a puppet. He did hold immense authority, and his authority could bypass the decisions of the Council in most cases, but severe changes in. The allocation of troops could not be done with just him alone. Those people, not all of them were power-hungry or greedy. Some of them just prioritized the whole without caring about the parts. To them, Even if the giant domain was destroyed, it didn't matter as long as the rest of the universe was secure. There were naturally those who were evil and those who were righteous, but the majority held the aforementioned opinion. They wanted to cut their losses and amplify their gains. But was that a sustainable strategy? Lucille definitely didn't think so, nor did those in his righteous faction. However, this was a universal war. The opinion that one was always the majority. And when it came to justice, those who believed in it would never be the majority in this cruel world. Almost a day passed already. Rose was almost unable to keep her cool. This rendezvous time and location had been decided at the very beginning of their operation, before they'd been discovered, but she didn't believe the rest wouldn't come here. She was certain they would at some point enter through the false cave wall, but she was losing certainty with time. Elena and Ryue were steadily approaching. This much she could tell through the artifact Damien gave them. However, the rest were still completely dark, their actions hidden from her and her group. With the passing of a few hours, Elena and Ryue appeared one after the other in the hidden cave. Their teams were also missing members, down to 7 and 8 respectively, and they were covered in injuries from head to toe. Take them to the recovery area immediately. Rose commanded. Her people moved without hesitation and helped their comrades into the recovery bay, where a formation with healing capabilities had been installed. Even severed limbs could be reattached with this formation, but excessive blood loss could still kill someone just as easily as if it didn't exist. Therefore, it was imperative to get the injured into the recovery bay as fast as possible so they wouldn't die before they were brought back to health. Rose personally helped Elena and Ryue, but both declined to enter the recovery bay. Instead, she took them to a private room near the back of the hidden safe house, a room decorated like a bedroom. The three sat on the bed together, and Rose helped the two consume healing medicines to recuperate as she listened to their stories. Just like her, they'd been forced into an unending battle for several weeks as they fled. They made it far without much of a hitch, but they lost people in the final stretch. Of course, they wanted to let go of the situation for a second and rest, but that wasn't possible right now. Once was a coincidence, and even twice could be written off, but when all three of them experienced the same course of events. They are corralling us. If this continues, they'll find our location by the time the rest can arrive. Individually, they could hide their traces, but if just a sliver of information was found from each of their escapes, it could be put together into a picture that pointed straight at them. It was a conundrum. What was more important, their comrades or their safety? Logically speaking, the answer was safety, but if these geniuses were logical thinkers, they never would have reached their current heights. We live and die together. This is the oath we made. The Judgment Order was that kind of place. A place that detested disloyalty and was formed due to the disgusting actions of those selfish creatures who dared to call themselves denizens of this universe. How could the members of such a place even consider betraying their allies? Chapter 11, 50 Darkness. Chapter 11, 50 Darkness, 7-day, 364 kill count, 85, 000, 000, 000 Sura, the Adapting Demon. Kisma, the Dragon Dweller. Ishmael, the Wave Rider. It had almost been a year. In that year, the number of lesser Nox killed became so unreasonable that Damien stopped bothering with it and just approximated. His words of challenge spread through the abyss in the time after it happened, and many higher Nox also began challenging him. Those three were the ones that stood out. The count of slaughtered higher Nox was around 10,000 at this point, which wasn't much but was still considerable, especially when only 3 of them really stood out. These 3 were unfamiliar to Damien, but it wasn't the same for Grand Heaven's boundary. These few were a portion of the Nox geniuses who made their names famous by usurping positions on the dimensional leaderboard as outsiders. But it was too late for something like a spot on the dimensional leaderboard to still be considered a worthy position. The difference was just a few moves, a few seconds. If most of the higher Nox that challenged Damien died in under 5 moves, these 3 were able to last 20, which was why Damien still remembered their names and titles. Other than that, everything else became a blur. It was hard to imagine that a year had passed. Day 364 didn't feel any different from day one. The only difference was Damien's mentality. After getting used to this place, thoughts of loneliness or doubt were erased from his mind. He became a true machine made for the exclusive purpose of slaughtering Nox. In the process, his rank increased tremendously as well. In 1 year, Damien managed to reach the 5th revolution. The reasoning was simple. Not only was he doing something unreasonable himself by guarding no return pass alone and successfully, but his people were also making huge achievements. The creation of the Judgment Order was in large part because of his influence, so whenever their name spread, his did as well. This was a sort of passive legend building, but it didn't have nearly as much of an effect as his own actions. It was just a cherry on top. But it was fun to see. He got to see a glimpse of what they were up to, and he was assured of their safety, which allowed him to act without worry. However, he still hadn't met them yet. He never entered the sanctuary himself, and the girls didn't do it either. However, Tianyang and a few others used it religiously as a hiding place and more. Thevel's army, the self-proclaimed Void Army whose name Damien refused to acknowledge, was being put to use as much as they could without garnering suspicion. Tianyang, Tanglingzi, and the rest were guarding the mountain range of insanity bordering the beast domain. Under their leadership and the large personal force they possessed, they were able to absolutely secure this area. Thevel's army was naturally that very personal force, and whenever they moved, they didn't hesitate to spread their allegiance. Damien Void, despite being confined in hell, his influence refused to leave the universe. Damien was a bit concerned about what immortal Blood Azura would do, but he threw those worries away. The traitorous demigod was too busy being a traitorous bitch to target his people. He had to move extremely carefully now that war had broken out in totality. If his contact with the other side was even assumed because of his actions, he'd be done for. That was one of the reasons why the Judgment Order was able to function without hindrance, and it was the same for the Sanctuarians. Damien flicked his finger, casually erasing millions of lesser Nox from existence with a wave of void mana as his head tilted curiously. The Sanctuary was suddenly home to 4,000 new world cores that were slowly rebuilding their surfaces. "What happened to you guys?" he asked inwardly, directing his words at the world core fusion reactor. The voice that responded was Riva's. "Master, these children are terrified. Oh, you've become quite different in the time since we met, haven't you? This is only natural. I am bathed in world force and universal law every day." "I see. Anyway, continue with what you were saying." "Yes, Master." Riva had been quiet since Damien bound her, but it seemed she was just reconnecting to her identity as a universe fragment. After all, when they first met, she was so broken she could hardly express her intentions, merely wandering through existence. Now, she was starting to show traits similar to a world core. In a sense, she could be considered an older sibling of world cores as a whole. She became the main consciousness of the world core fusion reactor on her own and managed their processes for Damien, most of the time not bothering him at all. He was unaware of her interference for a while, but since she was only doing good things for him, he left her be and didn't force her to explain herself. His actions were definitely right, since it was only recently that Riva reached a point where she could express herself. Nevertheless, the memories in question entered Damien's mind in waves, allowing him to process them. For the most part, they all showed similar scenes. With no prior warning, every being in the world died. At the same time, in the same way, with no interaction whatsoever. They all just fell lifeless to the ground. In the next scene, darkness prevailed. A massive environment was vaguely present in the distance below the scene, but it couldn't be made out yet. There were 10,000 worlds here, all devoid of life. A being appeared in their midst. He was cloaked in darkness, with only a pair of eerily soulless eyes peering through the veil. He raised his hand once, and, rumble, the worlds deconstructed. Every level of their physical existence was torn away until their surfaces were just rubble in the void, which was soon consumed by that very entity. The 10,000 world cores were in survival mode. They searched for any opportunity to guarantee their survival. But there was no such thing. One by one, they were corrupted by the great power of a demigod and sent to an unknown location. Except for these 4,000. They who chose to shelter themselves under Damien's umbrella early were the only ones able to escape this situation. They teleported to the sanctuary automatically through its mechanisms, and that was the end of it. Damien wasn't able to see what happened to the majority that couldn't escape. That must be the Soul Emperor, Damien said casually. He'd seen the Saint and Inhuman Emperors with his own eyes, while he learned the Karmic Emperor's appearance through the memories he devoured from the thousands of higher Nox that came looking for him. That only left one option: the most elusive Nox Emperor, he who never showed his form, the Soul Emperor. It's a shame they targeted the giants. Damien likes giants a lot. They were honest and righteous without fail. It was a racial trait that couldn't be any other way. In another sense, they were the most secure race in the universe. Their mere existence gave denizens a sense of surety about their safety, which obviously wasn't something the Nox could allow. So they targeted the giants first with a plan of total eradication. If I was the enemy, I would have also made this choice. The only surprise is that it wasn't discovered by Heaven's army before it happened. Now, there was a simple question that needed answering. What was the Soul Emperor planning to do with those newly corrupted world cores? And that's it for this part. Thanks so much for listening. If you loved it, hit subscribe so you don't miss the next one, and drop a comment letting me know what story you want to see next. See you in the next part.